Section 45 of Marion Fay by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Volume 3, Chapter 2. True Tidings. The Foreign Office, from top to bottom, was very much moved on the occasion, and not without cause. The title of Di Crinola was quite historic, and had existed for centuries. No Duca di Crinola, at any rate no respectable Duca di Crinola, could be in England, even as a temporary visitant, without being considered as entitled to some consideration from the Foreign Office. The existing Duke of that name, who had lately been best known, was at present a member of the Italian Ministry. Had he come, he would have been entitled to great consideration. But he, as now appeared, was not the real Duca di Crinola. The real Duke was an Englishman, or an Anglicized Italian, or an Italianized Englishman. No one in the Foreign Office, not even the most ancient pundit there, quite knew what he was. It was clear that the Foreign Office must take some notice of the young nobleman. But in all this was not contained more than half of the real reasons for peculiar consideration. This Anglicized Italian Duca was known to be engaged to the daughter of an English Marquis, to a lady who, if not niece, was next door to being niece to the Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs himself. Many years must have passed since an individual had sprung into notice so interesting in many different ways to all the body of the Foreign Office. And this personage was a clerk in the Post Office. There had no doubt been a feeling in the Foreign Office, if not of actual disgrace, at any rate of mingled shame and regret, that a niece of their Secretary of State should have engaged herself to one so low. Had he been in the Foreign Office himself, something might have been made of him. But a clerk in the Post Office! The thing had been whispered about and talked over till there had come up an idea that Lady Frances should be sent away on some compulsory foreign mission, so as to be out of the pernicious young man's reach. But now it turned out suddenly that the young man was the Duca di Crinola, and it was evident to all of them that Lady Frances Trafford was justified in her choice. But what was to be done with the Duca? Rumours reached the Foreign Office that the infatuated young nobleman intended to adhere to his most unaristocratic position. The absurdity of a clerk of the third class in one of the branches of the Post Office, with a salary of £170 a year, and sitting in the same room with Crockers and Bobbins, while he would have to be called by everybody the Duca di Crinola, was apparent to the mind of the lowest Foreign Office official. It couldn't be so, they said to each other. Something must be done. If government pay were necessary to him, could he not be transformed by a leap into the Elysium of their own department, where he might serve with some especial name invented for the occasion? Then there arose questions which no man could answer. Were he to be introduced into this new-fangled office proposed for him, would he come in as an Englishman or as an Italian? And, if as an Englishman, was it in accordance with received rules of etiquette that he should be called Duca di Crinola? Would it be possible in so special a case to get special permission from the Crown? Or if not, could he be appointed to the Foreign Office as a foreigner? The special permission, though it was surrounded by so many difficulties, yet seemed to be the easier and less monstrous than this latter suggestion. They understood that though he could not well be dismissed from the office which he already held, it might be difficult to appoint a foreign nobleman to the performance of duties which certainly required more than ordinary British tendencies. In this way the mind of the Foreign Office was moved, and the coming of the young Duke was awaited with considerable anxiety. The news went beyond the Foreign Office. Whether it was that the Secretary of State himself told the story to the ladies of his household, or that it reached them through private secretaries, it was certainly the case that Lady Persiflage was enabled to write a very interesting letter to her sister, and that Lady Amaldina took the occasion of congratulating her cousin, and of informing her lover. Lady Kingsbury, when she received the news, was still engaged in pointing out to her husband the iniquity of his elder children in having admitted the visit of Mr. Roden to Hendon Hall. This, she persisted in saying, had been done in direct opposition to most solemn promises made by all the parties concerned. The Marquis at the time had recovered somewhat of his strength, in consequence, as was said among the household, of the removal of Mr. Greenwood into Shrewsbury; and the Marchioness took advantage of this improved condition on the part of her husband to make him sensible of the abominable iniquity of which the young persons had been guilty. The visit had occurred 2 months since, but the iniquity, to Lady Kingsbury's thinking, still demanded express condemnation, and, if possible, punishment. "A direct and premeditated falsehood on the part of them all," said Lady Kingsbury, standing over her husband, who was recumbent on the sofa in his own room. "No, it wasn't," said the Marquis, who found it easier to deny the whole charge than to attempt, in his weakness, to divide the guilt. "My dear, when she was allowed to go to Hendon Hall, was it not done on a sacred pledge that she should not see that horrid man? Did not Hampstead repeat the promise to my own ears?" "How could he help his coming? I wish you wouldn't trouble me about it any more." "Then I suppose that she is to have your leave to marry the man whenever she chooses." Then he roused himself with whatever strength he possessed, and begged her to leave him. With much indignation she stalked out of the room, and going to her apartments found the following letter which had just arrived from her sister. "My dear Clara, as you are down in the country, I suppose the news about Fanny's young man has not yet reached you." Fanny's young man! Had Fanny been the housemaid, it was thus that they might have spoken of her lover. Could it be that Fanny and her young man had already got themselves married? Lady Kingsbury, when she read this, almost let the letter drop from her hand, so much was she disgusted by the manner in which her sister spoke of this most unfortunate affair. "I heard something of it only yesterday, and the rest of the details to day. As it has come through the Foreign Office, you may be quite sure that it is true, though it is so wonderful. The young man is not George Roden at all, nor is he an Englishman. He is an Italian, and his proper name and title is Duca di Crinola." Again Lady Kingsbury allowed the letter almost to drop, but on this occasion with feelings of a very different nature. What! Not George Roden? Not a miserable clerk in the English Post Office? Duca di Crinola! A title of which she thought that she remembered to have heard as belonging to some peculiarly ancient family. It was not to be believed. And yet it came from her sister, who was usually correct in all such matters, and came also from the Foreign Office, which she regarded as the one really trustworthy source of information as to foreign matters of an aristocratic nature. "Duca di Crinola," she said to herself, as she went on with the reading of her letter. "There is a long story of the marriage of his mother which I do not quite understand as yet, but it is not necessary to the facts of the case. The young man has been recognized in his own country as entitled to all the honours of his family, and must be received so by us. Persiflage says that he will be ready to present him at court on his return as Duca di Crinola, and will ask him at once to dine in Belgrave Square. It is a most romantic story, but must be regarded by you and me as being very fortunate, as dear Fanny had certainly set her heart upon marrying the man. I am told that he inherits nothing but the bare title. Some foreign noblemen are, you know, very poor, and in this case the father, who was a mauvais sujet, contrived to destroy whatever rights of property he had. Lord Kingsbury probably will be able to do something for him. Perhaps he may succeed in getting official employment suited to his rank. At any rate, we must all of us make the best of him for Fanny's sake. It will be better to have a Duca di Crinola among us, even though he should not have a shilling, than a post office clerk with 200 or 300 a year. I asked Persiflage to write to Lord Kingsbury, but he tells me that I must do it all, because he is so busy. Were my brother-in-law well enough, I think he should come up to town to make inquiry himself, and to see the young man. If he cannot do so, he had better get Hampstead to take him down to Trafford. Hampstead and this young Duchino are luckily bosom friends. It tells well for Hampstead that, after all, he did not go so low for his associates as you thought he did. Amaldina intends to write to Fanny to congratulate her. Your affectionate sister, Geraldine Persiflage. Duca di Crinola! She could not quite believe it, and yet she did believe it. Nor could she be quite sure as to herself whether she was happy in believing it, or the reverse. It had been terrible to her to think that she should have to endure the name of being stepmother to a clerk in the Post Office. It would not be at all terrible to her to be stepmother to a Duca di Crinola, even though the stepson would have no property of his own. That little misfortune would, as far as the feelings of society went, be swallowed up amidst the attributes of rank. Nothing would sound better than Duchessa or Duchessina, and moreover it would be all true. This was no paltry title which might be false, or might have been picked up anyhow the other day. All the world would know that the Italian Duke was the lineal representative of a magnificent family to whom this identical rank had belonged for many years. There were strong reasons for taking the young Duke and the young Duchess to her heart at once. But then there were other reasons why she should not wish it to be true. In the first place, she hated them both. Let the man be Duca di Crinola as much as he might, he would still have been a Post Office clerk, and Lady Frances would have admitted his courtship, having believed him at the time to have been no more than a Post Office clerk. The sin would have been not the less abominable in the choice of her lover, although it might be expedient that the sin should be forgiven. And then the girl had insulted her, and there had been that between them which would prevent the possibility of future love. And would it not be hard upon her darlings if it should become necessary to carve out from the family property a permanent income for this Italian nobleman, and for a generation of Italian noblemen to come? And then what a triumph would this be for Hampstead, who of all human beings was the most distasteful to her. But upon the whole she thought it would be best to accept the Duca. She must indeed accept him. Nothing that she could do would restore the young man to his humble desk and humble name. Nor would the Marquis be actuated by any prayer of hers in reference to the carving of the property. It would be better for her to accept the young Duke and the young Duchess, and make the best of them, if only the story should at last be shown to be true. The duty was imposed on her of communicating the story to the Marquis, but before she did so she was surprised by a visit from Mr. Greenwood. Mr. Roberts had used no more than the violence of argument, and Mr. Greenwood had been induced to take himself to Shrewsbury on the day named for his departure. If he went he would have £200 a year from the Marquis, and £100 would be added by Lord Hampstead, of which the Marquis need not know anything. Unless he went on the day fixed, that £100 would not be added. A good deal was said on either side, but he went. The Marquis had refused to see him. The Marchioness had bade him adieu in a most formal manner, in a manner quite unbecoming those familiar suggestions which he thought had been made to him as to a specially desirable event. But he had gone, and as he went he told himself that circumstances might yet occur in the family which might be of use to him. He too had heard the great family news, perhaps through some under satellite of the Foreign Office, and he came with the idea that he would be the first to make it known at Trafford Park. He would have asked for the Marquis, but he knew that the Marquis would not receive him. Lady Kingsbury consented to see him, and he was ushered up to the room to which he had so often made his way without any asking. "I hope you are well, Mr. Greenwood," she said. "Are you still staying in the neighbourhood?" It was, however, well known at Trafford that he was at Shrewsbury. "Yes, Lady Kingsbury, I have not gone from the neighbourhood. I thought that perhaps you might want to see me again." "I don't know that we need trouble you, Mr. Greenwood." "I have come with some news respecting the family." As he said this he managed to assume the old look, and stood as though he had never moved from the place since he had last been in the room. "Do sit down, Mr. Greenwood. What news?" "Mr. George Roden, the clerk in the Post Office." But she was not going to have the tidings repeated to her by him, so as to give him any claim to gratitude for having brought them. "You mean the Duca di Crinola." "Oh!" exclaimed Mr. Greenwood. "I have heard all that, Mr. Greenwood." "That the Post Office clerk is an Italian nobleman?" "It suited the Italian nobleman for a time to be a Post Office clerk. That is what you mean." "And Lady Frances is to be allowed?" "Mr. Greenwood, I must ask you not to discuss Lady Frances here." "Oh, not to discuss her ladyship?" "Surely you must be aware how angry the Marquis has been about it." "Oh!" He had not seated himself, nor divested himself of that inquisitorial appearance which was so distasteful to her. "We used to discuss Lady Frances sometimes, Lady Kingsbury." "I will not discuss her now. Let that be enough, Mr. Greenwood." "Nor yet Lord Hampstead." "Nor yet Lord Hampstead. I think it very wrong of you to come after all that took place. If the Marquis knew it." Oh, if the Marquis knew it! If the Marquis knew all, and if other people knew all! If it were known how often her ladyship had spoken, and how loud, as to the wished for removal to a better world of his lordship's eldest son! But he could not dare to speak it out. And yet it was cruel on him. He had for some days felt her ladyship to be under his thumb, and now it seemed that she had escaped from him. "Oh, very well, Lady Kingsbury. Perhaps I had better go, just for the present." And he went. This served, at least, for corroboration. She did not dare to keep the secret long from her husband, and therefore in the course of the evening went down with her sister's letter in her hand. "What!" said the Marquis, when the story had been read to him. "What! Duca di Crinola?" "There can be no doubt about it, my dear." "And he a clerk in the Post Office?" "He isn't a clerk in the Post Office now." "I don't quite see what he will be then. It appears that he has inherited nothing." "My sister says nothing." "Then what's the good of his title? There is nothing so pernicious in the world as a pauper aristocracy. A clerk in the Post Office is entitled to have a wife, but a poor nobleman should at any rate let his poverty die with himself." This was a view of the case which had not hitherto presented itself to Lady Kingsbury. When she suggested to him that the young nobleman should be asked down to Trafford, he did not seem to see that it was at all necessary. It would be much better that Fanny should come back. The young nobleman would, he supposed, live in his own country, unless indeed the whole tale was a cock and bull story made up by persiflage at the Foreign Office. It was just the sort of thing, he said, that persiflage would do. He had said not a word as to carving an income out of the property for the young noble couple when she left him. End of section 45. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Section 46 of Marion Fay by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Volume 3, Chapter 3. All the World Knows It. The story was in truth all over London and half over England by the time that Lady Frances had returned to Hendon Hall. Though Vivian had made a Foreign Office secret of the affair at Gorse Hall, nevertheless it had been so commonly talked about during the last Sunday there that Hautboy had told it all to poor Walker and to the Walker ladies. "By Jove, fancy," Hautboy had said, "to go at once from a post office clerk to a duke. It's like some of those stories where a man goes to bed as a beggar and gets up as a prince. I wonder whether he likes it." Hampstead had of course discussed the matter very freely with his sister, still expressing an opinion that a man could not do other than take his father's name and his father's title. Lady Frances, having thus become used to the subject, was not surprised to find the following letter from her friend Lady Amaldina when she reached her home. My dearest Fanny, I am indeed delighted to be able to congratulate you on the wonderful and most romantic story which has just been made known to us. I was never one of those who blamed you very much because you had given your affections to a man so much below you in rank. Nevertheless, we all could not but feel that it was a pity that he should be a post office clerk. Now, indeed, you have reason to be proud. I have already read up on the subject, and I find that the Ducas di Crinola are supposed to have the very best blood in Europe. There can be no doubt that one of the family married a Bourbon before they came to the French throne. I could send you all the details, only I do not doubt that you have found it out for yourself already. Another married a second cousin of that Maximilian who married Mary of Burgundy. One of the ladies of the family is supposed to have been the wife of the younger brother of one of the Guises, though it isn't quite certain whether they were ever married. But that little blot, my dear, will hardly affect you now. Taking the name altogether, I don't think there is anything higher in all Europe. Papa says that the Di Crinolas have always been doing something in Italy in the way of politics, or rebellion, or fighting. So it isn't as though they were all washed out and no longer of any account, like some of those we read of in history. Therefore I do think that you must be a very happy girl. I do feel so completely snuffed out, because, after all, the title of Merioneth was only conferred in the time of Charles II. And though there was a Lord Llwddythlw before that, even he was only created by James I. The Powells, no doubt, are a very old Welsh family, and it is supposed that there was some relationship between them and the Tudors. But what is that to be compared to the mediæval honours of the great house of Di Crinola? Papa seems to think that he will not have much fortune. I am one of those who do not think that a large income is at all to be compared to good birth in the way of giving real position in the world. Of course the Duke's estates are supposed to be enormous, and Llwddythlw, even as an eldest son, is a rich man. But as far as I can see, there is nothing but trouble comes from it. If he has anything to do with a provincial town in the way of rents, he is expected to lay the first brick of every church and institute about that place. If anything has to be opened, he has to open it, and he is never allowed to eat his dinner without having to make 2 or 3 speeches before and afterwards. That's what I call a great bore. As far as I can see, you will always be able to have your Duke with you, because he will have no abominable public duties to look after. I suppose something will have to be done as to an income. Llwddythlw seems to think that he ought to get into Parliament. At least that is what he said to papa the other day, for I have not seen him myself for ever so long. He calls in the square every Sunday, just as we have done lunch, and never remains above 2 minutes. Last Sunday we had not heard of this glorious news, but papa did see him one day at the house, and that was what he said. I don't see how he is to get into the house if he is an Italian Duke, and I don't know what he'd get by going there. Papa says that he might be employed in some diplomatic position by his own government. But I should think that the Marquis could do something for him, as he has so much at his own disposition. Every acre of the Merioneth property is settled upon, well, whoever may happen to be the next heir. There will sure to be an income, there always is. Papa says that the young dukes are always as well off, at any rate, as the young ravens. But, as I said before, what does all this signify in comparison with blood? It does make your position, my dear, quite another thing from what we had expected. You would have kept your title, no doubt, but where would he have been? I wonder whether you will be married now before August. I suppose not, because it doesn't seem to be quite certain when that wicked papa of his died. But I do hope that you won't. A day at last has been fixed for us, the 20th of August, when, as I told you before, Lord David is to run away instantly after the ceremony, so as to travel all night and open something the next morning at Aberdeen. I mention it now because you will be by far the most remarkable of all my bevy of 20. Of course your name will have been in the papers before that as the future Italian Duchess. That, I own, will be to me a just cause of pride. I think I have got my bevy all fixed at last, and I do hope that none of them will get married before my day. That has happened so often as to be quite heartbreaking. I shall cry if I find that you are to be married first. Believe me to be your most affectionate friend and cousin, Amaldina. She wrote also to her future husband on the same subject. Dearest Llwddythlw, it was very good of you to come last Sunday, but I wish you hadn't gone away just because the Graysburys were there. They would not have eaten you, though he is a Liberal. I have written to Fanny Trafford to congratulate her, because you know it is after all better than being a mere Post Office clerk. That was terrible. So bad that one hardly knew how to mention her name in society. When people talked about it, I really did feel that I blushed all over. One can mention her name now, because people are not supposed to know that he has got nothing. Nevertheless, it is very dreadful. What on earth are they to live on? I have told her about the young ravens. It was papa who said that when he first heard of this Di Crinola affair. I suppose a girl ought to trust in Providence when she marries a man without a shilling. That was what papa meant. Papa says that you said that he ought to go into Parliament. But what would he get by that? Perhaps as he is in the Post Office they might make him Postmaster General. Only papa says that if he were to go into Parliament, then he could not call himself Duca di Crinola. Altogether it seems to be very sad, though not quite so sad as before. It is true that one of the Di Crinolas married a Bourbon, and that others of them have married ever so many royalties. I think there ought to be a law for giving such people something to live upon out of the taxes. How are they to be expected to live upon nothing? I asked papa whether he couldn't get it done, but he said it would be a money bill, and that you ought to take it up. Pray don't, for fear it should take you all August. I know you wouldn't have a scruple about putting off your own little affair, if anything of that kind were to come in the way. I believe you'd like it. Do stop a little longer when you come on Sunday. I have ever so many things to say to you, and if you can think of anything to be done for those poor Di Crinolas, anything that won't take up all August, pray do it. Your own Amy. One more letter shall be given, the answer, namely, to the above, from the lover to his future bride. Dear Amy, I'll be at the Square on Sunday by 3. I will walk out if you like, but it is always raining. I have to meet 5 or 6 Conservative members later on in the afternoon as to the best thing to be done as to Mr. Green's bill for lighting London by electricity. It would suit everybody, but some of our party, I am afraid, would go with them, and the Government is very shilly-shally. I have been going into the figures, and it has taken me all the week. Otherwise I would have been to see you. This Di Crinola affair is quite a romance. I did not mean that he ought to go into the House by way of getting an income. If he takes up the title, of course he could not do so. If he takes it, he must regard himself as an Italian. I should think him quite as respectable, earning his bread as a clerk in a public office. They tell me he's a high-spirited fellow. If he is, that is what he will do. Yours affectionately, Llwddythlw. When Lord Persiflage spoke of the matter to Baron d'Ossi, the Italian minister in London, the Baron quite acknowledged the position of the young Duca, and seemed to think that very little could be wanting to the making of the young man's fortune. "Ah, yes, your Excellency," said the Baron, "he has no great estates. Here in England you all have great estates. It is very nice to have great estates. But he has an uncle who is a great man in Rome, and he will have a wife whose uncle is a very great man in London. What more should he want?" Then the Baron bowed to the Minister of State, and the Minister of State bowed to the Baron. But the surprise expressed and the consternation felt at the Post Office almost exceeded the feelings excited at the Foreign Office, or among Lady Fanny's family and friends. Dukes and ministers, barons and princes, are terms familiar to the frequenters of the Foreign Office. Ambassadors, secretaries, and diplomatic noblemen generally are necessarily common in the mouths of all the officials. But at the Post Office such titles still carried with them something of awe. The very fact that a man whom they had seen should be a duke was tremendous to the minds of Bobbin and Geraghty, and when it became known to them that a fellow workman in their own room, one who had in truth been no more than themselves, would henceforth be called by so august a title, it was as though the heavens and the earth were coming together. It affected Crocker in such a way that there was for a time a doubt whether his senses were not temporarily leaving him, so that confinement would become necessary. Of course the matter had found its way into the newspapers. It became known at the office on the last day of February, 2 days before the return of the Rodens to London. "Have you heard it, Mr. Jerningham?" said Crocker, rushing into the room that morning. He was only 10 minutes after the proper time, having put himself to the expense of a cab in his impetuous desire to be the first to convey the great news to his fellow clerks. But he had been forestalled in his own room by the energy of Geraghty. The condition of mind created in Mr. Jerningham's bosom by the story told by Geraghty was of such a nature that he was unable to notice Crocker's sin in reference to the 10 minutes. "Duca di Crinola!" shouted Geraghty in his broadest brogue, as Crocker came in, determined not to be done out of the honour fairly achieved by him. "By Jove, yes, a duke," said Crocker. "A duke! My own especial friend. Hampstead will be nowhere, nowhere, nowhere. Duca di Crinola! Isn't it beautiful? By George, I can't believe it. Can you, Mr. Jerningham?" "I don't know what to believe," said Mr. Jerningham. "Only he was always a most steady, well behaved young man, and the Post Office will have a great loss of him." "I suppose the Duke won't come and see us ever," said Bobbin. "I should like to shake hands with him once again." "Shake hands with him!" said Crocker. "I'm sure he won't drop out like that. My own peculiar friend! I don't think I ever was so fond of anybody as George the Duca di Crinola, of course I mean. By George, haven't I sat at the same table with him for the last 2 years? Why, it was only a night or two before he started on this remarkable tour that I spent an evening with him in private society at Holloway." Then he got up and walked about the room impetuously, clapping his hands, altogether carried away by the warmth of his feelings. "I think you might as well sit down to your desk, Mr. Crocker," said Mr. Jerningham. "Oh, come, bother, Mr. Jerningham." "I will not be spoken to in that way, Mr. Crocker." "Upon my word, I didn't mean anything, sir. But when one has heard such news as this, how is it possible that one should compose oneself? It's a sort of thing that never happened before, that one's own particular friend should turn out to be the Duca di Crinola. Did anybody ever read anything like it in a novel? Wouldn't it act well? Can't I see the first meeting between myself and the Duke at the Haymarket? Duke, I should say, Duke, I congratulate you on having come to your august family title, to which no one living could do so much honour as yourself. Bancroft would do me to the life, and the piece should be called The Duke's Friend. I suppose we shall call him Duke here in England, and Duca if we happen to be in Italy together, Mr. Jerningham?" "You had better sit down, Mr. Crocker, and try to do your work." "I can't. 'Pon my word, I can't. The emotion is too much for me. I couldn't do it if Æolus were here himself. By the way, I wonder whether Sir Boreas has heard the news." Then he rushed off and absolutely made his way into the room of the great potentate. "Yes, Mr. Crocker," said Sir Boreas, "I have heard it. I read the newspapers, no doubt, as well as you do." "But it's true, Sir Boreas?" "I heard it spoken of 2 or 3 days ago, Mr. Crocker, and I believe it to be true." "He was my friend, Sir Boreas, my particular friend. Isn't it a wonderful thing that one's particular friend should turn out to be Duca di Crinola? And he didn't know a word of it himself. I feel quite sure that he didn't know a word of it." "I really can't say, Mr. Crocker; but as you have now expressed your wonder, perhaps you had better go back to your room and do your work." "He pretends he knew it 3 days ago," said Crocker, as he returned to his room. "I don't believe a word of it. He'd have written to me had it been known so long ago as that. I suppose he had too many things to think of, or he would have written to me." "Go easy, Crocker," said Geraghty. "What do you mean by that? It's just the thing he would have done." "I don't believe he ever wrote to you in his life," said Bobbin. "You don't know anything about it. We were here together 2 years before you came into the office. Mr. Jerningham knows that we were always friends. Good heavens! Duca di Crinola! I tell you what it is, Mr. Jerningham. If it were ever so, I couldn't do anything to day. You must let me go. There are mutual friends of ours to whom it is quite essential that I should talk it over." Then he took his hat and marched off to Holloway. and would have told the news to Miss Clara Demijohn had he succeeded in finding that young lady at home. Clara was at that moment discussing with Mrs. Duffer the wonderful fact that Mr. Walker and not Lord Hampstead had been kicked and trodden to pieces at Gimberley Green. But even Æolus, great as he was, expressed himself with some surprise that afternoon to Mr. Jerningham as to the singular fortune which had befallen George Roden. "I believe it to be quite true, Mr. Jerningham. These wonderful things do happen sometimes." "He won't stay with us, Sir Boreas, I suppose?" "Not if he is Duca di Crinola. I don't think we could get on with a real duke. I don't know how it will turn out. If he chooses to remain an Englishman, he can't take the title. If he chooses to take the title, he must be an Italian. Then he'll have nothing to live on. My belief is we shan't see him any more. I wish it had been Crocker with all my heart." End of Section 46. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Section 47 of Marion Fay by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Volume 3, Chapter 4. It Shall Be Done. Lord Hampstead has been left standing for a long time in Marion Fay's sitting room after the perpetration of his great offence. And Mrs. Roden has been standing there also, having come to the house almost immediately after her return home from her Italian journey. Hampstead, of course, knew most of the details of the Di Crinola romance, but Marion had as yet heard nothing of it. There had been so much for him to say to her during the interview which had been so wretchedly interrupted by his violence, that he had found no time to mention to her the name either of Roden or of Di Crinola. "You have done that which makes me ashamed of myself." These had been Marion's last words as Mrs. Roden entered the room. "I didn't know Lord Hampstead was here," said Mrs. Roden. "Oh, Mrs. Roden, I'm so glad you are come!" exclaimed Marion. This, of course, was taken by the lady as a kindly expression of joy that she should have returned from her journey, whereas to Hampstead it conveyed an idea that Marion was congratulating herself that protection had come to her from further violence on his part. Poor Marion herself hardly knew her own meaning, hardly had any. She could not even tell herself that she was angry with her lover. It was probable that the very ecstasy of his love added fuel to hers. If a lover so placed as were this lover, a lover who had come to her asking her to be his wife, and who had been received with the warmest assurance of her own affection for him, if he were not justified in taking her in his arms and kissing her, when might a lover do so? The ways of the world were known to her well enough to make her feel that it was so, even in that moment of her perturbation. Angry with him? How could she be angry with him? He had asked her, and she had declared to him that she was not angry. Nevertheless, she had been quite in earnest when she had said that now, after the thing that he had done, he must never, never come to her again. She was not angry with him, but with herself she was angry. At the moment when she was in his arms, she bethought herself how impossible had been the conditions she had imposed upon him. That he should be assured of her love, and yet not allowed to approach her as a lover. That he should be allowed to come there in order that she might be delighted in looking at him, in hearing his voice, in knowing and feeling that she was dear to him, but that he should be kept at arm's length because she had determined that she should not become his wife. That they should love each other dearly, but each with a different idea of love. It was her fault that he should be there in her presence at all. She had told herself that it was her duty to sacrifice herself, but she had only half carried out her duty. Should she not have kept her love to herself, so that he might have left her as he certainly would have done had she behaved to him coldly, and as her duty had required of her? She had longed for some sweetness which would be sweet to her, though only a vain encouragement to him. She had painted for her own eyes a foolish picture, had dreamed a silly dream. She had fancied that for the little of life that was left to her she might have been allowed the delight of loving, and had been vain enough to think that her lover might be true to her and yet not suffer himself. Her sacrifice had been altogether imperfect. With herself she was angry, not with him. Angry with him whose very footfall was music to her ears? Angry with him whose smile to her was as a light specially sent from heaven for her behoof? Angry with him, the very energy of whose passion thrilled her with a sense of intoxicating joy? Angry with him because she had been enabled for once, only for once, to feel the glory of her life, to be encircled in the warmth of his arms, to become conscious of the majesty of his strength. No, she was not angry, but he must be made to understand, he must be taught to acknowledge that he must never, never come to her again. The mind can conceive a joy so exquisite that for the enjoyment of it, though it may last but for a moment, the tranquillity, even the happiness, of years may be given in exchange. It must be so with her. It had been her own doing, and if the exchange were a bad one she must put up with the bargain. He must never come again. Then Mrs. Roden had entered the room, and she was forced to utter whatever word of welcome might first come to her tongue. "Yes," said Hampstead, trying to smile as though nothing had happened which called for special seriousness of manner. "I am here, and hope to be here often and often, till I shall have succeeded in taking our Marion to another home." "No," said Marion faintly, uttering her little protest ever so gently. "You are very constant, my lord," said Mrs. Roden. "I suppose a man is constant to what he really loves best. But what a history you have brought back with you, Mrs. Roden! I do not know whether I am to call you Mrs. Roden." "Certainly, my lord, you are to call me so." "What does it mean?" asked Marion. "You have not heard," he said. "I have not been here time enough to tell her all this, Mrs. Roden." "You know it then, Lord Hampstead?" "Yes, I know it, though Roden has not condescended to write me a line. What are we to call him?" To this Mrs. Roden made no answer on the spur of the moment. "Of course he has written to Fanny, and all the world knows it. It seems to have reached the Foreign Office first, and to have been sent down from thence to my people at Trafford. I suppose there isn't a club in London at which it has not been repeated 100 times that George Roden is not George Roden." "Not George Roden?" asked Marion. "No, dearest. You will show yourself terribly ignorant if you call him so." "What is he then, my lord?" "Marion." "I beg your pardon. I will not do it again this time. But what is he?" "He is the Duca di Crinola." "Duke?" said Marion. "That's what he is, Marion." "Have they made him that over there?" "Somebody made one of his ancestors that ever so many hundred years ago, when the Traffords were, well, I don't know what the Traffords were doing then, fighting somewhere, I suppose, for whatever they could get. He means to take the title, I suppose." "He says not, my lord." "He should do so." "I think so too, Lord Hampstead. He is obstinate, you know. But perhaps he may consent to listen to some friend here. You will tell him?" He had better ask others better able than I am to explain all the ins and outs of his position. He had better go to the Foreign Office and see my uncle. Where is he now?" "He has gone to the Post Office. We reached home about noon, and he went at once. It was late yesterday when we reached Folkestone, and he let me stay there for the night." "Has he always signed the old name?" asked Hampstead. "Oh yes. I think he will not give it up." "Nor his office?" "Nor his office. As he says himself, what else will he have to live on?" "My father might do something." Mrs. Roden shook her head. "My sister will have money, though it may probably be insufficient to furnish such an income as they will want." "He would never live in idleness upon her money, my lord. Indeed, I think I may say that he has quite resolved to drop the title as idle lumber. You perhaps know that he is not easily persuaded." "The most obstinate fellow I ever knew in my life," said Hampstead, laughing. "And he has talked my sister over to his views." Then he turned suddenly round to Marion, and asked her a question. "Shall I go now, dearest?" he said. She had already told him to go and never to return to her. But the question was put to her in such a manner that, were she simply to assent to his going, she would by doing so assent also to his returning. For the sake of her duty to him, in order that she might carry out that self-sacrifice in the performance of which she would now be so resolute, it was necessary that he should in truth be made to understand that he was not to come back to her. But how was this to be done while Mrs. Roden was present with them? Had he not been there, then she could have asked her friend to help her in her great resolution. But before the two she could say nothing of that which it was in her heart to say to both of them. "If it pleases you, my lord," she said. "I will not be my lord. Here is Roden, who is a real duke, and whose ancestors have been dukes since long before Noah, and he is allowed to be called just what he pleases, and I am to have no voice in it with my own particular and dearest friends. Nevertheless, I will go, and if I don't come to day or the day after, I will write you the prettiest little love letter I can invent." "Don't," she said, oh, so weakly, so vainly, in a manner so utterly void of that intense meaning which she was anxious to throw into her words. She was conscious of her own weakness, and acknowledged to herself that there must be another interview, or at any rate a letter written on each side, before he could be made to understand her own purpose. If it must be done by a letter, how great would be the struggle to her in explaining herself! But perhaps even that might be easier than the task of telling him all that she would have to tell, while he was standing by, impetuous, impatient, perhaps almost violent, assuring her of his love, and attempting to retain her by the pressure of his hand. "But I shall," he said, as he held her now for a moment. "I am not quite sure whether I may not have to go to Trafford, and if so, there shall be the love letter. I feel conscious, Mrs. Roden, of being incapable of writing a proper love letter. Dearest Marion, I am yours, and you are mine. Always believe me, ever thine. I don't know how to go beyond that. When a man is married and can write about the children or the leg of mutton, or what's to be done with his hunters, then I dare say it becomes easy. Good bye, dearest. Good bye, Mrs. Roden. I wish I could keep on calling you Duchess in revenge for all the my lordings." Then he left them. There was a feeling in the mind of both of them that he had conducted himself just as a man would do who was in a high good humour at having been permanently accepted by the girl to whom he had offered his hand. Marion Fay knew that it was not so, knew that it never could be so. Mrs. Roden knew that it had not been so when she had left home, now nearly 2 months since, and knew also that Marion had pledged herself that it should not be so. The young lord then had been too strong with his love. A feeling of regret came over her as she remembered that the reasons against such a marriage were still as strong as ever. But yet how natural that it should be so! Was it possible that such a lover as Lord Hampstead should not succeed in his love if he were constant to it himself? Sorrow must come of it, perhaps a tragedy so bitter that she could hardly bring herself to think of it. And Marion had been so firm in her resolve that it should not be so. But yet it was natural, and she could not bring herself to express to the girl either anger or disappointment. "Is it to be?" she said, putting on her sweetest smile. "No," said Marion, standing up suddenly, by no means smiling as she spoke. "It is not to be. Why do you look at me like that, Mrs. Roden? Did I not tell you before you went that it should never be so?" "But he treats you as though he were engaged to you." "How can I help it? What can I do to prevent it? When I bid him go, he still comes back again. And when I tell him that I can never be his wife, he will not believe me. He knows that I love him." "You have told him that?" "Told him? He wanted no telling. Of course he knew it. Love him! Oh, Mrs. Roden, if I could die for him and so have done with it! And yet I would not wish to leave my dear father. What am I to do, Mrs. Roden?" "But it seemed to me just now that you were so happy with him." "I am never happy with him, but yet I am as though I were in heaven." "Marion!" "I am never happy. I know that it cannot be, that it will not be, as he would have it. I know that I am letting him waste his sweetness all in vain. There should be some one else, oh, so different from me. There should be one like himself, beautiful, strong in health, with hot eager blood in her veins, with a grand name, with grand eyes, and a broad brow and a noble figure, one who in taking his name will give him as much as she takes, one above all who will not pine and fade before his eyes, and trouble him during her short life with sickness and doctors and all the fading hopes of a hopeless invalid. And yet I let him come, and I have told him how dearly I love him. He comes and he sees it in my eyes. And then it is so glorious to be loved as he loves. Oh, Mrs. Roden, he kissed me." That to Mrs. Roden did not seem to be extraordinary, but not knowing what to say to it at the moment, she also kissed the girl. "Then I told him that he must go, and never come back to me again." "Were you angry with him?" "Angry with him? With myself I was angry. I had given him the right to do it. How could I be angry with him? And what does it matter, except for his sake? If he could only understand! If he would only know that I am in earnest when I speak to him! But I am weak in everything except one thing. He will never make me say that I will be his wife." "My Marion, dear Marion!" "But father wishes it." "Wishes you to become his wife?" "He wishes it. Why should I not be like any other girl, he says. How can I tell him? How can I say that I am not like to other girls because of my darling, my own dearest mother? And yet he does not know it. He does not see it, though he has seen so much. He will not see it till I am there on my bed, unable to come to him when he wants me. There is nothing now to show him or me that you may not live to be as old as he is." "I shall not live to be old. You know that I shall not live to be more than young. Have any of them lived? For my father, for my dear father,
He must find it out for himself. I have sometimes thought that even yet I might last his time, that I might be with him to the end. It might be so, only that all this tortures me. Shall I tell him? Shall I tell Lord Hampstead? He must at any rate be told. He is not bound to me as my father is. For him there need be no great sorrow."
At this Mrs. Roden shook her head.
"Must it be so? If he is banished from your presence he will not bear it lightly." "Will a young man love me like that? A young man who has so much in the world to occupy him? He has his ship, and his hounds, and his friends, and his great wealth. It is only girls, I think, who love like that. He must bear his sorrow as others do. But it shall be made as light as I can make it, shall it not? I should have done this before. I should have done it sooner. Had he been made to go away at once, then he would not have suffered. Why would he not go when I told him? Why would he not believe me when I spoke to him? I should have heard all his words and never have answered him, even with a smile. I should not have trembled when he told me that I was there at his hearth as a friend. But who thought then, Mrs. Roden, that this young nobleman would have really cared for the Quaker girl? I saw it, Marion. Could you see just by looking at him that he was so different from others? Are his truth and his loving heart and his high honour and his pure honesty all written in his eyes to you as they are to me? But, Mrs. Roden, there shall be an end of it. Though it may kill me, though it may for a little time half break his heart, it shall be done. Oh, that his dear heart should be half broken for me! I will think of it, Mrs. Roden, to night. If writing may do it, perhaps I may write. Or perhaps I may say a word that he will at least understand. If not, you shall tell him. But, Mrs. Roden, it shall be done."
End of Section 47. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Section 48 of Marion Fay by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Volume 3, Chapter 5. Marion will certainly have her way. On the day but one following there came a letter to Marion from Hampstead, the love letter which he had promised her. Dear Marion, it is as I supposed. This affair about Roden has stirred them up down at Trafford amazingly. My father wants me to go to him. You know all about my sister. I suppose she will have her way now. I think the girls always do have their way. She will be left alone, and I have told her to go and see you as soon as I have gone. You should tell her that she ought to make him call himself by his father's proper name. In my case, dearest, it is not the girl that is to have her own way. It is the young man that is to do just as he pleases. My girl, my own one, my love, my treasure, think of it all, and ask yourself whether it is in your heart to refuse to bid me be happy. Were it not for all that you have said yourself, I should not be vain enough to be happy at this moment as I am. But you have told me that you love me. Ask your father, and he will tell you that, as it is so, it is your duty to promise to be my wife. I may be away for a day or two, perhaps for a week. Write to me at Trafford, Trafford Park, Shrewsbury, and say that it shall be so. I sometimes think that you do not understand how absolutely my heart is set upon you, so that no pleasures are pleasant to me, no employments useful, except in so far as I can make them so by thinking of your love. Dearest, dearest Marion, your own Hampstead. Remember, there must not be a word about a lord inside the envelope. It is very bad to me when it comes from Mrs. Roden, or from a friend such as she is. But it simply excruciates me from you. It seems to imply that you are determined to regard me as a stranger." She read the letter a dozen times, pressing it to her lips and to her bosom. She might do that at least. He would never know how she treated this only letter that she ever had received from him, the only letter that she would receive. These caresses were only such as those which came from her heart to relieve her solitude. It might be absurd in her to think of the words he had spoken, and to kiss the lines which he had written. Were she now on her deathbed, that would be permitted to her. Wherever she might lay her head till the last day should come, that letter should always be within her reach. My girl, my own one, my love, my treasure! How long would it last with him? Was it not her duty to hope that the words were silly words, written as young men do write, having no eagerness of purpose, just playing with the toy of the moment? Could it be that she should wish them to be true, knowing as she did that his girl, his love, his treasure, as he called her, could never be given up to him? And yet she did believe them to be true, knew them to be true, and took an exceeding joy in the assurance. It was as though the beauty and excellence of their truth atoned to her for all else that was troublous to her in the condition of her life. She had not lived in vain. Her life now could never be a vain and empty space of time, as it had been consecrated and ennobled and blessed by such a love as this. And yet she must make the suffering to him as light as possible. Though there might be an ecstasy of joy to her in knowing that she was loved, there could be nothing akin to that in him. He wanted his treasure, and she could only tell him that he might never have it. Think of it all, and ask yourself whether it is in your heart to refuse to bid me be happy. It was in her heart to do it. Though it might break her heart, she would do it. It was the one thing to do which was her paramount duty. "You have told me that you love me." Truly she had told him so, and certainly she would never recall her words. If he ever thought of her in future years, when she should long have been at her rest, and she thought that now and again he would think of her, even when that noble bride should be sitting at his table, he should always remember that she had given him her whole heart. He had bade her write to him at Trafford. She would obey him at once in that, but she would tell him that she could not obey him in aught else. "Tell me that it shall be so," he had said to her, with his sweet, imperious, manly words. There had been something of command about him always, which had helped to make him so perfect in her eyes. "You do not understand," he said, "how absolutely my heart is set upon you." Did he understand, she wondered, how absolutely her heart had been set upon him? "No pleasures are pleasant to me, no employment useful, unless I can make them so by thinking of your love." It was right that he, as a man, and such a man, should have pleasures and employments, and it was sweet to her to be told that they could be gilded by the remembrance of her smiles. But for her, from the moment in which she had known him, there could be no pleasure but to think of him, no serious employment but to resolve how best she might do her duty to him. It was not till the next morning that she took up her pen to begin her all-important letter. Though her resolution had been so firmly made, yet there had been much need for thinking before she could sit down to form the sentences. For a while she had told herself that it would be well first to consult her father. But before her father had returned to her, she had remembered that nothing which he could say would induce her in the least to alter her purpose. His wishes had been made known to her, but he had failed altogether to understand the nature of the duty she had imposed upon herself. Thus she let that day pass by, although she knew that the writing of the letter would be an affair of much time to her. She could not take her sheet of paper and scribble off warm words of love as he had done. To ask or to give, in a matter of love, must surely, she thought, be easy enough. But to have given and then to refuse, that was the difficulty. There was so much to say of moment both to herself and to him, or rather so much to signify, that it was not at one sitting, or with a single copy, that this letter could be written. He must be assured, no doubt, of her love, but he must be made to understand, quite to understand, that her love could be of no avail to him. And how was she to obey him as to her mode of addressing him? "It simply excruciates me from you," he had said, thus debarring her from that only appellation which would certainly be the easiest, and which seemed to her the only one becoming. At last the letter, when written, ran as follows:
How I am to begin my letter I do not know, as you have forbidden me to use the only words which would come naturally. But I love you too well to displease you in so small a matter. My poor letter must therefore go to you without any such beginning as is usual. Indeed, I love you with all my heart. I told you that before, and I will not shame myself by saying that it was untrue. But I told you also before that I could not be your wife. Dearest love, I can only say again what I said before. Dearly as I love you, I cannot become your wife. You bid me to think of it all, and to ask myself whether it is in my heart to refuse to bid you to be happy. It is not in my heart to let you do that which certainly would make you unhappy. There are two reasons for this. Of the first, though it is quite sufficient, I know that you will make nothing. When I tell you that you ought not to choose such a one as me for your wife, because my manners of life have not fitted me for such a position, then you sometimes laugh at me, and sometimes are half angry with that fine way you have of commanding those that are about you. But not the less am I sure that I am right. I do believe that of all human beings, poor Marion Fay is the dearest to you. When you tell me of your love and your treasure, I do not for a moment doubt that it is all true. And were I to be your wife, your honour and your honesty would force you to be good to me. But when you found that I was not as are other grand ladies, then I think you would be disappointed. I should know it by every line of your dear face, and when I saw it there I should be broken-hearted. But this is not all. If there were nothing further, I think I should give way, because I am only a weak girl, and your words, my own love, would get the better of me. But there is another thing. It is hard for me to tell, and why should you be troubled with it? But I think if I tell it you out and out, so as to make you understand the truth, then you will be convinced. Mrs. Roden could tell you the same. My dear, dear father could tell you also, only that he will not allow himself to believe, because of his love for the only child that remains to him. My mother died, and all of my brothers and sisters have died, and I also shall die young. Is not that enough? I know that it will be enough. Knowing that it will be enough, may I not speak out to you and tell you all my heart? Will you not let me do so, as though it had been understood between us that though we can never be more to each other than we are, yet we may be allowed to love each other? Oh, my dearest, my only dearest, just for this once I have found the words in which I may address you. I cannot comfort you as I can myself, because you are a man and cannot find comfort in sadness and disappointment as a girl may do. A man thinks that he should win for himself all that he wants. For a girl, I think it is sufficient for her to feel that, as far as she herself is concerned, that would have been given to her which she most desires, had not fortune been unkind. You, dearest, cannot have what you want, because you have come to poor Marion Fay with all the glory and sweetness of your love. You must suffer for a while. I, who would so willingly give my life to serve you, must tell you that it will be so. But as you are a man, pluck up your heart, and tell yourself that it shall only be for a time. The shorter the better, and the stronger you will show yourself in overcoming the evil that oppresses you. And remember this, should Marion Fay live to know that you had brought a bride home to your house, as it will be your duty to do, it will be a comfort to her to feel that the evil she had done has been cured. Marion. I cannot tell you how proud I should be to see your sister if she will condescend to come and see me. Or would it not be better that I should go over to Hendon Hall? I could manage it without trouble. Do not you write about it, but ask her to send me one word.
Such was the letter when it was at last finished and dispatched. As soon as it was gone, dropped irrevocably by her own hand into the pillar letter box which stood at the corner opposite to the public house, she told her father what she had done. "And why?" he said crossly. "I do not understand thee. Thou art flighty and fickle, and knowest not thy own mind."
Yes, father, I have known my own mind always in this matter. It was not fitting.
If he thinks it fitting, why shouldst thou object?
I am not fit, father, to be the wife of a great nobleman, nor can I trust my own health.
This she said with a courage and firmness which seemed to silence him, looking at him as though by her looks she forbade him to urge the matter further. Then she put her arms round him and kissed him.
Will it not be better, father, that you and I shall remain together till the last?
Nothing can be better for me that will not also be best for thee.
For me it will be best. Father, let it be so, and let this young man be no more thought of between us.
In that she asked more than could be granted to her, but for some days Lord Hampstead's name was not mentioned between them. 2 days afterwards Lady Frances came to her.
"Let me look at you," said Marion, when the other girl had taken her in her arms and kissed her. "I like to look at you to see whether you are like him. To my eyes he is so beautiful." "More so than I am." "You are a lady, and he is a man. But you are like him, and very beautiful. You too have a lover living close to us." "Well, yes; I suppose I must own it." "Why should you not own it? It is good to be loved and to love. And he has become a great nobleman, like your brother." "No, Marion, he is not that. May I call you Marion?" "Why not? He called me Marion almost at once." "Did he so?" "Just as though it were a thing of course. But I noticed it. It was not when he bade me poke the fire, but the next time. Did he tell you about the fire?" "No, indeed." "A man does not tell of such things, I think. But a girl remembers them. It is so good of you to come. You know, do you not?" "Know what?" "That I and your brother have settled everything at last."
The smile of pleasant good humour passed away from the face of Lady Frances, but at the moment she made no reply.
"It is well that you should know. He knows now, I am sure. After what I said in my letter, he will not contradict me again."
Lady Frances shook her head.
"I have told him that while I live, he of all the world must be dearest to me. But that will be all." "Why should you not live?" Lady Frances." "Nay, call me Fanny." "You shall be Fanny, if you will let me tell you. Oh, I do so wish that you would understand it all, and make me tell you nothing further. But you must know. You must know that it cannot be as your brother has wished. If it were only less known, if he would consent and you would consent, then I think that I could be happy. What is it, after all, the few years that we may have to live here? Shall we not meet again, and shall we not love each other then?" "I hope so." "If you can really hope it, then why should we not be happy? But how could I hope it if, with my eyes open, I were to bring a great misfortune upon him? If I did him an evil here, could I hope that he would love me in heaven, when he would know all the secrets of my heart? But if he shall say to himself that I denied myself for his sake, that I refused to be taken into his arms because it would be bad for him, then, though there may be some one dearer, then shall not I also be dear to him?" The other girl could only cling to her and embrace her. "When he shall have strong boys round his hearth, the hearth he spoke of as though it were almost mine, and little girls with pink cheeks and bonny brows, and shall know, as he will then, what I might have done for him, will he not pray for me, and tell me in his prayers that, when we shall meet hereafter, I shall still be dear to him? And when she knows it all, she who shall lie on his breast, shall I not be dear also to her? Oh, my sister! He will tell her. I think he will tell her, because of his truth, his honour, and his manliness." Lady Frances, before she left the house, had been made to understand that her brother could not have his way in the matter which was so near to his heart, and that the Quaker's daughter would certainly have hers. End of Section 48. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Section 49 of Marion Fay by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Volume 3, Chapter 6. But he is. George Roden had come to a decision as to his title, and had told every one concerned that he meant to be as he always had been, George Roden, a clerk in the Post Office. When spoken to on this side and the other as to the propriety, or rather impropriety, of his decision, he had smiled for the most part, and had said but little, but had been very confident in himself. To none of the arguments used against him would he yield in the least. As to his mother's name, he said, no one had doubted, and no one would doubt it for a moment. His mother's name had been settled by herself, and she had borne it for a quarter of a century. She had not herself thought of changing it. For her to blaze out into the world as a duchess, it would be contrary to her feelings, to her taste, and to her comfort. She would have no means of maintaining the title, and would be reduced to the necessity of still living in Paradise Row with the simple addition of an absurd nickname. As to that, no question had been raised. It was only for him that she required the new appellation. As for herself, the whole thing had been settled at once by her own good judgment. As for himself, he said, the arguments were still stronger against the absurd use of the grand title. It was imperative on him to earn his bread, and his only means of doing so was by doing his work as a clerk in the Post Office. Everybody admitted that it would not be becoming that a duke should be a clerk in the Post Office. It would be so unbecoming, he declared, that he doubted whether any man could be found brave enough to go through the world with such a fool's cap on his head. At any rate, he had no such courage. Moreover, no Englishman, as he had been told, could at his own will and pleasure call himself by a foreign title. It was his pleasure to be an Englishman. He had always been an Englishman. As an inhabitant of Holloway, he had voted for 2 Radical members for the borough of Islington. He would not stultify his own proceedings, and declare that everything which he had done was wrong. It was thus that he argued the matter, and, as it seemed, no one could take upon himself to prove that he was an Italian, or to prove that he was a duke. But though he seemed to be, if not logical, at any rate rational, the world generally did not agree with him. Wherever he was encountered there seemed to be an opinion that he ought to assume whatever name and whatever rights belonged to his father. Even at the Post Office the world was against him. "I don't quite know why you couldn't do it," said Sir Boreas, when Roden put it to him whether it would be practicable that a young man calling himself Duca di Crinola should take his place as a clerk in Mr. Jerningham's room. It may be remembered that Sir Boreas had himself expressed some difficulty in the matter. He had told Mr. Jerningham that he did not think that they could get on very well with a real duke among them. It was thus that the matter had at first struck him. But he was a brave man, and when he came to look at it all round, he did not see that there would be any impossibility. It would be a 9 days' wonder, no doubt, but the man would be there just the same, the Post Office clerk inside the duke. The work would be done, and after a little time even he would become used to having a duke among his subordinates. As to whether the duke were a foreigner or an Englishman, that, he declared, would not matter in the least, as far as the Post Office was concerned. "I really don't see why you shouldn't try it," said Sir Boreas. "The absurdity would be so great that it would crush me, sir. I shouldn't be worth my salt," said Roden. "That's a kind of thing that wears itself out very quickly. You would feel odd at first, and so would the other men and the messengers. I should feel a little odd when I asked some one to send the Duca di Crinola to me, for we are not in the habit of sending for dukes. But there is nothing that you can't get used to. If your father had been a prince, I don't think I should break down under it after the first month." "What good would it do me, Sir Boreas?" "I think it would do you good. It is difficult to explain the good, particularly to a man who is so violently opposed as you to all ideas of rank. But—" "You mean that I should get promoted quicker because of my title?" "I think it probable that the Civil Service generally would find itself able to do something more for a good officer with a high name than for a good officer without one." "Then, Sir Boreas, the Civil Service ought to be ashamed of itself." "Perhaps so; but such would be the fact. Somebody would interfere to prevent the anomaly of the Duca di Crinola sitting at the same table with Mr. Crocker. I will not dispute it with you, whether it ought to be so; but if it be probable, there is no reason why you should not take advantage of your good fortune, if you have capacity and courage enough to act up to it. Of course, what we all want in life is success. If a chance comes in your way, I don't see why you should fling it away." This was the wisdom of Sir Boreas, but Roden would not take advantage of it. He thanked the great man for his kindness and sympathy, but declined to reconsider his decision. In the outer office, in the room, for instance, in which Mr. Jerningham sat with Crocker and Bobbin and Geraghty, the feeling was very much stronger in favour of the title, and it was expressed in stronger language. Crocker could not contain himself when he heard that there was a doubt upon the subject. On Roden's first arrival at the office, Crocker almost flung himself into his friend's arms with just a single exclamation. "Duca, Duca, Duca," he had said, and had then fallen back into his own seat, overcome by his emotions.
Roden had passed this by without remark. It was very distasteful to him, and disgusting. He would fain have been able to sit down at his own desk and go on with his own work, without any special notice of the occasion other than the ordinary greeting occasioned by his return. It was distressing to him that anything should have been known about his father and his father's title. But that it should be known was natural. The world had heard of it. The world had put it into the newspapers, and the world had talked about it. Of course Mr. Jerningham also would talk of it, and the two younger clerks, and Crocker. Crocker would of course talk of it louder than any one else. That was to be expected. A certain amount of misconduct was to be expected from Crocker, and must be forgiven. Therefore he passed over the ecstatic and almost hysterical repetition of the title which his father had borne, hoping that Crocker might be overcome by the effort and be tranquil. But Crocker was not so easily overcome. He did sit for a moment or two on his seat with his mouth open, but he was only preparing himself for his great demonstration. "We are very glad to see you again, sir," said Mr. Jerningham, not at first quite knowing how it would become him to address his fellow clerk. "Thank you, Mr. Jerningham. I have got back again safe." "I am sure we are all delighted to hear what we have heard," said Mr. Jerningham cautiously. "By George, yes," said Bobbin. "I suppose it's true, isn't it? Such a beautiful name!" "There are so many things are true, and so many are false, that I don't quite know how to answer you," said Roden. "But you are?" asked Geraghty. And then he stopped, not quite daring to trust himself with the grand title. "No, that's just what I'm not," replied the other. "But he is!" shouted Crocker, jumping from his seat. "He is! He is! It's quite true. He is Duca di Crinola. Of course we'll call him so, Mr. Jerningham, eh?" "I'm sure I don't know," said Mr. Jerningham, with great caution. "You'll allow me to know my own name," said Roden. "No, no," continued Crocker. "It's all very well for your modesty, but it's a kind of thing which your friends can't stand. We are quite sure that you're the Duca." There was something in the Italian title which was peculiarly soothing to Crocker's ears. "A man has to be called by what he is, not by what he chooses. If the Duke of Middlesex called himself Mr. Smith, he'd be Duke all the same, wouldn't he, Mr. Jerningham? All the world would call him Duke. So it must be with you. I wouldn't call your Grace Mr. Blank. You know what I mean. But I won't pronounce it ever again, not for ever so much." Roden's brow became very black as he found himself subjected to the effects of the man's folly. "I call upon the whole office," continued Crocker, "for the sake of its own honour, to give our dear and highly esteemed friend his proper name on all occasions. Here's to the health of the Duca di Crinola." Just at that moment Crocker's lunch had been brought in, consisting of bread and cheese and a pint of stout. The pewter pot was put to his mouth, and the toast was drank to the honour and glory of the drinker's noble friend, with no feeling of intended ridicule. It was a grand thing to Crocker to have been brought into contact with a man possessed of so noble a title. In his heart of hearts he reverenced the Duca. He would willingly have stayed there till 6 or 7 o'clock, and have done all the Duca's work for him, because the Duca was a Duca. He would not have done it satisfactorily, because it was not in his nature to do any work well. But he would have done it as well as he did his own. He hated work, but he would have sooner worked all night than see a Duca do it. So great was his reverence for the aristocracy generally. "Mr. Crocker," said Mr. Jerningham severely, "you are making yourself a nuisance. You generally do." "A nuisance?" Yes, a nuisance. When you see that a gentleman doesn't wish a thing, you oughtn't to do it." "But when a man's name is his name?" "Never mind. When he doesn't wish it, you oughtn't to do it." "If it's a man's own real name?" "Never mind," said Mr. Jerningham. "If it shoots a gentleman to be incognito, why isn't he to do as he pleases?" asked Geraghty. "If the Duke of Middlesex did call himself Mr. Smith," said Bobbin, "any gentleman that was a gentleman would fall in with his views." Crocker, not conquered, but for the moment silenced, seated himself in a dudgeon at his desk. It might do very well for poor fellows, weak creatures, like Jerningham, Bobbin, and Geraghty, thus to be done out of their prey. But he would not be cheated in that way. The Duca di Crinola should be Duca di Crinola as far as he, Crocker, could make his voice heard, and all that heard him should know that the Duca was his own old peculiar friend. In Paradise Row the world was decidedly against Roden, and not only were the Demijohns and Duffers against him, but also his own mother and her friend Mrs. Vincent. On the first Monday after Mrs. Roden's return, Mrs. Vincent came to the Row as usual, on this occasion to welcome her cousin, and to hear all the news of the family as it had been at last brought back from Italy. There was a great deal to be told. Many things had been brought to light which had had their commencement in Mrs. Vincent's days. There was something of the continuation of a mild triumph for her in every word that was spoken. She had been against the Di Crinola marriage when it had been first discussed more than a quarter of a century ago. She had never believed in the Duca di Crinola, and her want of faith had been altogether justified. She did not, after all those years, bear hardly on her friend, but there was still that well-known tone of gentle censure and of gentle self-applause. "I told you so," said the elder crow to the younger crow. When does the old crow cease to remind the younger crow that it was so? "A sad, sad story," said Mrs. Vincent, shaking her head. "All our stories, I suppose, have much in them that is sad. I have got my son, and no mother can have more reason to be proud of a son." Mrs. Vincent shook her head. "I say it is so," repeated the mother. "And having such a son, I will not admit that it has all been sad. We cannot all agree about everything. I do not know that that need be brought up now. It is a matter that should be brought up every hour and every day, Mary, if the bringing of it up is to do any good." But it was not on this matter that Mrs. Roden now wished to get assistance from her cousin, certainly not with any present view towards the amelioration of her son's religious faith. That might come afterwards, perhaps. But it was her present object to induce her cousin to agree with her that her son should permit himself to be called by his father's title. "But do you think he should take his father's name?" she asked. Mrs. Vincent shook her head, and tried to look wise. The question was one on which her feelings were very much divided. It was of course proper that the son should be called by his father's name. All the proprieties of the world, as known to Mrs. Vincent, declared that it should be so. She was a woman, too, who by no means despised rank, and who considered that much reverence was due to those who were privileged to carry titles. Dukes and lords were certainly very great in her estimation, and even the humblest knight was respected by her as having been in some degree lifted above the community by the will of his sovereign. And though she was always in some degree hostile to George Roden because of the liberties he took in regard to certain religious matters, yet she was good enough and kind enough to wish well to her own cousin. Had there been a question in regard to an English title, she certainly would not have shaken her head. But as to this outlandish Italian title she had her doubts. It did not seem to her to be right that an Englishman should be called a Duca. If it had been Baron or even Count, the name would have been less offensive. And then to her mind hereditary titles, as she had known them, had been recommended by hereditary possessions. There was something to her almost irreligious in the idea of a duke without an acre. She could therefore only again shake her head.
"He has as much right to it," continued Mrs. Roden, "as has the eldest son of the greatest peer in England." "I dare say he has, my dear, but—" "But what?" "I dare say you're right, only it's not just like an English peer, you know." "The privilege of succession is the same." "He never could sit in the House of Lords, my dear." "Of course not. He would assume only what is his own. Why should he be ashamed to take an Italian title any more than his friend Lord Hampstead is to take an English one? It is not as though it would prevent his living here. Many foreign noblemen live in England." "I suppose he could live here," said Mrs. Vincent, as though she were making a great admission. "I don't think there would be any law to turn him out of the country." "Nor out of the Post Office, if he chooses to remain there," said Mrs. Roden. "I don't know how that may be." "Even if they did, I should prefer that it should be so. According to my thinking, no man should fling away a privilege that is his own, or should be ashamed of assuming a nobility that belongs to him. If not for his own sake, he should do it for the sake of his children." "He at any rate has nothing to be ashamed of in the name. It belonged to his father and to his grandfather, and to his ancestors through many generations. Think how men fight for a title in this country, how they struggle for it when there is a doubt as to who may properly have inherited it. Here there is no doubt. Here there need be no struggle."
Convinced by the weight of this argument, Mrs. Vincent gave in her adhesion, and at last expressed an opinion that her cousin should at once call himself by his father's name. End of Section 49. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Section 50 of Marion Fay by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Volume 3, Chapter 7. The Great Question. Neither were the arguments of Mrs. Roden nor the adhesion of Mrs. Vincent of any power in persuading George Roden. He answered his mother gently, kindly, but very firmly. Had anything, he said, been necessary to strengthen his own feeling, it would have been found in his mother's determination to keep his old name. "Surely, mother, if I may say so without disrespect, what is sauce for the goose is sauce for the gander." At this the mother smiled, kissing her son to show that the argument had been taken in good part. "In this matter," he continued, "we certainly are in a boat together. If I am a duke, you would be a duchess. If I am doomed to make an ape of myself at the Post Office, you must be equally ridiculous in Paradise Row, unless you are prepared to go back to Italy and live your life there."
"And you?"
"I could not live there. How could I earn my bread there? How could I pass my days so as to be in any degree useful? What could be more mean? My uncle, though he has been civil and to a certain degree generous, would be specially anxious not to see me in public life. You and I together would have just means enough for existence. I should be doomed to walk about the streets of some third-rate Italian town and call myself by my grand name. Would a life like that satisfy your ambition on my behalf?" Then she thought of the girl who was in love with him, of the friends whom he had made for himself, of the character which belonged to him, and she was driven to confess that, by whatever name he might be called, he must continue to live an Englishman's life, and to live in England. Nevertheless, she told herself that the title would not be abolished because it might be in abeyance. She might, she thought, still live to hear her son called by the name of which she herself had been proud till she had become thoroughly ashamed of the husband who had given it to her. But there were others besides Crocker and Mrs. Vincent and his mother and Sir Boreas who were much interested in George Roden's condition. Mrs. Roden returned home on the 2nd of March, and, as may be remembered, the tidings respecting her son had reached England before she came. By the end of the month many persons were much exercised as to the young man's future name, and some people of high rank had not only discussed the subject at great length, but had written numerous letters concerning it. It was manifest to Lady Persiflage that no further attempt should now be made to throw obstacles in the way of Lady Frances and her lover. Lady Persiflage had never believed in the obstacles from the first. "Of course they'll marry," she had said to her one daughter, who was now almost as good as married herself, and equally trustworthy. "When a girl is determined like that, of course nothing will stop her. My sister shouldn't have let her meet the young man at first." But this had been said before the young man had turned out to be an Italian duke. Since the news had come, Lady Persiflage had been very eager in recommending her sister to discontinue the opposition. "Make the most of him," she had said in one of her letters. "It is all that can be done now. It is a fine name, and though Italian titles do not count like ours, yet when they are as good as this they go for a good deal. There are real records of the Di Crinola family, and there is no manner of doubt but that he is the head of them. Take him by the hand and have him down at Trafford, if Kingsbury is well enough. They tell me he is quite presentable, with a good figure and all that. By no means a young man who will stand shivering in a room because he doesn't know how to utter a word. Had he been like that, Fanny would never have set her heart upon him. Persiflage has been talking about him, and he says that something will be sure to turn up if he is brought forward properly and is not ashamed of his family name. Persiflage will do whatever he can, but that can only be if you will open your arms to him." Lady Kingsbury did feel that she was called upon to undergo a terrible revulsion of sentiment. Opening her arms to the Duca di Crinola might be possible to her, but how was she to open her arms to Lady Frances Trafford? The man whom she had seen but once might appear before her with his new title as a young nobleman, of whose antecedents she was not bound to remember anything. She might seem to regard him as a new arrival, a noble suitor for her stepdaughter's hand, of whom she had not before heard. But how was she to receive Fanny Trafford, the girl whom she had locked up at Königsgraaf, whose letters she had stopped as they came from the post office? Nevertheless she consented, as far at least as her sister was concerned. "I shall never like Fanny," she had said, "because she is so sly." Girls are always called sly by their friends who want to abuse them. "But of course I will have them both here, as you think it will be best. What they are to live upon heaven only knows. But of course that will be no concern of mine." As a first result of this, Lady Persiflage asked George Roden down to Castle Hautboy for the Easter holidays. There was a difficulty about this. How was he to be addressed? Hampstead was consulted, and he, though he was not much in heart just then for the arrangement of such a matter, advised that for the present his friend's old name should be used. Lady Persiflage therefore wrote to George Roden, Esquire, at the General Post Office. In this letter it was signified that Lord Persiflage was very anxious to make the acquaintance of Mr. Roden. Lady Persiflage was also very anxious. Lady Persiflage explained that she was aware of, well, Lady Frances Trafford was to be at Castle Hautboy, and that she thought might act as an inducement to Mr. Roden. The letter was very cleverly managed. Though it never once mentioned the grand title, it made allusions which implied that the real rank of the Post Office clerk was well known to every one at Castle Hautboy; and though nothing of course was said as to any possible relations between Lord Persiflage as a member of the British Cabinet and the clerk's uncle as a member of the Italian Cabinet, nevertheless as to this also there were allusions which were intelligible. The letter was altogether very gracious, such a one as few young men would be able to resist, coming from such a person as Lady Persiflage. But the special offer which prevailed with our Post Office clerk was no doubt the promise of the presence of Fanny Trafford. In all the rest, gracious as the words were, there was nothing but trouble for him. It was clear enough to him that Lady Persiflage was on the same side as Crocker. Lady Persiflage would no doubt prefer a Duca di Crinola to a Post Office clerk for Lady Frances. And he could see also that the Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs was on the same side. The Secretary of State would not have expressed a special desire to see him, the Post Office clerk, at Castle Hautboy, and have as it were welcomed him to the possession of his brother-in-law's daughter, had nothing been told of the Duca di Crinola. He heard as much from Lord Hampstead, who advised him to go to Castle Hautboy and make himself acquainted with Fanny's family friends. It was all manifest, and as it was all being done in opposition to his own firm resolution, he would not have gone, but that the temptation was too great for him. Fanny Trafford would be there, and he was quite open to the charm of the offer which was almost being made to him of Lady Fanny's hand. He arranged the matter at the office, and wrote to Lady Persiflage, accepting the invitation. "So you're going to Castle Hautboy," said Crocker to him. Crocker was in torments at the time. He had been made to understand that he would be doing quite wrong in calling the Duca "your Grace." Roden, if a duke at all, could be only an Italian duke, and not on that account "your Grace." This had been explained by Bobbin, and had disturbed him. The title Duca was still open to him, but he feared Roden's wrath if he should use it too freely. "How do you know?" asked Roden. "I have been there myself, you know, and am in the habit of hearing from Castle Hautboy." His father was agent on the property, and of course he heard tidings, if not from his father, at any rate from his sisters. "Yes, I am going to Castle Hautboy." "Hampstead will be there probably. I met Hampstead there. A man in Lord Persiflage's position will, of course, be delighted to welcome the Duca di Crinola." He shrank as though he feared that Roden would strike him, but he uttered the words. "Of course, if you choose to annoy me, I cannot well help myself," said Roden, as he left the room. On his first arrival at the castle things were allowed to go quietly with him. Every one called him Mr. Roden. Lady Persiflage received him very graciously. Lady Frances was in the house, and her name was mentioned to him with the whispered intimacy which on such occasions indicates the triumph of the man's position. She made no allusion either to his rank or to his office, but treated him just as she might have done any other suitor, which was exactly what he wanted. Lord Llwddythlw had come down for his Easter holidays of 2 days, and was very civil to him. Lady Amaldina was delighted to make his acquaintance, and within 3 minutes was calling upon him to promise that he would not get himself married before August, in consideration for her bevy.
"If I was to lose Fanny now," she said, "I really think I should give it up altogether."
Then before dinner he was allowed to find himself alone with Fanny, and for the first time in his life felt that his engagement was an acknowledged thing. All this was made very pleasant to him by the occasional use of his proper name. He had been almost ashamed of himself because of the embarrassment which his supposed title had occasioned him. He felt that he had thought of the matter more than it was worth. The annoyances of Crocker had been abominable to him. It was not likely that he should encounter a second Crocker, but still he dreaded he hardly knew what. It certainly was not probable that these people at Castle Hautboy should call him by a name he had never used without consulting him. But still he had dreaded something, and was gratified that the trouble seemed to pass by him easily. Lady Persiflage and Lady Amaldina had both used his legitimate name, and Lord Llwddythlw had called him nothing at all. If he could only be allowed to go away just as he had come, without an allusion from any one to the Di Crinola family, then he should think that the people at Castle Hautboy were very well bred. But he feared that this was almost too much to hope. He did not see Lord Persiflage till a moment before dinner, when he specially remarked that he was introduced as Mr. Roden. "Very glad to see you, Mr. Roden. I hope you're fond of scenery. We're supposed to have the finest view in England from the top of the tower. I have no doubt that my daughter will show it you." "I can't say that I ever saw it myself. Beautiful scenery is all very well when you are travelling, but nobody ever cares for it at home." Thus Lord Persiflage had done his courtesy to the stranger, and the conversation became general, as though the stranger were a stranger no longer. When Roden found that he was allowed to give his arm to Lady Frances, and go out and eat his dinner quietly and comfortably, without any reference to the peculiarity of his position, he thought that perhaps no further troubles were in store for him. The whole of the next day was devoted to the charms of love and scenery. The spring weather was delightful, and Roden was allowed to ramble about where he pleased with Lady Frances. Every one about the place regarded him as an accepted and recognized lover. As he had never been in truth accepted by one of the family except by the girl herself, as the Marquis had not condescended even to see him when he had come, but had sent Mr. Greenwood to reject him scornfully, as the Marchioness had treated him as below contempt, as even his own friend Lord Hampstead had declared that the difficulties would be insuperable, this sudden cessation of all impediments did seem to be delightfully miraculous. Assent on the part of Lord and Lady Persiflage would, he understood, be quite as serviceable as that of Lord and Lady Kingsbury. Something had occurred which, in the eyes of all the family, had lifted him up, as it were, out of the gutter, and placed him on a grand pedestal. There could be no doubt as to this something. It was all done because he was supposed to be an Italian nobleman. And yet he was not an Italian nobleman, nor would he allow any one to call him so, as far as it might be in his power to prevent it. His visit was limited to 2 entire days. One was passed amidst all the sweets of love making. With the pleasures of that no allusions were allowed to interfere. On the following morning he found himself alone with Lord Persiflage after breakfast. "Delighted to have had you down here, you know," began his lordship. To this Roden simply bowed. "I haven't had the pleasure of knowing your uncle personally, but there isn't a man in Europe for whom I have a higher respect." Again Roden bowed. "I've heard all about this romance of yours from D'Ossi. You know D'Ossi?"
Roden declared that he had not the honour of knowing the Italian minister. "Oh, well, you must know D'Ossi, of course. I won't say whether he's your countryman or not, but you must know him. He is your uncle's particular friend." "It's only by accident that I know my uncle, or even learnt that he was my uncle." "Just so. But the accident has taken place, and the result fortunately remains. Of course you must take your own name." "I shall keep the name I have, Lord Persiflage." "You will find it to be quite impossible. The Queen will not allow it." Upon hearing this Roden opened his eyes, but the Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs looked him full in the face, as though to assure him that, though he had never heard of such a thing before, such, in fact, was the truth. "Of course there will be difficulties. I'm not prepared at the present moment to advise how this should be done. Perhaps you had better wait till Her Majesty has signified her pleasure to receive you as the Duca di Crinola. When she has done so, you will have no alternative." "No alternative as to what I may call myself?" "None in the least, I should say. I am thinking now in a great measure as to the welfare of my own relative, Lady Frances. Something will have to be done. I don't quite see my way as yet, but something no doubt will be done. The Duca di Crinola will, I have no doubt, find fitting employment." Then a little bell was rung, and Vivian, the private secretary, came into the room. Vivian and Roden knew each other, and a few pleasant words were spoken, but Roden found himself obliged to take his departure without making any further protests in regard to Her Majesty's assumed wishes. About 5 o'clock that evening he was invited into a little sitting room belonging to Lady Persiflage upstairs. "Haven't I been very good to you?" she said, laughing. "Very good indeed. Nothing could be so good as inviting me down here to Castle Hautboy." "That was done for Fanny's sake. But have I said one word to you about your terrible name?" "No, indeed. And now, Lady Persiflage, pray go on and be good to the end." "Yes," she said, "I will be good to the end, before all the people downstairs. I haven't said a word of it even to Fanny. Fanny is an angel." "According to my thinking." "That's of course. But even an angel likes to have her proper rank. You mustn't allow yourself to suppose that even Fanny Trafford is indifferent to titles. There are things that a man may expect a girl to do for him, but there are things which cannot be expected, let her be ever so much in love. Fanny Trafford has got to become Duchess of Crinola." "I am afraid that is more than I can do for her." "My dear Mr. Roden, it must be done. I cannot let you go away from here without making you understand that, as a man engaged to be married, you cannot drop your title. Did you intend to remain single, I cannot say how far your peculiar notions might enable you to prevail. But as you mean to marry, she too will have rights. I put it to you whether it would be honest on your part to ask her to abandon the rank which she will be entitled to expect from you. Just you think of it, Mr. Roden. And now I won't trouble you any more upon the subject." Not a word more was said on the subject at Castle Hautboy, and on the next day he returned to the Post Office. End of Section 50. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Section 51 of Marion Fay by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Volume 3, Chapter 8. I cannot compel her. About the middle of April, Lord and Lady Kingsbury came up to London. From day to day and week to week he had declared that he would never again be able to move out of his room, and had gone on making up his mind to die immediately.
till people around him began to think that he was not going to die at all. He was, however, at last persuaded that he might at any rate as well die in London as at Trafford, and therefore allowed himself to be carried up to Park Lane. The condition of his own health was, of course, given to him for the reason of this movement. At this peculiar period of the year it would be better for him, they said, to be near his London doctor. No doubt the Marquis believed that it was so. When a man is ill, nothing is so important to him as his own illness. But it may be a question whether the anxiety felt by the Marchioness as to other affairs of the family generally had not an effect with her in inducing her to persuade her husband. The Marquis had given a modified assent to his daughter's marriage, and she, in a manner still more modified, had withdrawn her opposition. Permission had been given to Fanny to marry the Duca di Crinola. This had been given without any reference to money, but had certainly implied a promise of a certain amount of income from the bride's father. How else would it be possible that they should live? The letter had been written to Lady Frances by her stepmother at the dictation of the Marquis, but the words absolutely dictated had not perhaps been religiously followed. The father had intended to be soft and affectionate, merely expressing his gratification that his girl's lover should turn out to be the Duca di Crinola. Out of this the Marchioness had made a stipulation. The lover should be received as a lover on condition that he bore the name and title. Lady Persiflage had told her sister that as a matter of course the name would be taken. "A man always takes his father's name as a matter of course," Lady Persiflage had said. She believed that the man's absurd notions would be overcome by continual social pressure. Whether the social pressure would or would not prevail, the man would certainly marry the girl. There could, therefore, be no better course than that of trusting to social pressure. Lady Persiflage was quite clear as to her course. But the Marchioness, though yielding to her sister in much, still thought that a bargain should be made. It had been suggested that she should invite the young man down to Trafford. Roden was usually called the young man at present in these family conclaves. She had thought that it would be better to see him up in London. Lady Frances would come to them in Park Lane, and then the young man should be invited. The Marchioness would send her compliments to the Duca di Crinola. Nothing on earth should induce her to write the name of Roden, unless it might happily come to pass that the engagement should be broken. Hampstead at this time was still living at Hendon. His sister remained with him till the Marchioness came up to town about the middle of April, but no one else except George Roden saw much of him. Since Roden's return from Italy his visits to Hendon Hall had been tacitly permitted. The Kingsbury and Persiflage world had taken upon itself to presume that the young man was the Duca di Crinola, and so presuming had in truth withdrawn all impediments. Lady Frances had written to her father in answer to the letter which had reached her from the Marchioness in his name, and had declared that Mr. Roden was Mr. Roden and would remain Mr. Roden. She had explained his reasons at great length, but had probably made them anything but intelligible to her father. He, however, had simply concealed the letter when he had half read it. He would not incur the further trouble of explaining this to his wife, and had allowed the matter to go on, although the stipulation made was absolutely repudiated by the parties who were to have been bound by it. For Roden and Lady Frances this was no doubt very pleasant. Even Lady Amaldina Hauteville, with her bevy, was not more thoroughly engaged to her aristocratic lover than was Lady Frances to this precarious Italian nobleman. But the brother in these days was by no means as happy as his sister. There had been a terrible scene between him and Lady Frances after his return from Trafford. He came back with Marion's letter in his pocket, with every word contained in it clear in his memory, but still doubting as to the necessity of obeying Marion's orders. She had declared, with whatever force of words she had known how to use, that the marriage which he proposed to himself was impossible. She had told him so more than once before, and the telling had availed nothing. Her first assertion that she could not become his wife had hardly served to moderate in the least the joy which he had felt from the assurances of her affections. It had meant nothing to him. When she had spoken to him simply of their differences of rank, he had thrown the arguments under his feet, and had trampled upon them with his masterful, imperious determination. His whole life and energy were devoted to the crushing of arguments used towards him by those who were daily telling him that he was severed from other men by the peculiarities of his rank. He certainly would not be severed from this one woman whom he loved by any such peculiarity. Fortifying his heart by these reflections, he had declared to himself that the timid doubtings of the girl should go for nothing. As she loved him, he would of course be strong enough to conquer all such doubtings. He would take her up in his arms and carry her away, and simply tell her that she had got to do it. He had a conviction that a girl, when once she had confessed that she loved a man, belonged to the man and was bound to obey him. To watch over her, to worship her, to hover around her, so that no wind should be allowed to blow too strongly on her, to teach her that she was the one treasure in the world that could be of real value to him, but at the same time to make a property of her, so that she should be altogether his own, that had been his idea of the bond which should unite him and Marion Fay together. As she took a joy in his love, it could not be but that she would come to his call at last. She too had perceived something of this, so much that it had become necessary to her to tell him the whole truth. Those minor reasons, though even they should have been strong enough, were not, she found, powerful with him. She tried it, and acknowledged to herself that she failed. The man was too wilful for her guidance, too strong for the arguments by which she had hoped to control him. Then it had been necessary to tell him all the truth. This she had done at last with very few words. "My mother died, and all my brothers and sisters have died, and I also shall die young." Very simple this had been, but powerful as it was simple. In it there had been a hard assertion of facts, too strong even for his masterful nature. He could not say even to himself that it was not so, that it should not be so. It might be that she might be spared where others had not been spared. That risk of course he was prepared to run. Without turning it much in his thoughts, without venturing to think of the results or to make a calculation, he was prepared to tell her that she too must leave all that in the hand of God, and run her chance as do all human mortal beings. He certainly would so argue the matter with her. But he could not tell her that there was no ground for fear. He could not say that, though her mother had died, and though her little brothers and sisters had died, there was yet no cause for fear. And he felt that, should she persist in her resolution, there would be a potency about her which it might well be that he should fail to dominate. If we can live, let us live together, and if we must die, let us die as nearly together as may be. That we should come together is the one thing absolutely essential. And then let us make our way through our troubles as best we may under the hands of fate.
This was what he would now say to her. But he knew that he could not say it with that bright look and those imperious tones which had heretofore almost prevailed with her. Not replying to Marion's letter by any written answer, but resolving that the words which would be necessary might best be spoken, he came back to Hendon. Oh, how softly they should be spoken! With his arm round her waist, he would tell her that still it should be for better or for worse. "I will say nothing of what may happen, except this, that whatever may befall us, we will take it and bear it together." With such words whispered into her ear would he endeavour to make her understand that, though it might all be true, still would her duty be the same. But when he reached his house, intending to go on almost at once to Holloway, he was stopped by a note from the Quaker. "My dear young friend," said the note from the Quaker, "I am desired by Marion to tell thee that we have thought it better that she should go for a few weeks to the seaside. I have taken her to Pegwell Bay, whence I can run up daily to my work in the city. After that thou last saw her, she was somewhat unwell, not ill indeed, but flurried, as was natural, by the interview, and I have taken her down to the seaside in compliance with medical advice. She bids me, however, to tell thee that there is no cause for alarm. It will, however, be better, for a time at least, that she should not be called upon to encounter the excitement of meeting thee. Thy very faithful friend, Zachary Fay. This made him nervous, and for the moment almost wretched. It was his desire at first to rush off to Pegwell Bay and learn for himself what might be the truth of her condition. But on consideration he felt that he did not dare to do so in opposition to the Quaker's injunction. His arrival there among the strangers of the little watering place would of course flurry her. He was obliged to abandon that idea, and content himself with a resolve to see the Quaker in the city on the next morning. But the words spoken to him afterwards by his sister were heavier to bear than the Quaker's letter. "Dear John," she had said, "you must give it up." "I will never give it up," he had answered. And as he spoke there came across his brows an angry look of determination. "Dear John." "What right have you to tell me to give it up? What would you say to me if I were to declare that George Roden should be given up?" "If there were the same cause." "What do you know of any cause?" "Dear, dearest brother." "You are taking a part against me. You can be obstinate. I am not more likely to give a thing up than you are yourself." "It is her health." "Is she the first young woman that was ever married without being as strong as a milkmaid? Why should you take upon yourself to condemn her?" "It is not I. It is Marion herself. You told me to go to her, and of course she spoke to me." He paused a moment, and then in a hoarse, low voice asked a question. "What did she say to you when you spoke to her?" "Oh, John, I doubt I can hardly tell you what she said. But you know what she said. Did she not write and tell you that because of her health it cannot be as you would have it?" "And would you have me yield because for my sake she is afraid? If George Roden were not strong, would you throw him over and go away?" "It is a hard matter to discuss, John." "But it has to be discussed. It has at any rate to be thought of. I don't think that a woman has a right to take the matter into her own hands, and say that as a certainty God Almighty has condemned her to an early death. These things must be left to Providence, or chance, or fate, as you may call it." "But if she has her own convictions?"
"She must not be left to her own convictions. It is just that. She must not be allowed to sacrifice herself to a fantastic idea."
"You will never prevail with her," said his sister, taking him by the arm and looking up piteously into his face. "I shall not prevail? Do you say that certainly I shall not prevail?" She was still holding his arm and still looking up into his face, and now she answered him by slightly shaking her head. "Why should you speak so positively?" "She could say things to me which she could hardly say to you." "What was it then?" "She could say things to me which I can hardly repeat to you. Oh, John, believe me, believe me. It must be abandoned. Marion Fay will never be your wife." He shook himself free from her hand and frowned sternly at her. "Do you think I would not have her for my sister if it were possible? Do you not believe that I too can love her? Who can help loving her?" He knew of course that as the shoe pinched him it could not pinch her. What were any other love or any other sadness as compared to his love or to his sadness? It was to him as though the sun were suddenly taken out of his heavens, as though the light of day were destroyed for ever from before his eyes, or rather as though a threat were being made that the sun should be taken from his heaven and the light from his eyes, a threat under which it might be necessary that he should succumb. "Marion, Marion, Marion," he said to himself again and again, walking up and down between the lodge and the hall door. Whether well or ill, whether living or dying, she surely must be his. Marion! And then he was ashamed of himself, as he felt rather than heard that he had absolutely shouted her name aloud. On the following day he was with the Quaker in London, walking up and down Old Broad Street in front of the entrance leading up to Pogson and Littlebird's. "My dear friend," said the Quaker, "I do not say that it shall never be so. It is in the hands of the Almighty." Hampstead shook his head impatiently. "You do not doubt the power of the Almighty to watch over His creatures?" "I think that if a man wants a thing he must work for it." The Quaker looked him hard in the face. "In the ordinary needs of life, my young lord, the maxim is a good one." "It is good for everything. You tell me of the Almighty. Will the Almighty give me the girl I love if I sit still and hold my peace? Must I not work for that as for anything else?" "What can I do, Lord Hampstead?" "Agree with me that it will be better for her to run her chance. Say as I do that it cannot be right that she should condemn herself. If you her father, will bid her, then she will do it." "I do not know." "You can try with her, if you think it right. You are her father." "Yes, I am her father." "And she is obedient to you. You do not think that she should, eh?" "How am I to say? What am I to say else than that it is in God's hands? I am an old man who have suffered much. All have been taken from me, all but she. How can I think of thy trouble when my own is so heavy? It is of her that we should think." "I cannot comfort her. I cannot control her. I will not even attempt to persuade her. She is all that I have. If I did think for a moment that I should like to see my child become the wife of one so high as thou art, that folly has been crushed out of me. To have my child alive would be enough for me now, let alone titles and high places and noble palaces." "Who has thought of them?" "I did, not she. My angel, my white one." Hampstead shook his head and clenched his fist, shaking it in utter disregard of the passers by, as the hot, fast tears streamed down his face. Could it be necessary that her name should be mentioned even in connection with feelings such as those which the Quaker owned? "Thou and I, my lord," continued Zachary Fay, "are in sore trouble about this maiden.
I believe that thy love is, as mine, true, honest, and thorough. For her sake I wish I could give her to thee, because of thy truth and honesty, not because of thy wealth and titles. But she is not mine to give. She is her own, and will bestow her hand or refuse to do so, as her own sense of what is best for thee may direct her. I will say no word to persuade her one way or the other." So speaking, the Quaker strode quickly up the gateway, and Lord Hampstead was left to make his way back out of the city as best he might. End of Section 51. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Section 52 of Marion Fay by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Volume 3, Chapter 9. In Park Lane. On Monday, the 20th of April, Lady Frances returned to her father's roof. The winter had certainly not been a happy time for her. Early in the autumn she had been taken off to the German castle in great disgrace because of her plebeian lover, and had ever since been living under so dark a cloud as to have been considered unfit for the companionship of those little darlings, the young lords, her half-brothers. She had had her way, no doubt, never having for a moment wavered in her constancy to the Post Office clerk, but she had been assured incessantly by all her friends that her marriage with a man was impossible, and had no doubt suffered under the conviction that her friends were hostile to her. Now she might be happy. Now she was to be taken back to her father's house. Now she was to keep her lover, and not be held to have been disgraced at all. No doubt in this there was great triumph. But her triumph had been due altogether to an accident, to what her father graciously called a romance, while her stepmother described it less civilly as a marvellous coincidence, for which she ought to thank her stars on her bended knees. The accident, or coincidence, or romance, as it might be called, was of course her lover's title. Of this she was by no means proud, and would not at all thank her stars for it on her bended knees. Though she was happy in her lover's presence, her happiness was clouded by the feeling that she was imposing upon her father. She had been allowed to ask her lover to dine at Kingsbury House, because her lover was supposed to be the Duca di Crinola. But the invitation had been sent under an envelope addressed to George Roden, Esquire, General Post Office. No one had yet ventured to inscribe the Duke's name and title on the back of a letter. The Marchioness was assured by her sister that it would all come right, and had therefore submitted to have the young man asked to come and eat his dinner under the same roof with her darlings. But she did not quite trust her sister, and felt that, after all, it might become her imperative duty to gather her children together in her bosom, and fly with them from contact with the Post Office clerk, the Post Office clerk who would not become a duke. The Marquis himself was only anxious that everything should be made to be easy. He had, while at Trafford, been so tormented by Mr. Greenwood and his wife, that he longed for nothing so much as a reconciliation with his daughter. He was told on very good authority, on the authority of no less a person than the Secretary of State, that this young man was the Duca di Crinola. There had been a romance, a very interesting romance, but the fact remained. The Post Office clerk was no longer George Roden, and would, he was assured, soon cease to be a Post Office clerk. The young man was in truth an Italian nobleman of the highest order, and as such was entitled to marry the daughter of an English nobleman. If it should turn out that he had been misinformed, that would not be his fault. So it was when George Roden came to dine at Kingsbury House. He himself at this moment was not altogether happy. The last words which Lady Persiflage had said to him at Castle Hautboy had disturbed him.
"Would it be honest on your part," Lady Persiflage had asked him, "to ask her to abandon the rank which she will be entitled to expect from you?"
He had not put the matter to himself in that light before. Lady Frances was entitled to as much consideration in the matter as was himself. The rank would be as much hers as his. And yet he couldn't do it. Not even for her sake could he walk into the Post Office and call himself the Duca di Crinola. Not even for her sake could he consent to live an idle, useless life as an Italian nobleman. Love was very strong with him, but with it there was a sense of duty and manliness which would make it impossible for him to submit himself to such a thraldom. In doing it he would have to throw over all the strong convictions of his life. And yet he was about to sit as a guest at Lord Kingsbury's table, because Lord Kingsbury would believe him to be an Italian nobleman. He was not therefore altogether happy when he knocked at the Marquis's door. Hampstead had refused to join the party. He was not at present in a condition to join any social gathering. But, omitting him, a family party had been collected. Lord and Lady Persiflage were there, with Lady Amaldina and her betrothed. The Persiflages had taken the matter up very strongly, so that they may have been said to have become George Roden's special patrons or protectors. Lord Persiflage, who was seldom much in earnest about anything, had determined that the Duca di Crinola should be recognized, and was supposed already to have spoken a word on the subject in a very high quarter indeed. Vivian, the private secretary, was there. The poor Marquis himself was considered unable to come down into the dining room, but did receive his proposed son-in-law upstairs. They had not met since the unfortunate visit made by the Post Office clerk to Hendon Hall, when no one had as yet dreamed of his iniquity, nor had the Marchioness seen him since the terrible sound of that feminine Christian name had wounded her ears. The other persons assembled had in a measure become intimate with him. Lord Llwddythlw had walked round Castle Hautboy and discussed with him the statistics of telegraphy. Lady Amaldina had been confidential with him as to her own wedding. Both Lord and Lady Persiflage had given him, in a very friendly manner, their ideas as to his name and position. Vivian and he had become intimate personal friends. They could, all of them, accept him with open arms when he was shown into the drawing-room, except Lady Kingsbury herself. "No, I am not very well just at present," said the Marquis from his recumbent position, as he languidly stretched out his hand. "You won't see me down at dinner. God knows whether anybody will ever see me down at dinner again." "Not see you down at dinner!" said Lord Persiflage. "In another month you will be talking treason in Pall Mall, as you have done all your life." "I wish you had made Hampstead come with you, Mr. But the Marquis stopped himself, having been instructed that he was not on any account to call the young man Mr. Roden. "He was here this morning, but seemed to be in great trouble about something. He ought to come and take his place at the bottom of the table, seeing how ill I am, but he won't." Lady Kingsbury waited until her husband had done his grumbling before she attempted the disagreeable task which was before her. It was very disagreeable. She was a bad hypocrite. There are women who have a special gift of hiding their dislikings from the objects of them when occasion requires. They can smile and be soft, with bitter enmity in their hearts, to suit the circumstances of the moment. and as they do so, their faces will overcome their hearts, and their enmity will give way to their smiles. They will become almost friendly, because they look friendly. They will cease to hate, because hatred is no longer convenient. But the Marchioness was too rigid and too sincere for this. She could command neither her features nor her feelings. It was evident from the moment the young man entered the room that she would be unable to greet him even with common courtesy. She hated him, and she had told every one there that she hated him. "How do you do?" she said, just touching his hand as soon as he was released from her husband's couch. She too had been specially warned by her sister that she must not call the young man by any name. If she could have addressed him by his title, her manner might perhaps have been less austere. "I am very much obliged to you by allowing me to come here," said Roden, looking her full in the face, and making his little speech in such a manner as to be audible to all the room. It was as though he had declared aloud his intention of accepting this permission as conveying much more than a mere invitation to dinner. Her face became harder and more austere than ever. Then, finding that she had nothing more to say to him, she seated herself and held her peace. Only that Lady Persiflage was very unlike her sister, the moment would have been awkward for them all. Poor Fanny, who was sitting with her hands within her father's, could not find a word to say on the occasion. Lord Persiflage, turning round upon his heel, made a grimace to his private secretary. Llwddythlw would willingly have said something pleasant on the occasion, had he been sufficiently ready. As it was, he stood still with his hands in his trousers pockets, and his eyes fixed on the wall opposite. According to his idea, the Marchioness was misbehaving herself. "Dear Aunt Clara," said Lady Amaldina, trying to say something that might dissipate the horror of the moment, "have you heard that old Sir Gregory Tollbar is to marry Letitia Tarbarrel at last?" But it was Lady Persiflage who really came to the rescue. "Of course we're all very glad to see you," she said. "You'll find that if you'll be nice to us, we'll all be as nice as possible to you. Won't we, Lord Llwddythlw?" "As far as I am concerned," said the busy member of Parliament, "I shall be delighted to make the acquaintance of Mr. Roden." A slight frown, a shade of regret, passed over the face of Lady Persiflage as she heard the name. A darker and bitterer cloud settled itself on Lady Kingsbury's brow. Lord Kingsbury rolled himself uneasily on his couch. Lady Amaldina slightly pinched her lover's arm. Lord Persiflage was almost heard to whistle. Vivian tried to look as if it didn't signify. "I am very much obliged to you for your courtesy, Lord Llwddythlw," said George Roden. To have called him by his name was the greatest favour that could have been done to him at that moment. Then the door was opened and dinner announced. Time and the hour run through the roughest day. In this way that dinner at Kingsbury House did come to an end at last. There was a weight of ill humour about Lady Kingsbury on this special occasion, against which even Lady Persiflage found it impossible to prevail. Roden, whose courage rose to the occasion, did make a gallant effort to talk to Lady Frances, who sat next to him. But the circumstances were hard upon him. Everybody else in the room was closely connected with everybody else. Had he been graciously accepted by the mistress of the house, he could have fallen readily enough into the intimacies which would then have been opened to him. But as it was, he was forced to struggle against the stream, and so to struggle as to seem not to struggle. At last, however, time and the hour had done its work, and the ladies went up to the drawing room. "Lord Llwddythlw called him Mr. Roden." This was said by the Marchioness in a tone of bitter reproach as soon as the drawing room door was closed.
"I was so sorry," said Lady Amaldina. "It does not signify in the least," said Lady Persiflage. "It cannot be expected that a man should drop his old name and take a new one all in a moment." "He will never drop his old name and take the new one," said Lady Frances. "There now," said the Marchioness. "What do you think of that, Geraldine?" "My dear Fanny," said Lady Persiflage, without a touch of ill nature in her tone, "how can you tell what a young man will do?" "I don't think it right to deceive mamma," said Fanny. "I know him well enough to be quite sure that he will not take the title, as he has no property to support it. He has talked it over with me again and again, and I agree with him altogether." "Upon my word, Fanny, I didn't think that you would be so foolish," said her aunt. "This is a kind of thing in which a girl should not interfere at all. It must be arranged between the young man's uncle in Italy and the proper authorities here. It must depend very much upon—" Here Lady Persiflage reduced her words to the very lowest whisper. "Your uncle has told me all about it, and of course he must know better than any one else. It's a kind of thing that must be settled for a man by those who know how to settle it. A man can't be this or that just as he pleases." "Of course not," said Lady Amaldina. "A man has to take the name, my dear, which he inherits. I could not call myself Mrs. Jones any more than Mrs. Jones can call herself Lady Persiflage. If he is the Duca di Crinola, he must be the Duca di Crinola." "But he won't be Duca di Crinola," said Lady Frances. "There now," said the Marchioness. "If you will only let the matter be settled by those who understand it, and not talk about it just at present, it would be so much better." "You heard what Lord Llwddythlw called him," said the Marchioness. "Llwddythlw always was an oaf," said Amaldina. "He meant to be gracious," said Fanny, "and I am much obliged to him. And as to what you were saying, Fanny, as to having nothing to support the title, a foreign title in that way is not like one here at home. Here it must be supported." "He would never consent to be burdened with a great name without any means," said Fanny. "There are cases in which a great name will help a man to get means. Whatever he calls himself, I suppose he will have to live and maintain a wife." "He has his salary as a clerk in the Post Office," said Fanny, very boldly. Amaldina shook her head sadly. The Marchioness clasped her hands together and raised her eyes to the ceiling with a look of supplication. Were not her darlings to be preserved from such contamination? "He can do better than that, my dear," exclaimed Lady Persiflage. "And if you are to be his wife, I am sure that you will not stand in the way of his promotion. His own Government and ours between them will be able to do something for him as Duca di Crinola, whereas nothing could be done for George Roden." "The English Government is his Government," said Fanny, indignantly. "One would almost suppose that you want to destroy all his prospects," said Lady Persiflage, who was at last hardly able to restrain her anger. "I believe she does," said the Marchioness. In the meantime the conversation was carried on below stairs, if with less vigour, yet perhaps with more judgment. Lord Persiflage spoke of Roden's Italian uncle as a man possessing intellectual gifts and political importance of the highest order. Roden could not deny that the Italian Cabinet Minister was his uncle, and was thus driven to acknowledge the family, and almost to acknowledge the country. "From what I hear," said Lord Persiflage, "I suppose you would not wish to reside permanently in Italy as an Italian?" "Certainly not," said Roden. "Then there is no reason why you should. I can imagine that you should have become too confirmed an Englishman to take kindly to Italian public life as a career." You could hardly do so except as a follower of your uncle, which perhaps would not suit you." "It would be impossible." "Just so. D'Ossi was saying to me this morning that he thought as much. But there is no reason why a career should not be open to you here as well as there. Not political, perhaps, but official." "It is the only career that at present is open to me." "There might be difficulty about Parliament, certainly. My advice to you is not to be in a hurry to decide upon anything for a month or two. You will find that things will shake down into their places." Not a word was said about the name or title. When the gentlemen went upstairs there had been no brilliancy of conversation, but neither were there any positive difficulties to be incurred. Not a word further was said in reference to George Roden or to the Duca di Crinola. End of Section 52. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina.
Section 53 of Marion Fay by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Volume 3, Chapter 10. After all, he isn't. 6 weeks passed by, and nothing special had yet been done to arrange George Roden's affairs for him in the manner suggested by Lady Persiflage. "It's a kind of thing that must be settled for a man by those who know how to settle it." That had been her counsel when she was advocating delay. No doubt things often do arrange themselves better than men or women can arrange them. Objections which were at first very strong gradually fade away. Ideas which were out of the question become possible. Time quickly renders words and names and even days habitual to us. In this Lady Persiflage had not been unwise. It was quite probable that a young man should become used to a grand name quicker than he had himself expected. But nothing had as yet been done in the right direction when the 1st of June had come. Attempts had been made towards increasing the young man's self-importance, of which he himself had been hardly aware. Lord Persiflage had seen Sir Boreas Bodkin, and Vivian had seen the private secretary of the Postmaster General. As the first result of these interviews, our clerk was put to sit in a room by himself, and called upon to manage some separate branch of business in which he was free from contact with the Crockers and Bobbins of the department. It might, it was thought, be possible to call a man a duke who sat in a separate room, even though he were still a clerk. But, as Sir Boreas had observed, there were places to be given away, secretaryships, inspectorships, surveyorships, and such like, into one of which the Duke, if he would consent to be a Duke, might be installed before long. The primary measure of putting him into a room by himself had already been carried out. Then a step was taken of which George Roden had ground to complain. There was a certain club in London called the Foreigners, made up half of Englishmen and half of men of other nations, which was supposed to stand very high in the world of fashion. Nearly every member was possessed of either grand titles before his name or of grand letters after it. Something was said by Vivian to George Roden as to this club, but no actual suggestion was made, and certainly no assent was given. Nevertheless, the name of the Duca di Crinola was put down in the candidate book as proposed by Baron d'Ossi, and seconded by Lord Persiflage. There it was, so that all the world would declare that the young Duca was the Duca. Otherwise the name would not have been inserted there by the Italian Minister and British Secretary of State, whereas George Roden himself knew nothing about it. In this way attempts were made to carry out that line of action which Lady Persiflage had recommended. Letters, too, were delivered to Roden addressed to the Duca di Crinola, both at Holloway and at the Post Office. No doubt he refused them when they came. No doubt they generally consisted of tradesmen's circulars, and were probably occasioned by manoeuvres of which Lady Persiflage herself was guilty. But they had the effect of spreading abroad the fact that George Roden was George Roden no longer, but was the Duca di Crinola. "There's letters coming for the Duker every day," said the landlady of the Duchess to Mrs. Duffer of Paradise Row. "I see them myself. I shan't stand on any P's and Q's. I shall call him Duker to his face." Paradise Row determined generally to call him Duker to his face, and did so frequently, to his great annoyance. Even his mother began to think that his refusal would be in vain. "I don't see how you're to stand out against it, George. Of course, if it wasn't so, you'd have to stand out against it. But as it is the fact—" "It is no more a fact with me than with you," he said angrily. "Nobody dreams of giving me a title. If all the world agrees, you will have to yield." Sir Boreas was as urgent. He had always been very friendly with the young clerk, and had now become particularly intimate with him. "Of course, my dear fellow," he said, "I shall be guided entirely by yourself." "Thank you, sir." "If you tell me you're George Roden, George Roden you'll be to me. But I think you're wrong. And I think, moreover, that the good sense of the world will prevail against you. As far as I understand anything of the theory of titles, this title belongs to you. The world never insists on calling a man a lord or a count for nothing. There's too much jealousy for that. But when a thing is so, people choose that it shall be so." All this troubled him, though it did not shake his convictions. But it made him think again and again of what Lady Persiflage had said to him down at Castle Hautboy. "Will it be honest on your part to ask her to abandon the rank which she will be entitled to expect from you?" If all the world conspired to tell him that he was entitled to take this name, then the girl whom he intended to marry would certainly be justified in claiming it. It undoubtedly was the fact that titles such as these were dear to men, and especially dear to women. As to this girl who was so true to him, was he justified in supposing that she would be different from others simply because she was true to him? He had asked her to come down, as it were, from the high pedestal of her own rank, and to submit herself to his lowly lot. She had consented, and there never had been to him a moment of remorse in thinking that he was about to injure her. But as chance had brought it about in this way, as fortune had seemed determined to give back to her that of which he would have deprived her, was it right that he should stand in the way of fortune? Would it be honest on his part to ask her to abandon these fine names which chance was putting in her way? That it might be so, should he be pleased to accept what was offered to him, did become manifest to him. It was within his power to call himself, and to have himself called, by this new name. It was not only the party of the Crockers. Others now were urgent in persuading him. The matter had become so far customary to him as to make him feel that if he would simply put the name on his card, and cause it to be inserted in the directories, and write a line to the officials saying that for the future he would wish to be so designated, the thing would be done. He had met Baron d'Ossi, and the Baron had acknowledged that an Englishman could not be converted into an Italian duke without his own consent, but had used very strong arguments to show that in this case the Englishman ought to give his consent. The Baron had expressed his own opinion, that the Signorina would be very much ill used indeed if she were not allowed to take her place among the Duchessinas. His own personal feelings were in no degree mitigated. To be a Post Office clerk, living at Holloway, with a few hundreds a year to spend, and yet to be known all over the world as the claimant of a magnificently grand title! It seemed as though a cruel fate had determined to crush him with a terrible punishment because of his specially democratic views. That he of all the world should be selected to be a duke in opposition to his own wishes! How often had he been heard to declare that all hereditary titles were, of their very nature, absurd! And yet he was to be forced to become a penniless hereditary duke! Nevertheless he would not rob her whom he hoped to make his wife of that which would of right belong to her. "Fanny," he said to her one day, "you cannot conceive how many people are troubling me about this title."
"I know they are troubling me, but I would not mind any of them, only for papa."
"Is he very anxious about it?"
"I am afraid he is."
"Have I ever told you what your aunt said to me just before I left Castle Hautboy?"
"Lady Persiflage, you mean? She is not my aunt, you know."
"She is more anxious than your father, and certainly uses the only strong argument I have heard."
"Has she persuaded you?"
"I cannot say that; but she has done something towards persuading me. She has made me half think that it may be my duty."
"Then I suppose you will take the name?" she said.
"It shall depend entirely upon you. And yet I ought not to ask you. I ought to do as these people bid me, without even troubling you for an expression of your wish. I do believe that when you become my wife you will have as complete a right to the title as has Lady Kingsbury to hers. Shall it be so?"
"No," she said.
"It shall not?"
"Certainly no, if it be left to me."
"Why do you answer in that way when all your friends desire it?"
"Because I believe that there is one friend who does not desire it. If you can say that you wish it on your own account, of course I will yield. Otherwise all that my friends may say on the matter can have no effect on me. When I accepted the offer which you made me, I gave up all idea of rank. I had my reasons, which I thought to be strong enough. At any rate I did so, and now, because of this accident, I will not be weak enough to go back. As to what Lady Persiflage says about me, do not believe a word of it. You certainly will not make me happy by bestowing on me a name which you do not wish me to bear, and which will be distasteful to yourself."
After this there was no longer any hesitation on Roden's part, though his friends, including Lord Persiflage, the Baron, Sir Boreas, and Crocker, were as active in their endeavours as ever. For some days he had doubted, but now he doubted no longer. They might address to him what letters they would, they might call him by what nickname they pleased, they might write him down in what book they chose, he would still keep the name of George Roden, as she had protested that she was satisfied with it. It was through Sir Boreas that he learnt that his name had been written down in the club candidate book as Duca di Crinola. Sir Boreas was not a member of the club, but had heard what had been done, probably at some club of which he was a member. "I am glad to hear that you are coming up at the Foreigners," said Æolus. "But I am not." "I was told last night that Baron D'Ossi had put your name down as Duca di Crinola." Then Roden discovered the whole truth, how the Baron had proposed him, and the Foreign Secretary had seconded him, without even going through the ceremony of asking him. "Upon my word, I understood that you wished it," Vivian said to him. Upon this the following note was written to the Foreign Secretary:
Mr. Roden presents his compliments to Lord Persiflage, and begs to explain that there has been a misunderstanding about the Foreigners' Club. Mr. Roden feels very much the honour that has been done him, and is much obliged to Lord Persiflage; but as he feels himself not entitled to the honour of belonging to the club, he will be glad that his name should be taken off. Mr. Roden takes the opportunity of assuring Lord Persiflage that he does not and never will claim the name which he understands to have been inscribed in the club books. "He is a confounded ass," said Lord Persiflage to the Baron, as he did as he was bid at the club. The Baron shrugged his shoulders, as though acknowledging that his young fellow nobleman certainly was an ass. "There are men, Baron, whom you can't help, let you struggle ever so much. This man has had stuff enough in him to win for himself a very pretty girl with a good fortune and high rank, and yet he is such a fool that he won't let me put him altogether on his legs when the opportunity comes." Not long after this Roden called at the house in Park Lane, and asked to see the Marquis. As he passed through the hall he met Mr. Greenwood, coming very slowly down the stairs. The last time he had met the gentleman had been in that very house, when the gentleman had received him on behalf of the Marquis. The Marquis had not condescended to see him, but had deputed his chaplain to give him whatever ignominious answer might be necessary to his audacious demand for the hand of Lady Frances. On that occasion Mr. Greenwood had been very imperious. Mr. Greenwood had taken upon himself almost the manners of the master of the house. Mr. Greenwood had crowed as though the dunghill had been his own. George Roden even then had not been abashed, having been able to remember through the interview that the young lady was on his side. But he had certainly been very severely treated. He had wondered at the moment that such a man as Lord Kingsbury should confide so much of his family matters to such a man as Mr. Greenwood. Since then he had heard something of Mr. Greenwood's latter history from Lady Frances. Lady Frances had joined with her brother in disliking Mr. Greenwood, and all that Hampstead had said to her had been passed on to her lover. Since that last interview the position of the two men had been changed. The chaplain had been turned out of the establishment, and George Roden had been almost accepted into it as a son-in-law. As they met on the foot of the staircase, it was necessary that there should be some greeting. The Post Office clerk bowed very graciously, but Mr. Greenwood barely acknowledged the salutation. "There," said he to himself as he passed on, "that's the young man that's done all the mischief. It's because such as he are allowed to make their way in among noblemen and gentlemen that England is going to the dogs." Nevertheless, when Mr. Greenwood had first consented to be an inmate of the present Lord Kingsbury's house, Lord Kingsbury had, in spite of his order, entertained very liberal views. The Marquis was not in a good humour when Roden was shown into his room. He had been troubled by his late chaplain, and he was not able to bear much troubles easily. Mr. Greenwood had said words to him which had vexed him sorely, and these words had in part referred to his daughter and his daughter's lover. "No, I'm not very well," he said, in answer to Roden's inquiries. "I don't think I ever shall be better. What is it about now?" "I have come, my lord," said Roden, "because I do not like to be here in your house under a false pretence." "A false pretence! What false pretence? I hate false pretences." "So do I." "What do you mean by a false pretence now?" "I fear that they have told you, Lord Kingsbury, that should you give me your daughter as my wife, you will give her to the Duca di Crinola." The Marquis, who was sitting in his arm chair, shook his head from side to side, and moved his hands uneasily, but made no immediate answer. I cannot quite tell, my lord, what your own ideas are, because we have never discussed the subject." "I don't want to discuss it just at present," said the Marquis. "But it is right that you should know that I do not claim the title, and never shall claim it. Others have done so on my behalf, but with no authority from me. I have no means to support the rank in the country to which it belongs, nor as an Englishman am I entitled to assume it here." "I don't know that you're an Englishman," said the Marquis. "People tell me that you're an Italian." "I have been brought up as an Englishman, and have lived as one for 25 years. I think it would be difficult now to rob me of my rights. Nobody, I fancy, will try. I am and shall be George Roden, as I always have been. I should not, of course, trouble you with the matter, were it not that I am a suitor for your daughter's hand. Am I right in supposing that I have been accepted here by you in that light?" This was a question which the Marquis was not prepared to answer at the moment. No doubt the young man had been accepted. Lady Frances had been allowed to go down to Castle Hautboy to meet him as her lover. All the family had been collected to welcome him at the London mansion. The newspapers had been full of mysterious paragraphs in which the future happy bridegroom was sometimes spoken of as an Italian duke, and sometimes as an English post office clerk. "Of course he must marry her now," the Marquis had said to his wife with much anger. "It's all your sister's doings," he had said to her again. He had in a soft moment given his affectionate blessing to his daughter in special reference to her engagement. He knew that he couldn't go back from it now, and, had it been possible, would have been most unwilling to give his wife such a triumph. But yet he was not prepared to accept the post office clerk simply as a post office clerk. "I am sorry to trouble you at this moment, Lord Kingsbury, if you are not well." "I ain't well at all. I am very far from well. If you don't mind, I'd rather not talk about it just at present. When I can see Hampstead, then perhaps things can be settled." As there was nothing further to be said, George Roden took his leave. End of Section 53. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina.
Section 54 of Marion Fay by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Volume 3, Chapter 11. Of course there was a bitterness. It was not surprising that Lord Kingsbury should have been unhappy when Roden was shown up into his room, as Mr. Greenwood had been with him. Mr. Greenwood had called on the previous day, and had been refused admittance. He had then sent in an appeal, asking so piteously for an interview that the Marquis had been unable to repudiate it. Mr. Greenwood knew enough of letter writing to be able to be effective on such an occasion. He had, he said, lived under the same roof with the Marquis for 1/4 of a century. Though the positions of the two men in the world were so different, they had lived together as friends. The Marquis, throughout that long period, had frequently condescended to ask the advice of his chaplain, and not unfrequently to follow it. After all this, could he refuse to grant the favour of a last interview? He had found himself unable to refuse the favour. The interview had taken place, and consequently the Marquis had been very unhappy when George Roden was shown up into his room. The rector of Appleslocombe was dead. The interview was commenced by a communication to that effect from Mr. Greenwood. The Marquis of course knew the fact, had indeed already given the living away, had not delayed a minute in giving it away because of some fear which still pressed upon him in reference to Mr. Greenwood. Nor did Mr. Greenwood expect to get the living, or perhaps desire it. But he wished to have a grievance, and to be in possession of a subject on which he could begin to make his complaint. "You must have known, Mr. Greenwood, that I never intended it for you," said the Marquis. Mr. Greenwood, seated on the edge of his chair, and rubbing his two hands together, declared that he had entertained hopes in that direction. "I don't know why you should, then. I never told you so. I never thought of it for a moment. I always meant to put a young man into it, comparatively young." Mr. Greenwood shook his head and still rubbed his hands. "I don't know that I can do anything more for you." "It isn't much that you have done, certainly, Lord Kingsbury." "I have done as much as I intend to do," said the Marquis, rousing himself angrily. "I have explained all that by Mr. Roberts." 200 a year after a quarter of a century! Mr. Greenwood had in truth been put into possession of 300 a year, but as 100 of this came from Lord Hampstead, it was not necessary to mention the little addition. "It is very wrong, your pressing your way in here and talking to me about it at all." "After having expected the living for so many years?" "You had no right to expect it. I didn't promise it. I never thought of it for a moment. When you asked me, I told you that it was out of the question. I never heard of such impertinence in all my life. I must ask you to go away and leave me, Mr. Greenwood." But Mr. Greenwood was not disposed to go away just yet. He had come there for a purpose, and he intended to go on with it. He was clearly resolved not to be frightened by the Marquis. He got up from his chair and stood looking at the Marquis, still rubbing his hands, till the sick man was almost frightened by the persistency of his silence. "What is it, Mr. Greenwood, that makes you stand thus? Do you not hear me tell you that I have got nothing more to say to you?" "Yes, my lord, I hear what you say." "Then why don't you go away? I won't have you stand there staring like that." He still shook his head. "Why do you stand there and shake your head?" "It must be told, my lord." "What must be told?" "The Marchioness." "What do you mean, sir? What have you got to say?" "Would you wish to send for her ladyship?" "No, I wouldn't. I won't send for her ladyship at all. What has her ladyship got to do with it?" "She promised." "Promised what?" "Promised the living. She undertook that I should have Appleslocombe the moment it became vacant." "I don't believe a word of it." "She did. I don't think that her ladyship will deny it." It might have been so, certainly, and had there been no chance of truth in the statement, he would hardly have been so ready to send for Lady Kingsbury. But had she done so, the promise would amount to nothing. Though he was sick and wretched and weak, and in some matters afraid of his wife, there had been no moment of his life in which he would have given way to her on such a subject as this. "She promised it me for a purpose." "A purpose?" "For a purpose, my lord." "What purpose?" Mr. Greenwood went on staring and shaking his head and rubbing his hands, till the Marquis, awestruck and almost frightened, put out his hand towards the bell. But he thought of it again. He remembered himself that he had nothing to fear. If the man had anything to say about the Marchioness, it might perhaps be better said without the presence of servants. "If you mean to say anything, say it. If not, go. If you do neither one nor the other very quickly, I shall have you turned out of the house." "Turned out of the house?" "Certainly. If you have any threat to make, you had better make it in writing. You can write to my lawyers, or to me, or to Lord Hampstead, or to Mr. Roberts." "It isn't a threat. It is only a statement. She promised it me for a purpose." I don't know what you mean by a purpose, Mr. Greenwood. I don't believe Lady Kingsbury made any such promise. But if she did, it wasn't hers to promise. I don't believe it, but had she promised I should not be bound by it." "Not if you have not given it away." "I have given it away, Mr. Greenwood." "Then I must suggest—" "Suggest what?" "Compensation, my lord. It will only be fair. You ask her ladyship. Her ladyship cannot intend that I should be turned out of your lordship's house with only £200 a year, after what has passed between me and her ladyship." "What passed?" said the Marquis, absolutely rousing himself so as to stand erect before the other man. "I had rather, my lord, that you should hear it from her ladyship." "What passed?" "There was all that about Lady Frances." "What about Lady Frances?" "Of course I was employed to do all that I could to prevent the marriage. You employed me yourself, my lord. It was you sent me down to see the young man, and explain to him how impertinent he was. It isn't my fault, Lord Kingsbury, if things have got themselves changed since then." "You think you ought to make a demand upon me because, as my chaplain, you were asked to see a gentleman who called here on a delicate matter?" "It isn't that I am thinking about. If it had been only that, I should have said nothing. You asked me what it was about, and I was obliged to remind you of one thing. What took place between me and her ladyship was, of course, much more particular. But it all began with your lordship. If you hadn't commissioned me, I don't suppose her ladyship would ever have spoken to me about Lady Frances." "What is it all? Sit down, won't you, and tell it all like a man, if you have got anything to tell." The Marquis, fatigued with his exertion, was forced to go back to his chair. Mr. Greenwood also sat down, but whether or no like a man may be doubted. "Remember this, Mr. Greenwood. It does not become a gentleman to repeat what has been said to him in confidence, especially not to repeat it to him or to them from whom it was intended to be kept secret. And it does not become a Christian to endeavour to make ill blood between a husband and his wife. Now, if you have got anything to say, say it." Mr. Greenwood shook his head. "If you have got nothing to say, go away. I tell you fairly that I don't want to have you here. You have begun something like a threat, and if you choose to go on with it, you may. I am not afraid to hear you, but you must say it or go." Mr. Greenwood again shook his head. "I suppose you won't deny that her ladyship honoured me with a very close confidence." "I don't know anything about it." "Your lordship didn't know that her ladyship down at Trafford used to be talking to me pretty freely about Lord Hampstead and Lady Frances?" "If you have got anything to say, say it," screamed the Marquis. "Of course his lordship and her ladyship are not her ladyship's own children." "What has that got to do with it?" "Of course there was a bitterness." "What is that to you? I will hear nothing from you about Lady Kingsbury, unless you have to tell me of some claim to be made upon her. If there has been money promised you, and she acknowledges it, it shall be paid. Has there been any such promise?" Mr. Greenwood found it very difficult, nay, quite impossible, to say in accurate language that which he was desirous of explaining by dark hints. There had, he thought, been something of a compact between himself and the Marchioness. The Marchioness had desired something which she ought not to have desired, and had called upon the chaplain for more than his sympathy. The chaplain had been willing to give her more than his sympathy, had at one time been almost willing to give her very much more. He might possibly, as he now felt, have misinterpreted her wishes. But he had certainly heard from her language so strong in reference to her husband's children, that he had been justified in considering that it was intended to be secret. As a consequence of this, he had been compelled to choose between the Marquis and the Marchioness. By becoming the confidential friend of the one, he had necessarily become the enemy of the other. Then, as a further consequence, he was turned out of the house, and, as he declared to himself, utterly ruined. Now in this there had certainly been much hardship, and who was to compensate him, if not the Marquis? There certainly had been some talk about Appleslocombe during those moments of hot passion in which Lady Kingsbury had allowed herself to say such evil things of Lady Frances and Lord Hampstead. Whether any absolute promise had been given, she would probably not now remember. There certainly had been a moment in which she had thought that her husband's life might possibly pass away before that of the old rector, and reference may have been made to the fact that had her own darling been the heir, the gift of the living would then have fallen into her own hands. Mr. Greenwood had probably thought more of some possible compensation for the living than of the living itself. He had no doubt endeavoured to frighten her ladyship into thinking that some mysterious debt was due to him, if not for services actually rendered, at any rate for extraordinary confidences. But before he had forced upon her the acknowledgment of the debt, he was turned out of the house. Now this he felt to be hard. What were 200 a year as a pension for a gentleman after such a lifelong service? Was it to be endured that he should have listened for so many years to all the abominable politics of the Marquis, and to the anger and disappointment of the Marchioness? That he should have been so closely connected, and for so many years, with luxury, wealth, and rank, and then arrive at so poor an evening of his day? As he thought of this, he felt the more ashamed of his misfortune, because he believed himself to be in all respects a stronger man than the Marquis. He had flattered himself that he could lead the Marquis, and had thought that he had been fairly successful in doing so. His life had been idle, luxurious, and full of comfort. The Marquis had allowed him to do pretty well what he pleased, until in an evil hour he had taken the side of the Marchioness in a family quarrel. Then the Marquis, though weak in health, almost to his death, had suddenly become strong in purpose, and had turned him abruptly out of the house with a miserable stipend hardly fit for more than a butler. Could it be that he should put up with such usage, and allow the Marquis to escape unscathed out of his hand? In this condition of mind he had determined that he owed it to himself to do or say something that should frighten his lordship into a more generous final arrangement. There had been, he said to himself again and again, such a confidence with a lady of so high a rank, that the owner of it ought not to be allowed to languish upon 200 or even upon 300 a year. If the whole thing could really be explained to the Marquis would probably see it himself. And to all this was to be added the fact that no harm had been done. The Marchioness owed him very much for having wished to assist her in getting rid of an heir that was disagreeable to her. The Marquis owed him more for not having done it. And they both owed him very much in that he had never said a word of it all to anybody else. He had thought that he might be clever enough to make the Marquis understand something of this without actually explaining it, that some mysterious promise had been made, and that as the promise could not be kept, some compensation should be awarded. This was what he had desired to bring home to the mind of the Marquis. He had betrayed no confidence. He intended to betray none. He was very anxious that the Marquis should be aware that as he, Mr. Greenwood, was a gentleman, all confidences would be safe in his hands. But then the Marquis ought to do his part of the business, and not turn his confidential chaplain out of the house after a quarter of a century, with a beggarly annuity of 200 a year. But the Marquis seemed to have acquired unusual strength of character, and Mr. Greenwood found that the words were very difficult to be found. He had declared that there had been a bitterness, and beyond that he could not go. It was impossible to hint that her ladyship had wished to have Lord Hampstead removed. The horrid thoughts of a few days had become so vague to himself that he doubted whether there had been any real intention as to the young lord's removal, even in his own mind. There was nothing more that he could say than this, that during the period of this close intimacy her ladyship had promised to him the living of Appleslocombe, and that, as that promise could not be kept, some compensation should be made to him. "Was any sum of money named?" asked the Marquis. "Nothing of the kind. Her ladyship thought that I ought to have the living." "You can't have it, and there's an end of it." "And you think that nothing should be done for me?" "I think that nothing should be done for you more than has been done." "Very well. I am not going to tell secrets that have been entrusted to me as a gentleman, even though I am so badly used by those who have confided them to me. Her ladyship is safe with me. Because I sympathized with her ladyship, your lordship turned me out of the house." "No, I didn't." "Should I have been treated like this had I not taken her ladyship's part? I am too noble to betray a secret, or no doubt I could compel your lordship to behave to me in a very different manner. Yes, my lord, I am quite ready to go now. I have made my appeal, and I have made it in vain. I have no wish to call upon her ladyship. As a gentleman, I am bound to give her ladyship no unnecessary trouble." While this last speech was going on, a servant had come into the room and had told the Marquis that the Duca di Crinola was desirous of seeing him. The servants in the establishment were of course anxious to recognize Lady Frances's lover as an Italian duke. The Marquis would probably have made some excuse for not receiving the lover at this moment, had he not felt that he might in this way best ensure the immediate retreat of Mr. Greenwood. Mr. Greenwood went, and Roden was summoned to Lord Kingsbury's presence. But the meeting took place under circumstances which naturally made the Marquis incapable of entering at the moment with much spirit on the great Duca question. End of section 54. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Section 55 of Marion Fay by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Volume 3, Chapter 12. Lord Hampstead again with Mrs. Roden. Weeks had passed by since Lord Hampstead had walked up and down Broad Street with Mr. Fay, weeks which were to him a period of terrible woe. His passion for Marion had so seized upon him that it had in all respects changed his life. The sorrow of her alleged ill health had fallen upon him before the hunting had been over, but from that moment he had altogether forgotten his horses. The time had now come in which he was wont to be on board his yacht, but of his yacht he took no notice whatever. "I can tell you nothing about it as yet," he said, in the only line which he wrote to his skipper, in answer to piteous applications made to him. None of those who were near and dear to him knew how he passed his time. His sister left him and went up to the house in London, and he felt that her going was a relief to him. He would not even admit his friend Roden to come to him in his trouble. He spent his days all alone at Hendon, occasionally going across to Holloway in order that he might talk of his sorrow to Mrs. Roden. Midsummer had come upon him before he again saw the Quaker. Marion's father had left a feeling almost of hostility in his mind in consequence of that conversation in Broad Street. "I no longer want anything on your behalf," the Quaker had seemed to say. "I care nothing now for your name or your happiness. I am anxious only for my child, and as I am told that it will be better that you should not see her, you must stay away." That the father should be anxious for his daughter was natural enough. Lord Hampstead could not quarrel with Zachary Fay, but he taught himself to think that their interests were at variance with each other. As for Marion, whether she were ill or whether she were well, he would have her altogether to himself. Gradually there had come upon him the conviction that there was a real barrier existing between himself and the thing that he desired. To Marion's own words, while they had been spoken only to himself, he had given no absolute credit. He had been able to declare to her that her fears were vain, and that whether she were weak or whether she were strong, it was her duty to come to him. When they two had been together, his arguments and assurances had convinced at any rate himself. The love which he had seen in her eyes and had heard from her lips had been so sweet to him that their savour had overcome whatever strength her words possessed. But these protestations, these assurances that no marriage could be possible, when they reached him second hand, as they had done through his sister and through the Quaker, almost crushed him. He did not dare to tell them that he would fain marry the girl though she were dying, that he would accept any chance or no chance if he might only be allowed to hold her in his arms and tell her that she was all his own. There had come a blow, he would say to himself again and again, as he walked about the grounds at Hendon. There had come a blow, a fatal blow, a blow from which there could be no recovery. But still it ought to be, borne together. He would not admit to himself that because of this verdict there ought to be a separation between them two. It might be that the verdict had been uttered by a judge against whom there could be no appeal. But even the judge should not be allowed to say that Marion Fay was not his own. Let her come and die in his arms if she must die. Let her come and have what of life there might be left to her, warmed and comforted and perhaps extended by his love. It seemed to him to be certainly a fact that because of his great love and of hers she did already belong to him. And yet he was told that he might not see her, that it would be better that she should not be disturbed by his presence, as though he were no more than a stranger to her. Every day he almost resolved to disregard them and go down to the little cottage in which she was living. But then he remembered the warnings which were given to him, and was aware that he had in truth no right to intrude upon the Quaker's household. It is not to be supposed that during this time he had no intercourse with Marion. At first there came to be a few lines, written perhaps once a week from her, in answer to many lines written by him. But by degrees the feeling of awe which at first attached itself to the act of writing to him wore off, and she did not let a day pass without sending him some little record of herself and her doings. It had come to be quite understood by the Quaker that Marion was to do exactly as she pleased with her lover. No one dreamed of hinting to her that this correspondence was improper or injurious. Had she herself expressed a wish to see him, neither would the Quaker nor Mrs. Roden have made strong objection. To whatever might have been her wish or her decision, they would have acceded. It was by her word that the marriage had been declared to be impossible. It was in obedience to her that he was to keep aloof. She had failed to prevail with her own soft words, and had therefore been driven to use the authority of others. But at this period, though she did become weaker and weaker from day to day, and though the doctor's attendance was constant at the cottage, Marion herself was hardly unhappy. She grieved indeed for his grief, but only for that there would have been triumph and joy to her rather than grief. The daily writing of these little notes was a privilege to her, and a happiness of which she had hitherto known nothing. To have a lover, and such a lover, was a delight to her, a delight to which there was now hardly any drawback, as there was nothing now of which she need be afraid. To have him with her as other girls may have their lovers, she knew was impossible to her. But to read his words and to write loving words to him, to talk to him of his future life, and bid him think of her, his poor Marion, without allowing his great manly heart to be filled too full with vain memories, was in truth happiness to her. "Why should you want to come?" she said. "It is infinitely better that you should not come. We understand it all now, and acknowledge what it is that the Lord has done for us. It would not have been good for me to be your wife. It would not have been good for you to have become my husband. But it will, I think, be good for me to have loved you. And if you will learn to think of it as I do, it will not have been bad for you. It has given a beauty to my life," she said, "which makes me feel that I ought to be contented to die early. If I could have had a choice, I would have chosen it so." But these teachings from her had no effect whatever upon him. It was her idea that she would pass away, and that there would remain with him no more than a fair sweet shade which would have but little effect upon his future life, beyond that of creating for him occasionally a gentle melancholy. It could not be, she thought, that for a man such as he, for one so powerful and so great, such a memory should cause a lasting sorrow. But with him, to his thinking, to his feeling, the lasting biting sorrow was there already. There could be no other love, no other marriage, no other Marion. He had heard that his stepmother was anxious for her boy. The way should be open for the child. It did seem to him that a life, long continued, would be impossible to him when Marion should have been taken away from him. "Oh yes, he's there again," said Miss Demijohn to her aunt. "He comes mostly on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. What he can be coming about is more than I can guess. Crocker says it's all true love. Crocker says that the Duca says—" "Bother the Duca!" exclaimed the old woman. "I don't believe that Crocker and George Roden ever exchange a word together." "Why shouldn't they exchange words, and they fast friends of 5 years' standing? Crocker says as Lord Hampstead is to be at Lady Amaldina's wedding in August. His lordship has promised, and Crocker thinks—" "I don't believe very much about Crocker, my young woman. You had better look to yourself, or perhaps you'll find when you have got yourself married that Crocker has not got a roof to cover you." Lord Hampstead had walked over to Paradise Row, and was seated with Mrs. Roden when this little squabble was going on. "You don't think that I ought to let things remain as they are?" he said to Mrs. Roden. To all such questions Mrs. Roden found it very difficult to make any reply. She did in truth think that they ought to be allowed to remain as they were, or rather that some severance should be made more decided even than that which now existed. Putting aside her own ideas, she was quite sure that Marion would not consent to a marriage. And as it was so, and must be so, it was better, she thought, that the young people should see no more of each other. This writing of daily letters, what good could it do to either of them? To her, indeed, to Marion, with her fixed purpose and settled religious convictions, and almost certain fate, little evil might be done.
But to Lord Hampstead the result would be, and was, terribly pernicious. He was sacrificing himself, not only, as Mrs. Roden thought, for the present moment, but for many years, perhaps for his future life, to a hopeless passion. A cloud was falling upon him which might too probably darken his whole career. From the day on which she had unfortunately taken Marion to Hendon Hall, she had never ceased to regret the acquaintance which she had caused. To her thinking the whole affair had been unfortunate. Between people so divided there should have been no intimacy, and yet this intimacy had been due to her. "It is impossible that I should not see her," continued Lord Hampstead. "I will see her." "If you would see her, and then make up your mind to part with her, that I think would be good."
"To see her and say farewell to her for ever?"
"Yes, my lord."
"Certainly not. That I will never do. If it should come to pass that she must go from me for ever, I would have her in my arms to the very last."
"At such a moment, my lord, those whom Nature has given to her for her friends—"
"Has not Nature given me too for her friend? Can any friend love her more truly than I do? Those should be with us when we die to whom our life is of most importance. Is there any one to whom her life can be half as much as it is to me? The husband is the dearest to his wife. When I look upon her as going from me for ever, then may I not say that she is the same to me as my wife?"
"Why? Why? Why?"
"I know what you mean, Mrs. Roden. What is the use of asking why when the thing is done? Could I make it so now, as though I had never seen her? Could I if I would? Would I if I could? What is the good of thinking of antecedents which are impossible? She has become my treasure. Whether past and fleeting, or likely to last me for my life, she is my treasure. Can I make a change because you ask why, and why, and why? Why did I ever come here? Why did I know your son? Why have I got a something here within me which kills me when I think that I shall be separated from her, and yet crowns me with glory when I feel that she has loved me? If she must leave me, I have to bear it. What I shall do, where I shall go, whether I shall stand or fall, I do not pretend to say. A man does not know, himself, of what stuff he is made till he has been tried. But whatever may be my lot, it cannot be altered by any care or custody now. She is my own, and I will not be separated from her. If she were dead, I should know that she was gone. She would have left me, and I could not help myself. As yet she is living, and may live, and I will be with her. I must go to her there, or she must come here to me. If he will permit it, I will take some home for myself close to hers. What will it matter now, though every one should know it? Let them all know it. Should she live, she will become mine. If she must go, what will the world know but that I have lost her who was to have been my wife? Even Mrs. Roden had not the heart to tell him that he had seen Marion for the last time. It would have been useless to tell him so, for he would not have obeyed the behest contained in such an assertion. Ideas of prudence and ideas of health had restrained him hitherto, but he had been restrained only for a time. No one had dared suggest to him that he should never again see his Marion.
"I suppose that we must ask Mr. Fay," she replied.
She was herself more powerful than the Quaker, as she was well aware, but it had become necessary to her to say something. "Mr. Fay has less to say to it even than I have," said Hampstead. "My belief is that Marion herself is the only one among us who is strong. If it were not that she is determined, he would yield, and you would yield."
"Who can know as she knows?" said Mrs. Roden. "Which among us is so likely to be guided by what is right? Which is so pure and honest and loving? Her conscience tells her what is best." "I am not sure of that," said he. "Her conscience may fill her as well as another with fears that are unnecessary. I cannot think that a girl should be encouraged by those around her to doom herself after this fashion. Who has a right to say that God has determined that she shall die early?" Mrs. Roden shook her head. "I am not going to teach others what religion demands, but to me it seems that we should leave these things in God's hands. That she may doubt as to herself may be natural enough, but others should not have encouraged her." "You mean me, my lord?" "You must not be angry with me, Mrs. Roden. The matter to me is so vital that I have to say what I think about it. It does seem to me that I am kept away from her, whereas by all the ties which can bind a man and a woman together I ought to be with her. Forms and ceremonies seem to sink to nothing when I think of all she is to me, and remember that I am told that she is soon to be taken away from me." "How would it be if she had a mother?" "Why should her mother refuse my love for her daughter? But she has no mother. She has a father who has accepted me. I do believe that had the matter been left wholly to him, Marion would now be my wife." "I was away, my lord, in Italy." "I will not be so harsh to such a friend as you as to say that I wish you had remained there. But I feel, I cannot but feel—" "My lord, I think the truth is that you hardly know how strong in such a matter as this our Marion herself can be. Neither have I nor has her father prevailed upon her. I can go back now and tell you without breach of confidence all that passed between her and me. When first your name was discussed between us, when first I saw that you seemed to make much of her—" "Make much of her!" exclaimed Hampstead angrily. "Yes, make much of her. When first I thought that you were becoming fond of her." "You speak as though there had been some idle dallying. Did I not worship her? Did I not pour out my whole heart into her lap from the first moment in which I saw her? Did I hide it even from you? Was there any pretence, any falsehood?" "No, indeed."
"Do not say that I made much of her. The phrase is vile. When she told me that she loved me, she made much of me."
"When first you showed us that you loved her," she continued, "I feared that it would not be for good."
"Why should it not be for good?"
"I will not speak of that now, but I thought so. I thought so, and I told my thoughts to Marion."
"You did?"
"I did, and I think that in doing so I did no more than my duty to a motherless girl. Of the reasons which I gave to her I will say nothing now. Her reasons were so much stronger that mine were altogether unavailing. Her resolutions were built on so firm a rock that they needed no persuasions of mine to strengthen them. I had ever known Marion to be pure, unselfish, and almost perfect. But I had never before seen how high she could rise, how certainly she could soar above all weakness and temptation. To her there was never a moment of doubt. She knew from the very first that it could not be so."
"It shall be so," he said, jumping up from his chair and flinging up his arms.
"It was not I who persuaded her, or her father. Even you cannot persuade her. Having convinced herself that were she to marry you she would injure you, not all her own passionate love will induce her to accept the infinite delight of yielding to you. What may be best for you, that is present to her mind, and nothing else. On that her heart is fixed, and so clear is her judgment respecting it, that she will not allow the words of any other to operate on her for a moment. Marion Fay, Lord Hampstead, is infinitely too great to have been persuaded in any degree by me." Nevertheless, Mrs. Roden did allow herself to say that in her opinion the lover should be allowed to see his mistress. She herself would go to Pegwell Bay, and endeavour to bring Marion back to Holloway. That Lord Hampstead should himself go down and spend his long hours at the little seaside place did not seem to her to be fitting. But she promised that she would do her best to arrange at any rate another meeting in Paradise Row. End of Section 55. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Section 56 of Marion Fay by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Volume 3, Chapter 13. Lord Hampstead again with Marion. The Quaker had become as weak as water in his daughter's hands. To whatever she might have desired he would have given his assent. He went daily up from Pegwell Bay to Pogson and Littlebird's, but even then he was an altered man. It had been said there for a few days that his daughter was to become the wife of the eldest son of the Marquis of Kingsbury, and then it had been said that there could be no such marriage because of Marion's health. The glory, while it lasted, he had borne meekly, but with a certain anxious satisfaction. The pride of his life had been in Marion, and this young lord's choice had justified his pride. But the glory had been very fleeting, and now it was understood through all Pogson and Littlebird's that their senior clerk had been crushed, not by the loss of his noble son-in-law, but by the cause which produced the loss. Under these circumstances poor Zachary Fay had hardly any will of his own, except to do that which his daughter suggested to him. When she told him that she would wish to go up to London for a few days, he assented as a matter of course. And when she explained that she wished to do so in order that she might see Lord Hampstead, he only shook his head sadly, and was silent. "Of course I will come as you wish it," Marion had said in her letter to her lover. "What would I not do that you wish, except when you wish things that you know you ought not? Mrs. Roden says that I am to go up to be lectured. You mustn't be very hard upon me. I don't think you ought to ask me to do things which you know that I cannot do. Oh, my lover! Oh, my love! Would that it were all over, and that you were free." In answer to this and to other letters of the kind, he wrote to her long argumentative epistles, in which he strove to repress the assurances of his love, in order that he might convince her the better by the strength of his reasoning. He spoke to her of the will of God, and of the wickedness of which she would be guilty if she took upon herself to foretell the doings of Providence. He said much of the actual bond by which they had tied themselves together in declaring their mutual love. He endeavoured to explain to her that she could not be justified in settling such a question for herself without reference to the opinion of those who must know the world better than she did. Had the words of a short ceremony been spoken, she would have been bound to obey him as her husband. Was she not equally bound now, already, to acknowledge his superiority? And if not by him, was it not her manifest duty to be guided by her father? Then, at the end of 4 carefully written, well-stuffed pages, there would come 2 or 3 words of burning love. My Marion, myself, my very heart! It need hardly be said that, as the well-stuffed pages went for nothing with Marion, had not the least effect towards convincing her, so were the few words the very food on which she lived.
There was no absurdity in the language of love that was not to her a gem so brilliant that it deserved to be garnered in the very treasure house of her memory. All those long useless sermons were preserved because they had been made rich and rare by the expression of his passion. She understood him and valued him at the proper rate, and measured him correctly in everything. He was so true, she knew him to be so true, that even his superlatives could not be other than true. But as for his reasoning, she knew that that came also from his passion. She could not argue the matter out with him, but he was wrong in it all. She was not bound to listen to any other voice but that of her own conscience. She was bound not to subject him to the sorrows which would attend him were he to become her husband. She could not tell how weak or how strong might be his nature in bearing the burden of the grief which would certainly fall upon him at her death. She had heard, and had in part seen, that time does always mitigate the weight of that burden. Perhaps it might be best that she should go at once, so that no prolonged period of his future career should be injured by his waiting. She had begun to think that he would be unable to look for another wife while she lived. By degrees there came upon her the full conviction of the steadfastness, nay, of the stubbornness, of his heart. She had been told that men were not usually like that. When first he had become sweet to her, she had not thought that he would have been like that. Was it not almost unmanly? Or rather was it not womanly? And yet he, strong and masterful as he was, could he have aught of a woman's weakness about him? Could she have dreamed that it would be so from the first, she thought that from the very first she could have abstained.
Of course I shall be at home on Tuesday at 2. Am I not at home every day at all hours? Mrs. Roden shall not be there, as you do not wish it, though Mrs. Roden has always been your friend. Of course I shall be alone. Papa is always in the city. Good to you? Of course I shall be good to you. How can I be bad to the one being that I love better than all the world? I am always thinking of you, but I do wish that you would not think so much of me. A man should not think so much of a girl, only just at his spare moments. I did not think that it would be like that when I told you that you might love me.
All that Tuesday morning, before he left home, he was not only thinking of her, but trying to marshal in order what arguments he might use, so as to convince her at last. He did not at all understand how utterly fruitless his arguments had been with her. When Mrs. Roden had told him of Marion's strength, he had only in part believed her. In all matters concerning the moment, Marion was weak and womanly before him. When he told her that this or the other thing was proper and becoming, she took it as gospel because it came from him. There was something of the old awe even when she looked up into his face. Because he was a great nobleman, and because she was the Quaker's daughter, there was still, in spite of their perfect love, something of superiority, something of inferiority of position. It was natural that he should command, natural that she should obey. How could it be then that she should not at last obey him in this great thing which was so necessary to him? And yet hitherto he had never gone near to prevailing with her. Of course he marshalled all his arguments. Gentle and timid as she was, she had made up her mind to everything, even down to the very greeting with which she would receive him. His first warm kiss had shocked her. She had thought of it since, and had told herself that no harm could come to her from such tokens of affection, that it would be unnatural were she to refuse it to him. Let it pass by as an incident that should mean nothing. To hang upon his neck, and to feel and to know that she was his very own, that might not be given to her. To hear his words of love, and to answer him with words as warm, that could be allowed to her. As for the rest, it would be better that she should let it so pass by that there need be as little of contention as possible on a matter so trivial. When he came into the room he took her at once, passive and unresisting, into his arms. "Marion," he said, "Marion, do you say that you are ill? You are as bright as a rose."
"Rose leaves soon fall. But we will not talk about that. Why go to such a subject?"
"It cannot be helped." He still held her by the waist, and now and again he kissed her. There was something in her passive submission which made him think at the moment that she had at last determined to yield to him altogether. "Marion, Marion," he said, still holding her in his embrace, "you will be persuaded by me? You will be mine now?" Gradually, very gently, she contrived to extricate herself. There must be no more of it, or his passion would become too strong for her.
"Sit down, dearest," she said. "You flurry me by all this. It is not good that I should be flurried."
"I will be quiet, tame, motionless, if you will only say the one word to me. Make me understand that we are not to be parted, and I will ask for nothing else."
"Parted? No, I do not think that we shall be parted."
"Say that the day shall come when we may really be joined together, when—"
"No, dear, no. I cannot say that. I cannot alter anything that I have said before. I cannot make things other than they are. Here we are, we two, loving each other with all our hearts, and yet it may not be. My dear, dear lord." She had never even yet learned another name for him than this. "Sometimes I ask myself whether it has been my fault."
She was now sitting, and he was standing over her, but still holding her by the hand. "There has been no fault. Why should either have been in fault?"
"When there is so great a misfortune there must generally have been a fault. But I do not think there has been any here. Do not misunderstand me, dear. The misfortune is not with me. I do not know that the Lord could have sent me a greater blessing than to have been loved by you. Were it not that your trouble, your grief, your complainings rob me of my joy."
"Then do not rob me," he said.
"Out of two evils you must choose the least. You have heard of that, have you not?"
"There need be no evil. No such evil as this." Then he dropped her hand and stood apart from her while he listened to her, or else walked up and down the room, throwing at her now and again a quick angry word as she went on striving to make clear to him the ideas as they came to her mind.
"I do not know how I could have done otherwise," she said, "when you would make it so certain to me that you loved me. I suppose it might have been possible for me to go away, and not to say a word in answer."
"That is nonsense, sheer nonsense," he said.
"I could not tell you an untruth. I tried it once, but the words would not come at my bidding. Had I not spoken them, you would have read the truth in my eyes. What then could I have done? And yet there was not a moment in which I have not known that it must be as it is."
"It need not be. It need not be. It should not be."
"Yes, dear, it must be. As it is so, why not let us have the sweet of it as far as it will go? Can you not take a joy in thinking that you have given an inexpressible brightness to your poor Marion's days? That you have thrown over her a heavenly light, which would be all glorious to her if she did not see that you were covered by a cloud? If I thought that you could hold up your head with manly strength, and accept this little gift of my love, just for what it is worth, just for what it is worth, then I think I could be happy to the end."
What would you have me do? Can a man love and not love?
I almost think he can. I almost think that men do. I would not have you not love me. I would not lose my light and my glory altogether. But I would have your love to be of such a nature that it should not conquer you. I would have you remember your name and your family.
I care nothing for my name. As far as I am concerned, my name is gone.
Oh, my lord!
You have determined that my name shall go no further.
That is unmanly, Lord Hampstead. Because a poor weak girl such as I am cannot do all that you wish, are you to throw away your strength and your youth, and all the high hopes which ought to be before you? Would you say that it were well in another if you heard that he had thrown up everything, surrendered all his duties, because of his love for some girl infinitely beneath him in the world's esteem?
There is no question of above and beneath. I will not have it. As to that, at any rate, we are on a par.
A man and a girl can never be on a par. You have a great career, and you declare that it shall go for nothing because I cannot be your wife.
Can I help myself if I am broken-hearted? You can help me.
No, Lord Hampstead. It is there that you are wrong. It is there that you must allow me to say that I have the clearer knowledge. With an effort on your part the thing may be done.
What effort? What effort? Can I teach myself to forget that I have ever seen you?
No, indeed, you cannot forget. But you may resolve that, remembering me, you should remember me only for what I am worth. You should not buy your memories at too high a price.
What is it that you would have me do?
I would have you seek another wife.
Marion!
I would have you seek another wife. If not instantly, I would have you instantly resolve to do so.
It would not hurt you to feel that I loved another?
I think not. I have tried myself, and now I think that it would not hurt me. There was a time in which I owned to myself that it would be very bitter, and then I told myself that I hoped that you would wait. But now I have acknowledged to myself the vanity and selfishness of such a wish. If I really love you, am I not bound to want what may be best for you?
You think that possible? He said, standing over her and looking down upon her. Judging from your own heart, do you think that you could do that if outward circumstances made it convenient?
No, no, no.
Why should you suppose me to be harder hearted than yourself, more callous, more like a beast of the fields?
More like a man is what I would have you.
I have listened to you, Marion, and now you may listen to me. Your distinctions as to men and women are all vain. There are those, men and women both, who can love and do love, and there are those who neither do nor can. Whether it be for good or evil, we can, you and I, and we do. It would be impossible to think of giving yourself to another?
That is certainly true.
It is the same with me, and will ever be so. Whether you live or die, I can have no other wife than Marion Fay. As to that, I have a right to expect that you shall believe me. Whether I have a wife or not, you must decide.
Oh, dearest, do not kill me.
It has to be so. If you can be firm, so can I. As to my name and my family, it matters nothing. Could I be allowed to look forward and think that you would sit at my hearth, and that some child that should be my child should lie in your arms, then I could look forward to what you call a career. Not that he might be the last of 100 Traffords, not that he might be an earl or a marquis like his forefathers, not that he might some day live to be a wealthy peer, would I have it so, but because he would be yours and mine. Now she got up and threw her arms around him, and stood leaning on him as he spoke. "I can look forward to that and think of a career. If that cannot be, the rest of it must provide for itself. There are others who can look after the Traffords, and who will do so, whether it be necessary or not. To have gone a little out of the beaten path, to have escaped some of the traditional absurdities, would have been something to me. To have let the world see how noble a countess I could find for it, that would have satisfied me. And I had succeeded. I had found the one that would really have graced the name. If it is not to be so, why then let the name and family go on in the old beaten track. I shall not make another venture. I have made my choice, and it is to come to this."
"You must wait, dear. You must wait. I had not thought that it would be like this. But you must wait."
"What God may have in store for me, who can tell? You have told me your mind, Marion, and now I trust that you will understand mine. I do not accept your decision, but you will accept mine. Think of it all, and when you see me again in a day or two, then see whether you will not be able to join your lot to mine, and make the best of it." Upon this he kissed her again, and left her without another word. Section 56. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Section 57 of Marion Fay by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Volume 3, Chapter 14. Crocker's Distress. When midsummer came, Paradise Row was alive with various interests. There was no one there who did not know something of the sad story of Marion Fay and her love. It was impossible that such a one as Lord Hampstead should make repeated visits to the street without notice. When Marion returned home from Pegwell Bay, even the potboy at the Duchess of Edinburgh knew why she had come, and Clara Demijohn professed to be able to tell all that passed at the interview next day. And there was the great Duca matter, so that Paradise Row generally conceived itself to be concerned on all questions of nobility, both foreign and British. There were the Ducaites and the anti-Ducaites. The Demijohn faction generally, as being under the influence of Crocker, were of opinion that George Roden, being a duke, could not rid himself of his ducal nature, and they were loud in their expression of the propriety of calling the Duke, Duke, whether he wished it or no. But Mrs. Grimley at the Duchess was warm on the other side. George Roden, according to her lights, being a clerk in the Post Office, must certainly be a Briton, and being a Briton, and therefore free, was entitled to call himself whatever he pleased. She was generally presumed to enunciate a properly constitutional theory in the matter, and, as she was a leading personage in the neighbourhood, the Duca was for the most part called by his old name. But there were contests, and on one occasion blows had been struck. All this helped to keep life alive in the Row. But there had arisen another source of intense interest. Samuel Crocker was now regularly engaged to marry Miss Demijohn. There had been many difficulties before this could be arranged. Crocker, not unnaturally, wished that a portion of the enormous wealth which rumour attributed to Mrs. Demijohn should be made over to the bride on her marriage. But the discussions which had taken place between him and the old lady on the matter had been stormy and unsuccessful.
"It's a sort of thing that one doesn't understand at all, you know,"
Crocker had said to Mrs. Grimley, giving the landlady to understand that he was not going to part with his own possession of himself without adequate consideration. Mrs. Grimley had comforted the young man by reminding him that the old lady was much given to hot brandy and water, and that she could not take her money with her where she was going. Crocker had at last contented himself with an assurance that there should be a breakfast and a trousseau which was to cost £100. With the promise of this and the hope of what brandy and water might do for him, he had given in, and the match was made. Had there been no more than this in the matter, the Row would not have been much stirred by it. The Row was so full of earls, marquises, and dukes that Crocker's love would have awakened no more than a passing attention, but for a concomitant incident which was touching in its nature and interesting in its development. Daniel Tribbledale, junior clerk at Pogson and Littlebird's, had fought a battle with his passion for Clara Demijohn like a man, but, manly though the battle had been, love had prevailed over him. He had at last found it impossible to give up the girl of his heart, and he had declared his intention of punching Crocker's head, should he ever find him in the neighbourhood of the Row. With the object of doing this, he frequented the Row constantly from 10 in the evening till 2 in the morning, and spent a great deal more money than he ought to have done at the Duchess. He would occasionally knock at No. 10 and boldly ask to be allowed to see Miss Clara. On one or two of these occasions he had seen her, and tears had flown in great quantities. He had thrown himself at her feet, and she had assured him that it was in vain. He had fallen back at Pogson and Littlebird's to £120 a year, and there was no prospect of an increase. Moreover, the betrothment with Crocker was complete. Clara had begged him to leave the vicinity of Holloway. Nothing, he had sworn, should divorce him from Paradise Row. Should that breakfast ever be given, should these hated nuptials ever take place, he would be heard of. It was in vain that Clara had threatened to die on the threshold of the church if anything rash were done. He was determined, and Clara, no doubt, was interested in the persistency of his affection. It was, however, specially worthy of remark that Crocker and Tribbledale never did meet in Paradise Row. Monday, 13th of July, was the day fixed for the marriage, and lodgings for the happy pair had been taken at Islington. It had been hoped that room might have been made for them at No. 10, but the old lady, fearing the interference of a new inmate, had preferred the horrors of solitude to the combined presence of her niece and her niece's husband. She had, however, given a clock and a small harmonium to grace the furnished sitting-room, so that things might be said to stand on a sound and pleasant footing. Gradually, however, it came to be thought both by the old and the young lady that Crocker was becoming too eager on that great question of the Duca. When he declared that no earthly consideration should induce him to call his friend by any name short of that noble title which he was entitled to use, he was asked a question or two as to his practice at the office. For it had come round to Paradise Row that Crocker was giving offence at the office by his persistency.
"When I speak of him I always call him the Duca," said Crocker, gallantly, "and when I meet him I always address him as Duca. No doubt it may for a while create a little coolness, but he will recognize at last the truth of the spirit which actuates me. He is the Duca." "If you go on doing what they tell you not to do," said the old woman, "they'll dismiss you."
Crocker had simply smiled ineffably. Not Æolus himself would dismiss him for a loyal adherence to the constitutional usages of the European courts. Crocker was in truth making himself thoroughly disagreeable at the Post Office. Sir Boreas had had his own view as to Roden's title,
and had been anxious to assist Lord Persiflage in forcing the clerk to accept his nobility. But when he had found that Roden was determined, he had given way. No order had been given on the subject. It was a matter which hardly admitted of an order. But it was understood that, as Mr. Roden wished to be Mr. Roden, he was to be Mr. Roden. It was declared that good taste required that he should be addressed as he chose to be addressed. When, therefore, Crocker persisted, it was felt that Crocker was a bore. When Crocker declared to Roden personally that his conscience would not allow him to encounter a man whom he believed to be a nobleman without calling him by his title, the office generally felt that Crocker was an ass. Æolus was known to have expressed himself as very angry, and was said to have declared that the man must be dismissed sooner or later. This had been reported to Crocker.
"Sir Boreas can't dismiss me for calling a nobleman by his right name,"
Crocker had replied indignantly. The clerks had acknowledged among themselves that this might be true, but had remarked that there were different ways of hanging a dog. If Æolus was desirous of hanging Crocker, Crocker would certainly find him the rope before long. There was a little bet made between Bobbin and Geraghty that the office would know Crocker no longer before the end of the year. Alas, alas! Just before the time fixed for the poor fellow's marriage, during the first week of July, there came to our Æolus not only an opportunity for dismissing poor Crocker, but an occasion on which, by the consent of all, it was admitted to be impossible that he should not do so, and the knowledge of the sin committed came upon Sir Boreas at a moment of great exasperation caused by another source.
"Sir Boreas,"
Crocker had said, coming into the great man's room,
"I hope you will do me the honour of being present at my wedding breakfast."
The suggestion was an unpardonable impertinence.
"I am asking no one else in the department except the Duca," said Crocker.
With what special flea in his ear Crocker was made to leave the room instantly cannot be reported. But the reader may be quite sure that neither did Æolus nor the Duca accept the invitation. It was on that very afternoon that Mr. Jerningham, with the assistance of one of the messengers, discovered that Crocker had actually torn up a bundle of official papers. Among many official sins of which Crocker was often guilty was that of delaying papers. Letters had to be written, or more probably copies made, and Crocker would postpone the required work from day to day. Papers would get themselves locked up, and sometimes it would not be practicable to trace them. There were those in the department who said that Crocker was not always trustworthy in his statements, and there had come up lately a case in which the unhappy one was supposed to have hidden a bundle of papers of which he denied having ever had the custody. Then arose a tumult of anger among those who would be supposed to have had the papers if Crocker did not have them, and a violent search was instituted. Then it was discovered that he had absolutely destroyed the official documents. They referred to the reiterated complaints of a fidgety old gentleman who for years past had been accusing the department of every imaginable iniquity. According to this irritable old gentleman, a diabolical ingenuity had been exercised in preventing him from receiving a single letter through a long series of years. This was a new crime. Wicked things were often done, but anything so wicked as this had never before been perpetrated in the department. The minds of the senior clerks were terribly moved, and the young men were agitated by a delicious awe. Crocker was felt to be abominable, but heroic also, and original. It might be that a new opening for great things had been invented. The fidgety old gentleman had never a leg to stand upon, not a stump.
But now it was almost impossible that he should not be made to know that all his letters of complaint had been made away with. Of course Crocker must be dismissed. He was at once suspended, and called upon for his written explanation.
"And I am to be married next week,"
he said, weeping to Mr. Jerningham. Æolus had refused to see him, and Mr. Jerningham, when thus appealed to, only shook his head. What could a Mr. Jerningham say to a man who had torn up official papers on the eve of his marriage? Had he laid violent hands on his bride, but preserved the papers, his condition, to Mr. Jerningham's thinking, would have been more wholesome. It was never known who first carried the tidings to Paradise Row. There were those who said that Tribbledale was acquainted with a friend of Bobbin, and that he made it all known to Clara in an anonymous letter. There were others who traced a friendship between the potboy at the Duchess and a son of one of the messengers. It was at any rate known at No. 10. Crocker was summoned to an interview with the old woman, and the match was then and there declared to be broken off.
"What are your intentions, sir, as to supporting that young woman?"
Mrs. Demijohn demanded with all the severity of which she was capable. Crocker was so broken-hearted that he had not a word to say for himself. He did not dare to suggest that perhaps he might not be dismissed. He admitted the destruction of the papers.
"I never cared for him again when I saw him so knocked out of time by an old woman," said Clara afterwards.
"What am I to do about the lodgings?" asked Crocker, weeping. "Tear 'em up," said Mrs. Demijohn. "Tear 'em up. Only send back the clock and the harmonium."
Crocker in his despair looked about everywhere for assistance. It might be that Æolus would be softer hearted than Clara Demijohn. He wrote to Lord Persiflage, giving him a very full account of the affair. The papers, he said, had in fact been actually torn by accident. He was afraid of the Duca, or he would have applied to him. The Duca, no doubt, had been his most intimate friend, so he still declared. But in such an emergency he did not know how to address the Duca. But he bethought himself of Lord Hampstead, of that hunting acquaintance with whom his intercourse had been so pleasant and so genial, and he made a journey down to Hendon. Lord Hampstead at this time was living there all alone. Marion Fay had been taken back to Pegwell Bay, and her lover was at the old house holding intercourse almost with no one. His heart just now was very heavy with him. He had begun to believe that Marion would in truth never become his wife. He had begun to think that she would really die, and that he would never have had the sad satisfaction of calling her his own. All lightness and brightness had gone from him, all the joy which he used to take in argument, all the eagerness of his character, unless the hungry craving of unsatisfied love could still be called an eagerness. He was in this condition when Crocker was brought out to him in the garden where he was walking. "Mr. Crocker," he said, standing still in the pathway and looking into the man's face.
"Yes, my lord, it's me. I am Crocker. You remember me, my lord, down in Cumberland?"
"I remember you at Castle Hautboy."
"And out hunting, my lord, when we had that pleasant ride home from Airey Force?"
"What can I do for you now?"
"I always do think, my lord, that there is nothing like sport to cement affection. I don't know how you feel about it, my lord."
"If there is anything to be said, perhaps you will say it."
"And there's another bond, my lord. We have both been looking for the partners of our joys in Paradise Row."
"If you have anything to say, say it."
"And as for your friend, my lord, the you know whom I mean. If I have given any offence, it has only been because I thought that, as the title was certainly theirs, A young lady who shall be nameless ought to have the advantage of it. I've only done it because of my consideration for the family." "What have you come here for, Mr. Crocker? I am not just now disposed to converse on, I may say, any subject. If there be anything—" "Indeed there is. Oh, my lord, they are going to dismiss me. For the sake of Paradise Row, my lord, pray interfere on my behalf." Then he told the whole story about the papers, merely explaining that they had been torn in accident. "Sir Boreas is angry with me because I have thought it right to call you know whom by his title, and now I am to be dismissed just when I was about to take that beautiful and accomplished young lady to the hymeneal altar. Only think if you and Miss Fay was to be divided in the same way." With much lengthened explanation, which was, however, altogether ineffectual, Lord Hampstead had to make his visitor understand that there was no ground on which he could even justify a request. "But a letter! You could write a letter. A letter from your lordship would do so much." Lord Hampstead shook his head. "If you were just to say that you had known me intimately down in Cumberland. Of course I am not taking upon myself to say that it was so, but to save a poor fellow on the eve of his marriage." "I will write a letter," said Lord Hampstead, thinking of it, turning over in his mind his own idea of what marriage would be to him. "I cannot say that we have been intimate friends, because it would not be true." No, of course not that." "But I will write a letter to Sir Boreas. I cannot conceive that it should have any effect. It ought to have none." "It will, my lord." "I will write, and will say that your father is connected with my uncle, and that your condition in regard to your marriage may perhaps be accepted as a ground for clemency. Good day to you." Not very quickly, but with profuse thanks and the shedding of some tears, poor Crocker took his leave. He had not been long gone before the following letter was written. Sir, though I have not the honour of any acquaintance with you, I take the liberty of writing to you as to the condition of one of the clerks in your office. I am perfectly aware that should I receive a reprimand from your hands, I shall have deserved it by my unjustifiable interference. Mr. Crocker represents to me that he is to be dismissed because of some act of which you, as his superior officer, highly disapprove. He asks me to appeal to you on his behalf because we have been acquainted with each other. His father is agent to my uncle, Lord Persiflage, and we have met at my uncle's house. I do not dare to put this forward as a plea for mercy, but I understand that Mr. Crocker is about to be married almost immediately, and perhaps you will feel with me that a period in a man's life which should beyond all others be one of satisfaction, of joy, and of perfect contentment, may be regarded with a feeling of mercy which would be prejudicial if used more generally. Your faithful servant, Hampstead. When he wrote those words as to the period of joy and satisfaction, his own heart was sore, almost to breaking. There could never be such joy, never be such satisfaction for him. End of section 57. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Section 58 of Marion Fay by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Volume 3, Chapter 15. Dismissal, B.B. By return of post, Lord Hampstead received the following answer to his letter. My dear Lord Hampstead, Mr. Crocker's case is a very bad one, but the Postmaster General shall see your appeal, and his lordship will, I am sure, sympathize with your humanity, as do I also.
I cannot take upon myself to say what his lordship will think it right to do, and it will be better, therefore, that you should abstain for the present from communicating with Mr. Crocker. I am your lordship's very faithful servant, Boreas Bodkin. Any excuse was sufficient to our Æolus to save him from the horror of dismissing a man. He knew well that Crocker as a public servant was not worth his salt. Sir Boreas was blessed, or cursed, with a conscience, but the stings of his conscience, though they were painful, did not hurt him so much as those of his feelings. He had owned to himself on this occasion that Crocker must go. Crocker was in every way distasteful to him. He was not only untrustworthy and incapable, but audacious also, and occasionally impudent. He was a clerk of whom he had repeatedly said that it would be much better to pay him his salary and let him have perpetual leave of absence than keep him even if there were no salary to be paid. Now there had come a case on which it was agreed by all the office that the man must go. Destroy a bundle of official papers! Mr. Jerningham had been heard to declare that the law was in fault for not having provided that a man should be at once sent to Newgate for doing such a thing. The stupid old fool's letters weren't really worth anything, Sir Boreas had said, as though attempting to palliate the crime. Mr. Jerningham had only shaken his head. What else could he do? It was not for him to dispute any matter with Sir Boreas. But to his thinking the old gentleman's letters had become precious documents, priceless records, as soon as they had once been bound by the red tape of the government, and enveloped by the security of an official pigeon-hole. To stay away without leave, to be drunk, to be obstinately idle, to be impudent, were great official sins. But Mr. Jerningham was used to them, and knew that as they had often occurred before, so would they reoccur. Clerks are mortal men, and will be idle, will be reckless, will sometimes get into disreputable rows. A little added severity, Mr. Jerningham thought, would improve his branch of the department, but knowing the nature of men, the nature especially of Sir Boreas, he could make excuses. Here, however, was a case in which no superior civil servant could entertain a doubt, and yet Sir Boreas palliated even this crime. Mr. Jerningham shook his head, and Sir Boreas shoved on one side, so as to avoid for a day the pain of thinking about them, the new bundle of papers which had already formed itself on the great Crocker case. If some one would tear up that, what a blessing it would be! In this way there was delay, during which Crocker was not allowed to show his face at the office, and during this delay Clara Demijohn became quite confirmed in her determination to throw over her engagement. Tribbledale with his £120 would be much better than Crocker with nothing. And then it was agreed generally in Paradise Row that there was something romantic in Tribbledale's constancy. Tribbledale was in the Row every day, or perhaps rather every night, seeking counsel from Mrs. Grimley, and comforting himself with hot gin and water. Mrs. Grimley was good-natured, and impartial to both the young men. She liked customers, and she liked marriages generally. "If he ain't got no income, of course he's out of the running," Mrs. Grimley said to Tribbledale, greatly comforting the young man's heart. "You go in and win," said Mrs. Grimley, indicating by that her opinion that the ardent suitor would probably be successful if he urged his love at the present moment. "Strike while the iron is hot," she said, alluding probably to the heat to which Clara's anger would be warmed by the feeling that the other lover had lost his situation just when he was most bound to be careful in maintaining it. Tribbledale went in and pleaded his case. It is probable that just at this time Clara herself was made acquainted with Tribbledale's frequent visits to the Duchess, and though she may not have been pleased with the special rendezvous selected, she was gratified by the devotion shown. When Mrs. Grimley advised Tribbledale to "go in and win," she was perhaps in Clara's confidence. When a girl has told all her friends that she is going to be married, and has already expended a considerable portion of the sum of money allowed for her wedding garments, she cannot sink back into the simple position of an unengaged young woman without pangs of conscience and qualms of remorse. Paradise Row knew that her young man was to be dismissed from his office, and condoled with her frequently, and most unpleasantly. Mrs. Duffer was so unbearable in the matter that the two ladies had quarrelled dreadfully. Clara, from the first moment of her engagement with Crocker, had been proud of the second string to her bow, and now perceived that the time had come in which it might be conveniently used. It was near 11 when Tribbledale knocked at the door of No. 10, but nevertheless Clara was up, as was also the servant girl, who opened the door for the sake of discretion. "Oh, Daniel, what hours you do keep!" said Clara, when the young gentleman was shown into the parlour. "What on earth brings you here at such a time as this?" Tribbledale was never slow to declare that he was brought thither by the overwhelming ardour of his passion. His love for Clara was so old a story, and had been told so often, that the repeating of it required no circumlocution. Had he chanced to meet her in the High Street on a Sunday morning, he would have begun with it at once. "Clara," he said, "will you have me? I know that other scoundrel is a ruined man." "Oh, Daniel, you shouldn't hit those as are down." "Hasn't he been hitting me all the time that I was down? Hasn't he triumphed? Haven't you been in his arms?" "Laws, no." "And wasn't that hitting me when I was down, do you think?" "It never did you any harm." "Oh, Clara, if you knew the nature of my love, you'd understand the harm. Every time he has pressed your lips I have heard it, though I was in King's Head Court all the time." "That must be a crammer, Daniel." "I did, not with the ears of my head, but with the fibres of my breast." "Oh, ah! But, Daniel, you and Sam used to be such friends at the first go off." "Go off of what?" "When he first took to coming after me. You remember the tea party when Marion Fay was here?" "I tried it on just then, I did. I thought that maybe I might come not to care about it so much." "I'm sure you acted it very well." "And I thought that perhaps it might be the best way of touching that cold heart of yours." "Cold! I don't know as my heart is colder than anybody else's heart." "Would that you would make it warm once more for me." "Poor Sam!" said Clara, putting her handkerchief up to her eyes. "Why is he any poorer than me? I was first. At any rate I was before him." "I don't know anything about firsts or lasts," said Clara, as the ghosts of various Banquos flitted before her eyes. "And as for him, what right has he to think of any girl? He's a poor mean creature without the means of getting so much as a bed for a wife to lie on. He used to talk so proud of Her Majesty's Civil Service. Her Majesty's Civil Service has sent him away packing." "Not yet, Daniel." "They have. I've made it my business to find out, and Sir Boreas Bodkin has written the order to day. Dismissal, B.B. I know those who have seen the very words written in the punishment book of the Post Office." "Poor Sam!" "Destroying papers of the utmost importance about Her Majesty's mail service. What else was he to expect? And now he's penniless." "120 isn't so very much, Daniel." Mr. Fay was saying only the other day that if I was married and settled, they'd make it better for me." "You're too fond of the Duchess, Daniel." "No, Clara, no. I deny that. You ask Mrs. Grimley why it is I come to the Duchess so often. It isn't for anything that I take there." "Oh, I didn't know. Young men when they frequent those places generally do take something." "If I had a little home of my own, with the girl I love on the other side of the fireplace, and perhaps a baby in her arms." Tribbledale, as he said this, looked at her with all his eyes. "Laws, Daniel, what things you do say!" "I should never go then to any Duchess, or any Marquis of Granby, or to any Angel." These were the public houses so named, all standing thick together in the neighbourhood of Paradise Row. "I should not want to go anywhere then, except where that young woman and that baby were to be found." "Daniel, you always was fine at poetry." "Try me, if it isn't real prose. The proof of the pudding's in the eating. You come and try." By this time Clara was in his arms, and the re-engagement was as good as made. Crocker was no doubt dismissed, or if not dismissed, had shown himself to be unworthy. What could be expected of a husband who could tear up a bundle of Her Majesty's mail papers? And then Daniel Tribbledale had exhibited a romantic constancy which certainly deserved to be rewarded. Clara understood that the gin and water had been consumed night after night for her sake. And there were the lodgings, and the clock, and the harmonium ready for the occasion. "I suppose it had better be so, Daniel, as you wish it so much." "Wish it! I have always wished it. I wouldn't change places now with Mr. Pogson himself." "He married his third wife 3 years ago." "I mean in regard to the whole box and dice of it. I'd rather have my Clara with £120 than be Pogson and Littlebird with all the profits." This gratifying assurance was rewarded, and then considerably after midnight the triumphant lover took his leave. Early on the following afternoon Crocker was in Paradise Row. He had been again with Lord Hampstead, and had succeeded in worming out of the good-natured nobleman something of the information contained in the letter from Sir Boreas. The matter was to be left to the Postmaster General. Now there was an idea in the office that when a case was left to his lordship never proceeded to extremities. Kings are bound to pardon if they allow themselves to be personally concerned as to punishment. There is something of the same feeling in regard to official discipline. As a fact, the letter from Sir Boreas had been altogether false. He had known, poor man, that he must at last take the duty of deciding upon himself, and had used the name of the great chief simply as a mode of escape for the moment. But Crocker had felt that the mere statement indicated pardon. The very delay indicated pardon. Relying upon these indications, he went to Paradise Row, dressed in his best frock coat, with gloves in his hand, to declare to his love that the lodgings need not be abandoned, and that the clock and harmonium might be preserved. "But you have been dismissed," said Clara.
"Never, never."
"It has been written in the book. Dismissal B.B. I know the eyes that have seen it."
"That's not the way they do it at all,"
said Crocker, who was altogether confused.
"It has been written in the book, Sam, and I know that they never go back from that."
"Who wrote it? Nothing has been written. There isn't a book. Not at least like that. Tribbledale has invented it."
"Oh, Sam, why did you tear those papers? Her Majesty's mail papers! What else was there to expect? Dismissal B.B. Why did you do it? And you engaged to a young woman! No, don't come nigh to me. How is a young woman to go and get herself married to a young man, and he with nothing to support her? It isn't to be thought of. When I heard those words, dismissal, B.B., I thought my very heart would sink within me."
"It's nothing of the kind," said Crocker.
"What's nothing of the kind?"
"I ain't dismissed at all."
"Oh, Sam, how dare you?"
"I tell you I ain't. He's written a letter to Lord Hampstead, who has always been my friend. Hampstead wasn't going to see me treated after that fashion. Hampstead wrote, and then Æolus wrote, that's Sir Boreas, and I've seen the letter, that is, Hampstead told me what there is in it, and I ain't to be dismissed at all. When I heard the good news, the first thing I did was to come as fast as my legs would carry me, and tell the girl of my heart."
Clara did not quite believe him, but then neither had she quite believed Tribbledale when he had announced the dismissal with a terrible corroboration of the great man's initials. But the crime committed seemed to her to be so great that she could not understand that Crocker should be allowed to remain after the perpetration of it. Crocker's salary was £150, and, balancing the two young men together, as she had often done, though she liked the poetry of Tribbledale, she did on the whole prefer the swagger and audacity of Crocker. Her Majesty's Civil Service, too, had its charms for her. The Post Office was altogether superior to Pogson and Littlebird's. Pogson and Littlebird's hours were 9 to 5. Those of Her Majesty's Service were much more genteel, 10, namely, to 4. But what might not a man do who had shown the nature of his disposition by tearing up official papers? And then, though the accidents of the occasion had enveloped her in difficulties on both sides, it seemed to her that at the present moment the lesser difficulties would be encountered by adhering to Tribbledale. She could excuse herself with Crocker. Paradise Row had already declared that the match with Crocker must be broken off. Crocker had indeed been told that the match was to be broken off. When Tribbledale had come to her overnight, she had felt herself to be a free woman. When she had given way to the voice of the charmer, when she had sunk into his arms, softened by that domestic picture which he had painted, no pricks of conscience had disturbed her happiness. Whether the dismissal B.B. had or had not yet been written, it was sure to come. She was as free to wed another as was Venice when her Doge was disposed. She could throw herself back upon the iniquity of the torn papers, were Crocker to complain. But should she now return to her Crocker, how could she excuse herself with Tribbledale? "It is all over between you and me, Sam," she said, with her handkerchief up to her eyes.
"All over? Why should it be all over?"
"You was told it was all over."
"That was when all the Row said that I was to be dismissed. There was something in it then, though perhaps a girl might have waited till a fellow had got up upon his legs again."
"Waiting ain't so pleasant, Mr. Crocker, when a girl has to look after herself."
"But I ain't dismissed at all, and there needn't be any waiting. I thought that you would be suffering as well as me, and so I came right away to you, all at once."
"So I have suffered, Sam. No one knows what I have suffered."
"But it'll all come right now?"
Clara shook her head.
"You don't mean that Tribbledale's been and talked you over already?"
"I knew Tribbledale before ever I saw you, Sam."
"How often have I heard you call him a poor mean skunk?"
"Never, Crocker, never. Such a word never passed my lips."
"Something very like it, then."
"I may have said he wanted spirit. I may have said so, though I disremember it. But if I did, what of that?"
"You despised him."
"No, Crocker. What I despise is a man as goes and tears up Her Majesty's mail papers. Tribbledale never tore up anything at Pogson and Littlebird's, except what was to be tore. Tribbledale was never turned out for nigh a fortnight, so that he couldn't go and show his face in King's Head Court. Tribbledale never made hisself hated by everybody." That unknown, abominable word which Crocker had put into her mouth had roused all the woman within her, so that she was enabled to fight her battle with a courage which would not have come to her aid had he been more prudent.
"Who hates me?"
"Mr. Jerningham does, and Roden, and Sir Boreas, and Bobbin." She had learned all their names. "How can they help hating a man that tears up the mail papers? And I hate you."
"Clara!"
"I do. What business had you to say I used that nasty word? I never do use them words. I wouldn't even so much as look at a man who'd demean himself to put such words as them into my mouth. So I tell you what it is, Mr. Crocker, you may just go away. I am going to become Daniel Tribbledale's wife, and it isn't becoming in you to stand there talking to a young woman that is engaged to another young man."
"And this is to be the end of it?"
"If you please, Mr. Crocker."
"Well?"
"If ever you feel inclined to speak your mind to another young woman, and you carry it as far as we did, and you wishes to hold on to her, don't you go and tear Her Majesty's mail papers. And when she tells you a bit of her mind, as I did just now, don't you go and put nasty words into her mouth. Now, if you please, you may just as well send over that clock and that harmonium to Daniel Tribbledale, Esquire, King's Head Court, Great Broad Street."
So saying, she left him, and congratulated herself on having terminated the interview without much unpleasantness. Crocker, as he shook the dust off his feet upon leaving Paradise Row, began to ask himself whether he might not, upon the whole, congratulate himself as to the end to which that piece of business had been brought. When he had first resolved to offer his hand to the young lady, he had certainly imagined that that hand would not be empty. Clara was no doubt a fine girl, but not quite so young as she once was, and she had a temper of her own. Matrimony, too, was often followed by many troubles. Paradise Row would no doubt utter jeers, but he need not go there to hear them. He was not quite sure but that the tearing of the papers would in the long run be beneficial to him. End of Section 58. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Section 59 of Marion Fay by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Volume 3, Chapter 16. Pegwell Bay. July had come and nearly gone before Lord Hampstead again saw Marion Fay. He had promised not to go to Pegwell Bay, hardly understanding why such a promise had been exacted from him, but still acceding to it when it had been suggested to him by Mrs. Roden at the request, as she said, of the Quaker. It was understood that Marion would soon return to Holloway, and that on that account the serenity of Pegwell Bay need not be disturbed by the coming of so great a man as Lord Hampstead. Hampstead had of course ridiculed the reason, but had complied with the request, with the promise, however, that Marion should return early in the summer. But the summer weeks had passed by, and Marion did not return. Letters passed between them daily, in which Marion attempted always to be cheerful. Though she had as yet invented no familiar name for her noble lover, yet she had grown into familiarity with him, and was no longer afraid of his nobility.
"You oughtn't to stay there," she said, "wasting your life and doing nothing because of a sick girl. You've got your yacht, and are letting all the summer weather go by."
In answer to this he wrote to her saying that he had sold his yacht. "Could you have gone with me, I would have kept it," he wrote. "Would you go with me, I would have another ready for you before you would be ready. I will make no assurance as to my future life. I cannot even guess what may become of me. It may be that I shall come to live on board some ship, so that I may be all alone. But with my heart as it is now, I cannot bear the references which others make to me about empty pleasures." At the same time he sold his horses, but he said nothing to her as to that. Gradually he did acknowledge to himself that it was her doom to die early, almost acknowledged to himself that she was dying. Nevertheless, he still thought that it would have been fit that they should be married. "If I knew that she were my own, even on her deathbed," he once said to Mrs. Roden, "there would be a comfort to me in it." He was so eager in this that Mrs. Roden was almost convinced. The Quaker was willing that it should be so, but willing also that it should not be so. He would not even try to persuade his girl as to anything. It was his doom to see her go, and he, having realized that, could not bring himself to use a word in opposition to her word. But Marion herself was sternly determined against the suggestion. It was unfitting, she said, and would be wicked. It was not the meaning of marriage. She could not bring herself to disturb the last thoughts of her life, not only by the empty assumption of a grand name, but by the sounding of that name in her ears from the eager lips of those around her.
"I will be your love to the end," she said, "your own Marion. But I will not be made a countess only in order that a vain name may be carved over my grave. God has provided a bitter cup for your lips, my love," she wrote again, "in having put it into your head to love one whom you must lose so soon. And mine is bitter because yours is bitter. But we cannot rid ourselves of the bitterness by pretences. Would it make your heart light to see me dressed up for a bridal ceremony, knowing as you would know that it was all for nothing? My lord, my love, let us take it as God has provided it. It is only because you grieve that I grieve, for you and my poor father. If you could only bring yourself to be reconciled, then it would be so much to me to have had you to love me in my last moments, to love me and to be loved." He could not but accept her decision. Her father and Mrs. Roden accepted it, and he was forced to do so also. He acknowledged to himself now that there was no appeal from it. Her very weakness gave her a strength which dominated him. There was an end of all his arguments and his strong phrases. He was aware that they had been of no service to him, that her soft words had been stronger than all his reasonings. But not on that account did he cease to wish that it might be as he had once wished, since he had first acknowledged to himself his love. "Of course I will not drive her," he said to Mrs. Roden, when that lady urged upon him the propriety of abstaining from a renewal of his request. "Had I any power of driving her, as you say, I would not do so. I think it would be better. That is all. Of course it must be as she shall decide." "It would be a comfort to her to think that you and she thought alike about all things," said Mrs. Roden.
"There are points on which I cannot alter my convictions even for her comfort," he answered. "She bids me love some other woman. Can I comfort her by doing that? She bids me seek another wife. Can I do that, or say that I will do it at some future time? It would comfort her to know that I have no wound, that I am not lame and sick and sore and weary. It would comfort her to know that my heart is not broken. How am I to do that for her?"
"No," said Mrs. Roden. "No."
"There is no comfort. Her imagination paints for her some future bliss which shall not be so far away as to be made dim by distance, in enjoying which we two shall be together as we are here, with our hands free to grasp each other and our lips free to kiss. A heaven, but still a heaven of this world. in which we can hang upon each other's necks and be worn to each other's hearts. That is to be, to her, the reward of her innocence, and in the ecstasy of her faith she believes in it, as though it were here. I do think that if I told her that it should be so, that I trusted to renew my gaze upon her beauty after a few short years, then she would be happy entirely. It would be for an eternity, and without the fear of separation.
Then why not profess as she does?
A lie? As I know her truth when she tells me her creed, so would she know my falsehood, and the lie would be vain.
Is there then to be no future world, Lord Hampstead?
Who has said so? Certainly not I. I cannot conceive that I shall perish altogether. I do not think that if, while I am here, I can tame the selfishness of self, I shall reach a step upwards in that world which shall come next after this. As to happiness, I do not venture to think much of it. If I can only be somewhat nobler, somewhat more like the Christ whom we worship, that will be enough without happiness. If there be truth in this story, he was not happy. Why should I look for happiness, unless it be when the struggle of many worlds shall have altogether purified my spirit? But thinking like that, believing like that, how can I enter into the sweet Epicurean paradise which that child has prepared for herself?
Is it no better than that?
What can be better, what can be purer, if only it be true? And though it be false to me, it may be true to her. It is for my sake that she dreams of her paradise, that my wounds may be made whole, that my heart may be cured. Christ's lesson has been so learned by her that no further learning seems necessary. I fancy sometimes that I can see the platform raised just one step above the ground on which I stand, and look into the higher world to which I am ascending. It may be that it is given to her to look up the one rung of the ladder, by mounting which she shall find herself enveloped in the full glory of perfection. In conversations such as these, Mrs. Roden was confounded by the depth of the man's love. It became impossible to bid him not to be of a broken heart, or even to allude to those fresh hopes which time would bring. He spoke to her often of his future life, always speaking of a life from which Marion would have been withdrawn by death, and did so with a cold, passionless assurance which showed her that he had almost resolved as to the future. He would see all lands that were to be seen, and converse with all people. The social condition of God's creatures at large should be his study. The task would be endless, and, as he said, an endless task hardly admits of absolute misery. If I die, there will be an end of it. If I live till old age shall have made me powerless to carry on my work, time will then probably have done something to dim the feeling. I think, he said again, I feel that, could I but remember her as my wife.
It is impossible, said Mrs. Roden.
But if it were so, it would be no more than a thin, threadbare cloak over a woman's shivering shoulders. It is not much against the cold, but it would be very cruel to take that little from her. She looked at him with her eyes flooded with tears, but she could only shake her head in sign that it was impossible. At last, just at the end of July, there came a request that he would go down to Pegwell Bay.
It is so long since we have seen each other, she wrote, and perhaps it is better that you should come than that I should go. The doctor is fidgety and says so. But my darling will be good to me, will he not? When I have seen a tear in your eyes, it has gone near to crush me. That a woman or even a man should weep at some unexpected tidings of woe is natural. But who cries for spilt milk? Tell me that God's hand, though it be heavy to you, shall be borne with reverence and obedience and love.
He did not tell her this, but he resolved that if possible she should see no tears. As for that cheerfulness, that reconciliation to his fate which she desired, he knew it to be impossible. He almost brought himself to believe, as he travelled down to Pegwell Bay, that it would be better that they should not meet. To thank the Lord for all his mercies was in her mind. To complain with all the bitterness of his heart of the cruelty with which he was treated was in his. He had told Mrs. Roden that, according to his creed, there would be a better world to come for him if he could succeed in taming the selfishness of self. But he told himself now that the struggle to do so had hitherto been vain. There had been but the one thing which had ever been to him supremely desirable. He had gone through the years of his early life forming some Utopian ideas, dreaming of some perfection in politics, in philanthropy, in social reform, and the like, something by devoting himself to which he could make his life a joy to himself. Then this girl had come across him, and there had suddenly sprung up within him a love so strong that all these other things faded into littlenesses. They should not be discarded. Work would be wanted for his life, and for hers. But here he had found the true salt by which all his work would be vivified and preserved, and made holy and happy and glorious. There had come a something to him that was all that he wanted it to be. And now the something was fading from him, was already all but gone. In such a state how should he tame the selfishness of self? He abandoned the attempt, and told himself that difficulties had been prepared for him greater than any of which he had dreamed, when he had hoped that the taming might be within his power. He could not even spare her in his selfishness. He declared to himself that it was so, and almost owned that it would be better that he should not go to her. "Yes," she said, when he sat down beside her on her sofa, at an open window looking out on the little bay. "Put your hand on mine, dear, and leave it there. To have you with me, to feel the little breeze, and to see you and to touch you, is absolute happiness." "Why did you so often tell me not to come?" "Ah, why? But I know why it was, my lord." There was something half of tenderness, half pleasantry in the mode of address, and now he had ceased to rebel against it. "Why should I not come, if it be a joy to you?" "You must not be angry now." "Certainly not angry." "We have got through all that, you and I have for ourselves. But there is a sort of unseemliness in your coming down here to see a poor Quaker's daughter." "Marion!" "But there is. We had got through all that in Paradise Row. Paradise Row had become used to you, and I could bear it. But here they will all be sure to know who you are." "Who cares?" "That Marion Fay should have a lover would of itself make a stir in this little place. But that she should have a lord for her lover, one doesn't want to be looked at as a miracle." "The follies of others should not ruffle you and me." "That's very well, dear. But what if one is ruffled? But I won't be ruffled, and you shall come. When I thought that I should again go to our own house, then I thought we might perhaps dispense with the ruffling. That was all." There was a something in these words which he could not stand, which he could not bear, and repressed that tear which, as she had said, would go near to crush her if she saw it. Had she not plainly intimated her conviction that she would never again return to her old home? Here in this very spot, the doom was to come, and to come quickly. He got up and walked across the room, and stood a little behind her, where she could not see his face. "Do not leave me," she said. "I told you to stay and let your hand rest on mine." Then he returned, and laying his hand once again upon her lap, turned his face away from her.
"Bear it," she said, "bear it." His hand quivered where it lay as he shook his head. "Call upon your courage and bear it." "I cannot bear it," he said, rising suddenly from his chair and hurrying out of the room. He went out of the room and from the house on to the little terrace which ran in front of the sea. But his escape was of no use to him. He could not leave her. He had come out without his hat, and he could not stand there in the sun to be stared at. "I am a coward," he said, going back to her and resuming his chair. "I own it. Let there be no more said about it. When a trouble comes to me, it conquers me. Little troubles I think I could bear. If it had been all else in the world, if it had been my life before my life was your life, I think that no one would have seen me blench. But now I find that when I am really tried, I fail." "It is in God's hands, dearest." "Yes, it is in God's hands. There is some power, no doubt, that makes you strong in spirit but frail in body, while I am strong to live but weak of heart. But how will that help me?" "Oh, Lord Hampstead, I do so wish you had never seen me." "You should not say that, Marion. You shall not think it. I am ungrateful, because were it given to me to have it all back again, I would not sell what I have had of you, though the possession has been so limited, for all other imaginable treasures. I will bear it. Oh, my love, I will bear it. Do not say again that you wish you had not seen me." "For myself, dear, for myself." "Do not say it for me. I will struggle to make a joy of it, a joy in some degree, though my heart bleeds at the widowhood that is coming on it. I will build up for myself a memory in which there shall be much to satisfy me. I shall have been loved by her to have possessed whose love has been, and shall be, a glory to me." "Loved indeed, my darling."
"Though there might have been such a heaven of joy, even that shall be counted as much. It shall be to me during my future life as though, when wandering through the green fields in some long past day, I had met a bright angel from another world, and the angel had stopped to speak to me, and had surrounded me with her glorious wings, and had given me of her heavenly light, and had spoken to me with the music of the spheres, and I had thought that she would stay with me for ever. But there had come a noise of the drums and a sound of the trumpets, and she had flown away from me up to her own abode. To have been so favoured, though it had been but for an hour, should suffice for a man's life. I will bear it, though it be in solitude."
"No, darling, not in solitude."
"It will be best so for me. The light and the music and the azure of the wings will so remain with me the purer and the brighter. Oh, if it had been! But I will bear it. No ear shall again hear a sound of complaint. Not yours even, my darling, my own. Mine for so short a time, but yet my very own, for ever and ever." Then he fell on his knees beside her, and hid his face in her dress, while the fingers of both her hands rambled through his hair. "You are going," he said, when he rose up to his feet. "You are going whither I cannot go."
"You will come to me."
"You are going now, soon, and I doubt not that you are going to joys inexpressible. I cannot go till some chance may take me. If it be given to you in that further world to see those, and to think of those whom you have left below, then, if my heart be true to your heart, keep your heart true to mine. If I can fancy that, if I can believe that it is so, then shall I have that angel with me. And though my eyes may not see the tints, my ears will hear the music. And though the glory be not palpable as is the light of heaven, there will be an inner glory in which my soul will be sanctified." After that there were not many words spoken between them, though he remained there till he was disturbed by the Quaker's coming.
Part of the time she slept with her hand in his, and when awake she was contented to feel his touch as he folded the scarf close round her neck, and straightened the shawl which lay across her feet, and now and again stroked her hair, and put it back behind her ears as it strayed upon her forehead. Ever and again she would murmur a word or two of love, as she revelled in the perception of his solicitude. What was there for her to regret, for her to whom was given the luxury of such love? Was not a month of it more than a whole life without it? Then, when the father came, Hampstead took his leave. As he kissed her lips, something seemed to tell him that it would be for the last time. It was not good, the Quaker had said, that she should be disturbed. Yes, he would come again, but not quite yet. At the very moment when the Quaker so spoke, she was pressing her lips to his. "God keep you and take you, my darling," she whispered to him, "and bring you to me in heaven." She noticed not at all at the moment the warm tears that were running on to her own face, nor did the Quaker seem to notice it when Lord Hampstead left the house without saying to him a word of farewell. End of Section 59. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina.
Section 60 of Marion Fay by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Volume 3, Chapter 17, Lady Amaldina's Wedding. The time came round for Lady Amaldina's marriage, than which nothing more august, nothing more aristocratic, nothing more truly savouring of the hymeneal altar had ever been known, or was ever to be known, in the neighbourhood of Hanover Square. For it was at last decided that the marriage should take place in London, before any of the aristocratic assistants at the ceremony should have been whirled away into autumnal spaces. Lord Llwddythlw himself knew but very little about it, except this, that nothing would induce him so to hurry on the ceremony as to interfere with his parliamentary duties. A day in August had been mentioned in special reference to Parliament. He was willing to abide by that, or to go to the sacrifice at any earlier day of which Parliament would admit. Parliament was to sit for the last time on Wednesday, 12th August, and the marriage was fixed for the 13th. Lady Amaldina had prayed for the concession of a week. Readers will not imagine that she based her prayers on the impatience of love. Nor could a week be of much significance in reference to that protracted and dangerous delay to which the match had certainly been subjected. But the bevy might escape. How were 20 young ladies to be kept together in the month of August, when all the young men were rushing off to Scotland? Others were not wedded to their duties as was Lord Llwddythlw. Lady Amaldina knew well how completely Parliament became a mere affair of governmental necessities during the first weeks of August. "I should have thought that just on this one occasion you might have managed it," she said to him, trying to mingle a tone of love with the sarcasm which, at such a crisis, was natural to her. He simply reminded her of the promise which he had made to her in the spring. He thought it best not to break through arrangements which had been fixed. When she told him of one very slippery member of the bevy, slippery not as to character but in reference to the movements of her family, he suggested that no one would know the difference if only 19 were to be clustered round the bride's train. "Don't you know that they must be in pairs?" "Will not 9 pairs suffice?" he asked. "And thus make one of them an enemy for ever by telling her that I wish to dispense with her services?" But it was of no use. "Dispense with them altogether," he said, looking her full in the face. "The 20 will not quarrel with you. My object is to marry you, and I don't care twopence for the bridesmaids." There was something so near to a compliment in this that she was obliged to accept it. And she had, too, begun to perceive that Lord Llwddythlw was a man not easily made to change his mind. She was quite prepared for this in reference to her future life. A woman, she thought, might be saved much trouble by having a husband whom she was bound to obey. But in this matter of her marriage ceremony, this last affair in which she might be presumed to act as a free woman, she did think it hard that she might not be allowed to have her own way. The bridegroom, however, was firm. If Thursday the 13th did not suit her, he would be quite ready on Thursday the 20th.
"There wouldn't be one of them left in London," said Lady Amaldina. "What on earth do you think that they are to do with themselves?"
But all the bevy were true to her. Lady Amelia Beaudesert was a difficulty. Her mother insisted on going to a far away Bavarian lake on which she had a villa. But Lady Amelia at the last moment surrendered the villa rather than break up the bevy, and consented to remain with a grumpy old aunt in Essex till an opportunity should offer. It may be presumed, therefore, that it was taken to be a great thing to be one of the bevy. It is no doubt a pleasant thing for a girl to have it asserted in all the newspapers that she is by acknowledgment one of the 20 most beautiful unmarried ladies in Great Britain. Lady Frances was of course one of the bevy, but there was a member of the family, a connection rather, whom no eloquence could induce to show himself either in the church or at the breakfast. This was Lord Hampstead. His sister came to him and assured him that he ought to be there.
"Sorrows," she said, "that have declared themselves before the world are held as a sufficient excuse, but a man should not be hindered from his duties by a secret grief."
"I make no secret of it. I do not talk about my private affairs. I do not send a town crier to Charing Cross to tell the passers-by that I am in trouble. But I care not whether men know or not that I am unfitted for joining in such festivities. My presence is not wanted for their marriage."
"It will be odd."
"Let it be odd. I most certainly shall not be there." But he remembered the occasion, and showed that he did so by sending to the bride the handsomest of all the gems which graced her exhibition of presents, short of the tremendous set of diamonds which had come from the Duke of Merioneth. This collection was supposed to be the most gorgeous thing that had ever as yet been arranged in London. It would certainly not be too much to say that the wealth of precious toys brought together would, if sold at its cost price, have made an ample fortune for a young newly married couple. The families were noble and wealthy, and the richness of the wedding presents was natural. It might perhaps have been better had not the value of the whole been stated in one of the newspapers of the day. Who was responsible for the valuation was never known, but it seemed to indicate that the costliness of the gifts was more thought of than the affection of the givers. And it was undoubtedly true that, in high circles and among the clubs, the cost of the collection was much discussed. The diamonds were known to a stone, and Hampstead's rubies were spoken of almost as freely as though they were being exhibited in public. Lord Llwddythlw, when he heard of all this, muttered to his maiden sister a wish that a gnome would come in the night and run away with everything. He felt himself degraded by the publicity given to his future wife's ornaments. But the gnome did not come, and the young men from Messrs. Bijou and Carcanet were allowed to arrange the tables and shelves for the exhibition. The breakfast was to take place at the Foreign Office, at which the bride's father was for the time being the chief occupant. Lord Persiflage had not at first been willing that it should be so, thinking that his own more modest house might suffice for the marriage of his own daughter. But grander counsels had been allowed to prevail. With whom the idea first arose Lord Persiflage never knew. It might probably have been with some of the bevy, who had felt that an ordinary drawing room would hardly suffice for so magnificent an array of toilettes. Perhaps the thought had first occurred to Messrs. Bijou and Carcanet, who had foreseen the glory of spreading out all that wealth in the magnificent saloon intended for the welcoming of ambassadors. But it travelled from Lady Amaldina to her mother, and was passed on from Lady Persiflage to her husband. "Of course the ambassadors will all be there," the Countess had said, "and therefore it will be a public occasion." "I wish we could be married at Llanfihangel," Lord Llwddythlw said to his bride. Now Llanfihangel church was a very small edifice with a thatched roof among the mountains in North Wales, with which Lady Amaldina had been made acquainted when visiting the Duchess, her future mother-in-law. But Llwddythlw was not to have his way in everything, and the preparations at the Foreign Office were continued. The beautifully embossed invitations were sent about among a large circle of noble and aristocratic friends. All the ambassadors and all the ministers, with all their wives and daughters, were of course asked. As the breakfast was to be given in the great banqueting hall at the Foreign Office, it was necessary that the guests should be many. It is sometimes well in a matter of festivals to be saved from extravagance by the modest size of one's rooms. Lord Persiflage told his wife that his own daughter's marriage would ruin him. In answer to this she reminded him that Llwddythlw had asked for no fortune. Lord Llwddythlw was one of those men who prefer giving to taking. He had a feeling that a husband should supply all that was wanted, and that a wife should owe everything to the man she marries. The feeling is uncommon just at present, except with the millions who neither have nor expect other money than what they earn. If you are told that the daughter of an old man who has earned his own bread is about to marry a young man in the same condition of life, it is spoken of as a misfortune. But Lord Llwddythlw was old-fashioned, and had the means of acting in accordance with his prejudices. Let the marriage be ever so gorgeous, it would not cost the dowry which an earl's daughter might have expected. That was the argument used by Lady Persiflage, and it seemed to have been effectual. As the day drew near it was observed that the bridegroom became more sombre and silent even than usual. He never left the House of Commons as long as it was open to him as a refuge. His Saturdays and his Sundays and his Wednesdays he filled up with work so various and unceasing that there was no time left for those pretty little attentions which a girl about to be married naturally expects. He did call, perhaps every other day, at his bride's house, but never remained there above 2 minutes. "I am afraid he is not happy," the Countess said to her daughter. "Oh yes, mamma, he is." "Then why does he go on like that?" "Oh, mamma, you do not know him." "Do you?" "I think so. My belief is that there isn't a man in London so anxious to be married as Llwddythlw." "I am glad of that." "He has lost so much time that he knows it ought to be got through and done with without further delay. If he could only go to sleep and wake up a married man of 3 months' standing, he would be quite happy. If it could be administered under chloroform it would be so much better. It is the doing of the thing, and the being talked about and looked at, that is so odious to him." "Then why not have had it done quietly, my dear?" "Because there are follies, mamma, to which a woman should never give way. I will not have myself made humdrum. If I had been going to marry a handsome young man, so as to have a spice of romance out of it all, I would have cared nothing about the bridesmaids and the presents. The man then would have stood for everything. Llwddythlw is not young and is not handsome." "But he is thoroughly noble." "Quite so. He is as good as gold.
He will always be somebody in people's eyes because he's great and grand and trustworthy all round. But I want to be somebody in people's eyes too, mamma. I'm all very well to look at, but nothing particular. I'm papa's daughter, which is something, but not enough. I mean to begin and be magnificent. He understands it all, and I don't think he'll oppose me when once this exhibition day is over. I've thought all about it, and I think that I know what I'm doing." At any rate, she had her way, and thoroughly enjoyed the task she had on hand. When she had talked of a possible romance with a handsome young lover, she had not quite known herself. She might have made the attempt, but it would have been a failure. She could fall in love with a Master of Ravenswood in a novel, but would have given herself by preference, after due consideration, to the richer though less poetical suitor. Of good sterling gifts she did know the value, and was therefore contented with her lot. But this business of being married, with all the most extravagant appurtenances of the hymeneal altar, was to her taste. That picture in one of the illustrated papers which professed to give the hymeneal altar at St. George's, with the bishop and the dean and the 2 Queen's chaplains officiating, and the bride and the bridegroom in all their glory, with a royal duke and a royal duchess looking on, with all the stars and all the garters from our own and other courts, and especially with the bevy of 20 standing in 10 distinct pairs, and each from a portrait, was manifestly a work of the imagination. I was there, and to tell the truth it was rather a huddled matter. The spaces did not seem to admit of majestic grouping, and as 3 of these chief personages had the gout, the sticks of these lame gentlemen were to my eyes very conspicuous. The bevy had not room enough, and the ladies in the crush seemed to feel the intense heat. Something had made the bishop cross. I am told that Lady Amaldina had determined not to be hurried, while the bishop was due at an afternoon meeting at 3. The artist, in creating the special work of art, had soared boldly into the ideal. In depicting the buffet of presents and the bridal feast, he may probably have been more accurate. I was not myself present. The youthful appearance of the bridegroom as he rose to make his speech may probably be attributed to a poetic license, permissible, nay audible, nay necessary on such an occasion. The buffet of presents no doubt was all there, though it may be doubted whether the contributions from royalty were in truth so conspicuous as they were made to appear. There were speeches spoken by 2 or 3 foreign ministers, and one by the bride's father, but the speech which has created most remark was from the bridegroom. "I hope we may be as happy as your kind wishes would have us," said he, and then he sat down. It was declared afterwards that these were the only words which passed his lips on the occasion. To those who congratulated him he merely gave his hand and bowed, and yet he looked to be neither fluttered nor ill at ease. We know how a brave man will sit and have his tooth taken out without a sign of pain on his brow, trusting to the relief which is to come to him. So it was with Lord Llwddythlw. It might perhaps have saved pain if, as Lady Amaldina had said, chloroform could have been used. "Well, my dear, it is done at last," Lady Persiflage said to her daughter when the bride was taken into some chamber for the readjustment of her dress. "Yes, mamma, it is done now." "And are you happy?" "Certainly I am. I have got what I wanted." "And you can love him?" Coming from Lady Persiflage, this did seem to be romantic, but she had been stirred up to some serious thoughts as she remembered that she was now surrendering to a husband the girl whom she had made, whom she had tutored, whom she had prepared either for the good or for the evil performance of the duties of life. "Oh yes, mamma," said Lady Amaldina.
It is so often the case that the pupils are able to exceed the teaching of their tutors. It was so in this case. The mother, as she saw her girl given up to a silent, middle-aged, unattractive man, had her misgivings, but not so the daughter herself. She had looked at it all around, and had resolved that she could do her duty, under certain stipulations which she thought would be accorded to her.
"He has more to say for himself than you think, only he won't trouble himself to make assertions. And if he is not very much in love, he likes me better than anybody else, which goes a long way."
Her mother blessed her and led her away into a room where she joined her husband in order that she might then be taken down to the carriage. The bride herself had not quite understood what was to take place, and was surprised to find herself quite alone for a moment with her husband. "My wife," he said, "now kiss me." She ran into his arms and put up her face to him.
"I thought you were going to forget that," she said, as he held her for a moment with his arm round her waist.
"I could not dare," he said, "to handle all that gorgeous drapery of lace. You were dressed up then for an exhibition. You look now as my wife ought to look."
"It had to be done, Llwddythlw."
"I make no complaint, dearest. I only say that I like you better as you are, as a girl to kiss and to embrace and to talk to, and to make my own." Then she curtsied to him prettily, and kissed him again, and after that they walked out arm in arm down to the carriage. There were many carriages drawn up within the quadrangle of which the Foreign Office forms a part, but the carriage which was to take the bride and the bridegroom away was allowed a door to itself, at any rate till such time as they should have been taken away. An effort had been made to keep the public out of the quadrangle, but as the duties of the 4 Secretaries of State could not be suspended, and as the great gates are supposed to make a public thoroughfare, this could only be done to a certain extent. The crowd, no doubt, was thicker out in Downing Street, but there were very many standing within the square. Among these there was one, beautifully arrayed in frock coat and yellow gloves, almost as though he himself was prepared for his own wedding. When Lord Llwddythlw brought Lady Amaldina out from the building and handed her into the carriage, and when the husband and wife had seated themselves, the well-dressed individual raised his hat from his head and greeted them.
"Long life and happiness to the bride of Castle Hautboy," said he at the top of his voice.
Lady Amaldina could not but see the man, and recognizing him, she bowed. It was Crocker, the irrepressible Crocker. He had been also in the church. The narrator and he had managed to find standing room in a back pew under one of the galleries. Now would he be able to say with perfect truth that he had been at the wedding, and had received a parting salute from the bride, whom he had known through so many years of her infancy. He probably did believe that he was entitled to count the future Duchess of Merioneth among his intimate friends. End of Section 60. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Section 61 of Marion Fay by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Volume 3, Chapter 13. Crocker's Tale. A thing difficult to get is the thing mostly prized, not the thing that is valuable. 2 or 3 additional Kimberley mines found somewhere among the otherwise uninteresting plains of South Africa would bring down the price of diamonds amazingly. It could hardly have been the beauty, or the wit, or the accomplishments of Clara Demijohn which caused Mr. Tribbledale to triumph so loudly, and with so genuine an exultation, telling all Broad Street of his success when he had succeeded in winning the bride who had once promised herself to Crocker. Were it not that she had all but slipped through his fingers,
He would never surely have thought her to be worthy of such a paean. Had she come to his first whistle, he might have been contented enough, as are other ordinary young men with their ordinary young women. He would probably have risen to no enthusiasm of passion. But as things had gone, he was as another Paris who had torn a Helen from her Menelaus, only in this case an honest Paris with a correct Helen, and from a Menelaus who had not as yet made good his claim. But the subject was worthy of another Iliad, to be followed by another Aeneid. By his bow and his spear he had torn her from the arms of a usurping lover, and now made her all his own. Another man would have fainted and abandoned the contest when rejected as he had been. But he had continued the fight, even when lying low on the dust of the arena. He had nailed his flag to the mast when all his rigging had been cut away, and at last he had won the battle. Of course his Clara was doubly dear to him, having been made his own after such difficulties as these. "I'm not one of those who easily give way in an affair of the heart," he said to Mr. Littlebird, the junior partner in the firm, when he told that gentleman of his engagement. "So I perceive, Mr. Tribbledale." "When a man has set his affection on a young lady, that is, his real affection, he ought to stick to it, or die." Mr. Littlebird, who was the happy father of 3 or 4 married and marriageable daughters, opened his eyes with surprise. The young men who had come after his young ladies had been pressing enough, but they had not died. "Or die," repeated Tribbledale. "It is what I should have done. Had she become Mrs. Crocker, I should never again have been seen in the court." The court was the little alley in which Pogson and Littlebird's office was held. "Unless they had brought my dead body here to be identified." He was quite successful in his enthusiasm. Though Mr. Littlebird laughed when he told the story to Mr. Pogson, not the less did they agree to raise his salary to £160 on and from the day of his marriage. "Yes, Mr. Fay," he said to the poor old Quaker, who had lately been so broken by his sorrow as hardly to be as much master of Tribbledale as he used to be, "I have no doubt I shall be steady now. If anything can make a young man steady, it is success in love." "I hope thou wilt be happy, Mr. Tribbledale." "I shall be happy enough now. My heart will be more in the business. What there isn't of it at any rate with that dear creature in our mutual home at Islington. It was lucky about his having taken those lodgings, because Clara had got, as it were, used to them. And there are 1 or 2 things, such as a clock and the like, which need not be moved. If anything ever should happen to you, Mr. Fay, Pogson and Littlebird will find me quite up to the business." "Something will happen some day, no doubt," said the Quaker. On one occasion Lord Hampstead was in the court, having a word to say to Marion's father, or perhaps a word to hear. "I'm sure you'll excuse me, my lord," said Tribbledale, following him out of the office. "Oh, yes," said Hampstead, with a smile, for he had been there often enough to have made some acquaintance with the junior clerk. "If there be anything I can do for you, I will do it willingly." "Only just to congratulate me, my lord. You have heard of Crocker?" Lord Hampstead owned that he had heard of Crocker. "He has been interfering with me in the tenderest of parts." Lord Hampstead looked serious. "There is a young woman." The poor victim frowned, he knew not why, but remitted his frown and smiled again. "Who had promised herself to me? Then that rude assailant came and upset all my joy." Here, as the narrator paused, Lord Hampstead owned to himself that he could not deny the truth of the description. "Perhaps," continued Tribbledale, "perhaps you have seen Clara Demijohn?"
Lord Hampstead could not remember having been so fortunate. "Because I am aware that your steps have wandered in the way of Paradise Row." Then there came the frown again, and then the smile. "Well, perhaps it may be that a more perfect form of feminine beauty may be ascribed to another." This was intended as a compliment, more civil than true, paid to Marion Fay on Lord Hampstead's behalf. "But for a combination of chastity and tenderness, I don't think you can easily beat Clara Demijohn." Lord Hampstead bowed, as showing his readiness to believe such a statement coming from so good a judge. For a while the interloper prevailed. Interlopers do prevail. Such is the female heart. But the true rock shows itself always at last. She is the true rock on which I have built the castle of my happiness. "Then I congratulate you, Mr. Tribbledale." "Yes; and not only that, my lord, but Crocker is nowhere. You must own that there is a triumph in that. There was a time, oh, how I felt it! There was a time when he triumphed, when he talked of my Clara as though I hadn't a chance. He's up a tree now, my lord. I thought I'd just tell you as you are so friendly, coming among us here, my lord." Lord Hampstead again congratulated him, and expressed a hope that he might be allowed to send the bride a small present. "Oh, my lord," said Tribbledale, "it shall go with the clock and the harmonium, and shall be the proudest moment of my life." When Miss Demijohn heard that the salary of Pogson and Littlebird's clerk, she called it Dan's screw in speaking of the matter to her aunt, had been raised to £160 per annum, she felt that there could be no excuse for a further change. Up to that moment it had seemed to her that Tribbledale had obtained his triumph by a deceit which it still might be her duty to frustrate. He had declared positively that those fatal words had been actually written in the book, "Dismissal B.B." But she had learned that the words had not been written as yet. All is fair in love and war. She was not in the least angry with Tribbledale because of his little ruse. A lie told in such a cause was a merit. But not on that account need she be led away by it from her own most advantageous course. In spite of the little quarrel which had sprung up between herself and Crocker, Crocker still belonging to Her Majesty's Civil Service, must be better than Tribbledale. But when she found that Tribbledale's statement as to the £160 was true, and when she bethought herself that Crocker would probably be dismissed sooner or later, then she determined to be firm. As to the £160, old Mrs. Demijohn herself went to the office and learned the truth from Zachary Fay. "I think he is a good young man," said the Quaker, "and he will do very well if he will cease to think quite so much of himself." To this Mrs. Demijohn remarked that half a dozen babies might probably cure that fault. So the matter was settled, and it came to pass that Daniel Tribbledale and Clara Demijohn were married at Holloway on that very Thursday which saw completed the alliance which had been so long arranged between the noble houses of Powell and de Hauteville. There were 2 letters written on the occasion, which shall be given here as showing the willingness to forget and forgive which marked the characters of the 2 persons. A day or 2 before the marriage the following invitation was sent: "Dear Sam, I hope you will quite forget what is past, at any rate what was unpleasant, and come to our wedding on Thursday. There is to be a little breakfast here afterwards, and I am sure that Dan will be very happy to shake your hand. I have asked him, and he says that as he is to be the bridegroom, he would be proud to have you as best man. Your old sincere friend, Clara Demijohn, for the present." The answer was as follows: "Dear Clara, there is no malice in me. Since our little tiff I have been thinking that, after all, I'm not the man for matrimony.
To sip the honey from many flowers is, perhaps, after all, my line of life. I should have been happy to be Dan Tribbledale's bottle holder, but that there is another affair coming off which I must attend. Our Lady Amaldina is to be married, and I must be there. Our families have been connected, as you know, for a great many years, and I could not forgive myself if I did not see her turned off. No other consideration would have prevented me from accepting your very kind invitation. Your loving old friend, Sam Crocker.
There did come a pang of regret across Clara's heart as she read this as to the connection of the families. Of course Crocker was lying. Of course it was an empty boast. But there was a savour of aristocracy even in the capability of telling such a lie. Had she made Crocker her husband, she also would have been able to drag Castle Hautboy into her daily conversations with Mrs. Duffer. At the time of these weddings, the month of August, Æolus had not even yet come to a positive and actual decision as to Crocker's fate. Crocker had been suspended, by which act he had been temporarily expelled from the office, so that his time was all his own to do what he pleased with. Whether when suspended he would receive his salary, no one knew as a certainty. The presumption was that a man suspended would be dismissed, unless he could succeed in explaining away or diminishing the scene of which he had been supposed to be guilty. Æolus himself could suspend, but it required an act on the part of the senior official to dismiss, or even to deprive the sinner of any part of his official emoluments. There had been no explanation possible. No diminishing of the sin had been attempted. It was acknowledged on all sides that Crocker had, as Miss Demijohn properly described it, destroyed Her Majesty's mail papers. In order that unpardonable delay and idleness might not be traced home to him, he had torn into fragments a bundle of official documents. His character was so well known that no one doubted his dismissal. Mr. Jerningham had spoken of it as a thing accomplished. Bobbin and Geraghty had been congratulated on their rise in the department. Dismissal B.B. had been recorded, if not in any official book, at any rate in all official minds. But B.B. himself had as yet decided nothing. When Crocker attended Lady Amaldina's wedding in his best coat and gloves, he was still under suspension, but trusting to the conviction that after so long a reprieve capital punishment would not be carried out. Sir Boreas Bodkin had shoved the papers on one side, and since that nothing further had been said on the matter. Weeks had passed, but no decision had been made public. Sir Boreas was a man whom the subordinates nearest to him did not like to remind as to any such duty as this. When a case was shoved on one side, it was known to be something unpalatable. And yet, as Mr. Jerningham whispered to George Roden, it was a thing that ought to be settled. "He can't come back, you know," he said. "I dare say he will," said the Duca. "Impossible. I look upon it as impossible." This Mr. Jerningham said very seriously. "There are some people, you know," rejoined the other, "whose bark is so much worse than their bite." "I know there are, Mr. Roden, and Sir Boreas is perhaps one of them. But there are cases in which to pardon the thing done seems to be perfectly impossible. This is one of them. If papers are to be destroyed with impunity, what is to become of the department? I, for one, should not know how to go on with my duties. Tearing up papers! Good heavens! When I think of it, I doubt whether I am standing on my head or my heels." This was very strong language for Mr. Jerningham, who was not accustomed to find fault with the proceedings of his superiors. He went about the office all these weeks with a visage of woe and the air of a man conscious that some great evil was at hand. Sir Boreas had observed it, and knew well why that visage was so long. Nevertheless, when his eyes fell on that bundle of papers, on the Crocker bundle of papers, he only pushed it a little further out of sight than it was before. Who does not know how odious a letter will become by being shoved on one side day after day? Answer it at the moment, and it will be nothing. Put it away unread, or at least undigested, for a day, and it at once begins to assume ugly proportions. When you have been weak enough to let it lie on your desk, or worse again, hidden in your breast pocket, for a week or 10 days, it will have become an enemy so strong and so odious that you will not dare to attack it. It throws a gloom over all your joys. It makes you cross to your wife, severe to the cook, and critical to your own wine cellar. It becomes the black care which sits behind you when you go out a-riding. You have neglected a duty, and have put yourself in the power of perhaps some vulgar snarler. You think of destroying it, and denying it, dishonestly and falsely, as Crocker did the mail papers. And yet you must bear yourself all the time as though there were no load lying near your heart. So it was with our Æolus and the Crocker papers. The papers had become a great bundle. The unfortunate man had been called upon for an explanation, and had written a blundering long letter on a huge sheet of foolscap paper, which Sir Boreas had not read, and did not mean to read. Large fragments of the torn mail papers had been found, and were all there. Mr. Jerningham had written a well-worded, lengthy report, which never certainly would be read. There were former documents in which the existence of the papers had been denied. Altogether the bundle was big and unholy and distasteful. Those who knew our Æolus well were sure that he would never even undo the tape by which the bundle was tied. But something must be done. 1 month's pay day had already passed since the suspension, and the next was at hand. "Can anything be settled about Mr. Crocker?" asked Mr. Jerningham one day about the end of August. Sir Boreas had already sent his family to a little place he had in the west of Ireland, and was postponing his holiday because of this horrid matter. Mr. Jerningham could never go away till Æolus went. Sir Boreas knew all this, and was thoroughly ashamed of himself. "Just speak to me about it to morrow, and we'll settle the matter," he said, in his blandest voice. Mr. Jerningham retreated from the room, frowning. According to his thinking, there ought to be nothing to settle. "Damn the fellow!" said Sir Boreas, as soon as the door was closed, and he gave the papers another shove which sent them off the huge table on to the floor. Whether it was Mr. Jerningham or Crocker who was damned, he hardly knew himself. Then he was forced to stoop to the humility of picking up the bundle. That afternoon he roused himself. About 3 o'clock he sent, not for Mr. Jerningham, but for the Duca. When Roden entered the room, the bundle was before him, but not opened. "Can you send for this man and get him here to day?" he asked. The Duca promised that he would do his best. "I can't bring myself to recommend his dismissal," he said. The Duca only smiled. "The poor fellow is just going to be married, you know." The Duca smiled again. Living in Paradise Row himself, he knew that the lady, née Clara Demijohn, was already the happy wife of Mr. Tribbledale. But he knew also that after so long an interval Crocker could not well be dismissed, and he was not ill-natured enough to rob his chief of so good an excuse. He left the room, therefore, declaring that he would cause Crocker to be summoned immediately. Crocker was summoned and came. Had Sir Boreas made up his mind briefly to dismiss the man, or briefly to forgive him, the interview would have been unnecessary. As things now were, the man could not certainly be dismissed. Sir Boreas was aware of that, nor could he be pardoned without further notice. Crocker entered the room with that mingling of the bully and the coward in his appearance which is generally the result when a man who is overawed attempts to show that he is not afraid. Sir Boreas passed his fingers through the hairs on each side of his head, frowned hard, and blowing through his nostrils became at once the Aeolus that he had been named. Assumes the god, affects to nod, and seems to shake the spheres. "Mr. Crocker," said the god, laying his hand on the bundle of papers still tied up in a lump. Then he paused and blew the wrath out of his nostrils.
"Sir Boreas, no one can be more sorry for an accident than I am for that."
"An accident?"
"Well, Sir Boreas, I am afraid I shall not make you understand it all."
"I don't think you will."
"The first paper I did tear up by accident, thinking it was something done with."
"Then you thought you might as well send the others after it?"
"One or two were torn by accident. Then—"
"Well?"
"I hope you'll overlook it this time, Sir Boreas."
"I have done nothing but look it over, as you call it, since you came into the department. You've been a disgrace to the office. You're of no use whatever. You give more trouble than all the other clerks put together. I'm sick of hearing your name."
"If you'll try me again, I'll turn over a new leaf, Sir Boreas."
"I don't believe it for a moment. They tell me you're just going to be married." Crocker was silent. Could he be expected to cut the ground from under his own feet at such a moment? "For the young lady's sake I don't like turning you adrift on the world at such a time. I only wish that she had a more secure basis for her happiness."
"She'll be all right,"
said Crocker. He will probably be thought to have been justified in carrying on the delusion at such a crisis of his life. "But you must take my assurance of this," said Aeolus, looking more like the god of storms, "that no wife or baby, no joy or trouble, shall save you again, if you again deserve dismissal." Crocker, with his most affable smile, thanked Sir Boreas, and withdrew. It was said afterwards that Sir Boreas had seen and read that smile on Roden's face, had put two and two together in regard to him, and had become sure that there was to be no marriage. But, had he lost that excuse, where should he find another? End of Section 61. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina.
Section 62 of Marion Fay by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Volume 3, Chapter 19. My Marion. The blow came very suddenly at last. About the middle of September the spirit of Marion Fay flitted away from all its earthly joys and all its earthly troubles. Lord Hampstead saw her alive for the last time at that interview which was described a few pages back. Whenever he proposed to go down again to Pegwell Bay, some objection was made, either by the Quaker or by Mrs. Roden on the Quaker's behalf. The doctor, it was alleged, had declared that such visits were injurious to his patient, or perhaps it was that Marion had herself said that she was unable to bear the excitement. There was, no doubt, some truth in this, and Marion had seen that, though she herself could enjoy the boundless love which her lover tendered to her, telling herself that though it was only for a while, it was very sweet to have it so, yet for him these meetings were full of agony. But in addition to this there was, I think, a jealousy on the part of Zachary Fay as to his daughter. When there was still a question whether the young lord should be his son-in-law, he had been willing to give way, and to subordinate himself, even though his girl were the one thing left to him in all the world. While there was an idea that she should be married, there had accompanied that idea a hope, almost an expectation, that she might live. But when it was brought home to him as a fact that her marriage was out of the question because her life was waning, then unconsciously there grew up in his heart a feeling that the young lord ought not to rob him of what was left. Had Marion insisted, he would have yielded. Had Mrs. Roden told him that it was cruel to separate them, he would have groaned and given way. As it was, he simply leaned to that view of the matter which gave him the greatest preponderance with his own child. It may be that she saw it too, and would not wound him by asking for her lover's presence. About the middle of September she died, having written to Hampstead that very day before her death. Her letters lately had become but a few words each, which Mrs. Roden would put into an envelope and send to their destination. He wrote daily, assuring her that he would not leave his home for a day, in order that he might go up to her instantly when she would send for him. To the last she never gave up the idea of seeing him again, but at last the little light flickered out quicker than had been expected. Mrs. Roden was at Pegwell Bay when the end came, and to her fell the duty of making it known to Lord Hampstead. She went up to town immediately, leaving the Quaker in the desolate cottage, and sent down a note from Holloway to Hendon Hall.
I must see you as soon as possible. Shall I go to you, or will you come to me?
When she wrote the words she was sure that he would understand their purport, and yet it was easier to write so than to tell the cruel truth plainly. The note was sent down by a messenger, but Lord Hampstead in person was the answer. There was no need of any telling. When he stood before her, dressed from head to foot in black, she took him by the two hands and looked into his face. "It is all over for her," he said. "The trouble and the anguish and the sense of long, dull days to come. My Marion! How infinitely she has the best of it! How glad I ought to be that it is so!"
"You must wait, Lord Hampstead," she said.
"Pray, pray let me have no consolation. Waiting in the sense you mean there will be none. For the one relief which will finally come to me I must of course wait. Did she say any word that you would wish to tell me?"
"Many, many."
"Were they for my ears?"
"What other words should she have spoken to me? They were prayers for your health."
"My health needs not her prayers."
"Prayers for your soul's health."
"Such praying will be efficacious there, or would be were anything needed to make her fit for those angels among whom she has gone. For me they can do nothing, unless it be that in knowing how much she loved me I may strive to be as she was."
"And for your happiness."
"Psha!" he exclaimed.
"You must let me do her commission, Lord Hampstead. I was to bid you remember that God in his goodness has ordained that the dead after a while shall be remembered only with a softened sorrow. I was to tell you that, as a man, you should give your thoughts to other things. It is not from myself, it is from her."
She did not know. She did not understand. As regards good and evil she was, to my eyes, perfect. Perfect as she was in beauty, in grace, and feminine tenderness. But the character of others she had not learned to read. But I need not trouble you as to that, Mrs. Roden. You have been good to her as though you were her mother, and I will love you for it while I live." Then he was going away, but he turned again to ask some question as to the funeral. Might he do it? Mrs. Roden shook her head. "But I shall be there." To this she assented, but explained to him that Zachary Fay would admit of no interference with that which he considered to be his own privilege and his own duty. Lord Hampstead had driven himself over from Hendon Hall, and had driven fast. When he left Mrs. Roden's house, the groom was driving the dog cart up and down Paradise Row, waiting for his master. But the master walked on out of the Row, forgetting altogether the horse and the cart and the man, not knowing whither he was going. The blow had come, and though it had been fully expected, though he had known well that it was coming, it struck him now as hard, almost harder than if it had not been expected. It seemed to himself that he was unable to endure his sorrow now, because he had been already weakened by such a load of sorrow. Because he had grieved so much, he could not now bear this further grief. As he walked on, he beat his hands about, unconscious that he was in the midst of men and women who were gazing at him in the streets. There was nothing left to him, nothing, nothing, nothing. He felt that if he could rid himself of his titles, rid himself of his wealth, rid himself of the very clothes upon his back, it would be better for him, so that he might not seem to himself to think that comfort could be found in externals. "Marion," he said, over and over again, in little whispered words, but loud enough for his own ears to hear the sound. And then he uttered phrases which were almost fantastic in their woe, but which declared what was and had been the condition of his mind towards her since she had become so inexpressibly dear to him. "My wife," he said, "my own one, mother of my children, my woman, my countess, my princess. They should have seen. They should have acknowledged. They should have known whom it was that I had brought among them. Of what nature should be the woman whom a man should set in a high place. I had made my choice, and then that it should come to this!" "There is no good to be done," he said again. "It all turns to ashes and dust. The low things of the world are those which prevail. Oh, Marion, that I could be with you, though it were to be nowhere, though the great story should have no pathetic ending, though the last long eternal chapter should be a blank, still to have wandered away with you would have been something." As soon as he reached his house he walked straight into the drawing-room, and having carefully closed the door, he took the poker in his hand and held it clasped there as something precious. "It is the only thing of mine," he said, "that she has touched. Even then I swore to myself that this hearth should be her hearth, that here we would sit together and be one flesh and one bone." Then surreptitiously he took the bit of iron away with him and hid it among his treasures, to the subsequent dismay of the housemaid. There came to him a summons from the Quaker to the funeral, and on the day named, without saying a word to any one, he took the train and went down to Pegwell Bay. From the moment on which the messenger had come from Mrs. Roden, he had dressed himself in black, and now he made no difference in his garments. Poor Zachary said but little to him, but that little was very bitter. "It has been so with all of them," he said. "They have all been taken. The Lord cannot strike me again now." Of the highly born stranger's grief, or of the cause which brought him there, he had not a word to say, nor did Lord Hampstead speak of his own sorrow. "I sympathize and condole with you," he said to the old man. The Quaker shook his head, and after that there was silence between them till they parted. To the few others who were there, Lord Hampstead did not address himself, nor did they to him. From the grave, when the clod of earth had been thrown on it, he walked slowly away, without a sign on his face of that agony which was rending his heart. There was a carriage there to take him to the railway, but he only shook his head when he was invited to enter it. He walked off and wandered about for hours, till he thought that the graveyard would be deserted. Then he returned, and when he found himself alone, he stood over the newly heaped up soil. "Marion," he said to himself over and over again, whispering as he stood there, "Marion, Marion, my wife, my woman." As he stood by the graveside, one came softly stealing up to him, and laid a hand upon his shoulder. He turned round quickly, and saw that it was the bereaved father. "Mr. Fay," he said, "we have both lost the only thing that either of us valued. What is it to thee, who are young, and hardly knew her 12 months since? Months make no difference, I think. But old age, my lord, and childishness, and solitude. I too am alone. She was my daughter, my own. Thou hadst seen a pretty face, and that was all. She had remained with me when those others died. Had thou not come. Did my coming kill her, Mr. Fay? I do not say that. Thou hast been good to her, and I would not say a hard word to thee. I did think that nothing could have added to my sorrow. No, my lord, no, no. She would have died. She was her dear mother's child, and she was doomed. Go away and be thankful that thou too hast not become the father of children born only to perish in your sight. I will not say an unkind word, but I would wish to have my girl's grave to myself." Upon this Lord Hampstead walked off, and went back to his own home, hardly knowing how he reached it. It was a month after this that he returned to the churchyard, and might have been seen sitting on the small stone slab which the Quaker had already caused to be laid over the grave. It was a fine October evening, and the sombre gloom of the hours was already darkening everything around. He had crept into the enclosure silently, almost slyly, so as to ensure himself that his presence should not be noted. And now, made confident by the coming darkness, he had seated himself on the stone. During the long hours that he sat there, no word was formed within his lips. But he surrendered himself entirely to the thoughts of what his life might have been had she been spared to him. He had come there for a purpose the very opposite of that, but how often does it come to pass that we are unable to drive our thoughts into that channel in which we wish them to flow? He had thought much of her last words, and was minded to attempt to do something as she would have had him do it, not that he might enjoy his life, but that he might make it useful. But as he sat there he could not think of the real future, not of the future as it might be made to take this or that form by his own efforts, but of the future as it would have been had she been with him, of the glorious, bright, beautiful future which her love, her goodness, her beauty, her tenderness would have illuminated. Till he had seen her his heart had never been struck. Ideas sufficiently pleasant in themselves, though tinged with a certain irony and sarcasm, had been frequent with him as to his future career. He would leave that building up of a future family of marquises, if future marquises there were to be, to one of those young darlings whose bringing up would manifestly fit them for the work. For himself he would perhaps philosophize, perhaps do something that might be of service, would indulge at any rate his own views as to humanity, but he would not burden himself with a countess and a nursery full of young lords and ladies. He had often said to Roden, had often said to Vivian, that her ladyship, his stepmother, need not trouble herself. He certainly would not be guilty of making either a countess or a marchioness. They of course had laughed at him, and had bid him bide his time. He had bided his time, as they had said, and Marion Fay had been the result. Yes, life would have been worth the having if Marion Fay had remained to him. It was thus he communed with himself as he sat there on the tomb. From the moment in which he had first seen her in Mrs. Roden's house he had felt that things were changed with him. There had come a vision before him which filled him full of delight. As he learned to know the tones of her voice, and the motions of her limbs, and to succumb to the feminine charms with which she enveloped him, all the world was brightened up to his view. Here there was no pretence of special blood, no assumption of fantastic titles, no claim to superiority because of fathers and mothers who were in themselves by no means superior to their neighbours. And yet there had been all the grace, all the loveliness, all the tenderness, without which his senses would not have been captivated. He had never known his want, but he had in truth wanted one who should be at all points a lady, and yet not insist on a right to be so esteemed on the strength of inherited privileges. Chance, good fortune, Providence had sent her to him, or more probably the eternal fitness of things, as he had allowed himself to argue when things had fallen out so well to his liking. Then there had arisen difficulties which had seemed to him to be vain and absurd, though they would not allow themselves to be at once swept away. They had talked to him of his station and of hers, making that an obstacle which to him had been a strong argument in favour of her love. Against this he had done battle with the resolute purpose which a man has who is sure of his cause. He would have none of their sophistries, none of their fears, none of their old-fashioned absurdities. Did she love him? Was her heart to him as was his to her? That was the one question on which it must all depend. As he thought of it all, sitting there on the tombstone, he put out his arm as though to fold her form to his bosom, when he thought of the moment in which he became sure that it was so. There had been no doubt of the full-flowing current of her love. Then he had aroused himself, and had shaken his mane like a lion, and had sworn aloud that this vain obstacle should be no obstacle, even though it was pleaded by herself. Nature had been strong enough within him to assure him that he would overcome the obstacle. And he had overcome it, or was overcoming it, when that other barrier gradually presented itself, and loomed day by day terribly large before his affrighted eyes. Even to that he would not yield, not only as regarded her, but himself also. Had there been no such barrier, the possession of Marion would have been to him an assurance of perfect bliss, which the prospect of far distant death would not have effected. When he began to perceive that her condition was not as that of other young women, he became aware of a great danger, of a danger to himself as well as to her, to himself rather than to her. This increased rather than diminished his desire for the possession. As the ardent writer will be more intent to take the fence when it looms before him large and difficult, so with him the resolution to make Marion his wife became the stronger when he knew that there were reasons of prudence, reasons of caution, reasons of worldly wisdom why he should not do so. It had become a religion to him that she should be his one. Then gradually her strength had become known to him, and slowly he was made aware that he must bow to her decision. All that he wanted in all the world he must not have. Not that the love which he craved was wanting, but because she knew that her own doom was fixed. She had bade him retrick his beams and take the light and the splendour of his sun elsewhere. The light and the splendour of his sun had all passed from him. She had absorbed them altogether. He, while he had been boasting to himself of his power and his manliness, in that he would certainly overcome all the barriers, had found himself to be weak as water in her hands. She, in her soft feminine tones, had told him what duty had required of her, and, as she had said, so she had done. Then he had stood on one side and had remained looking on till she had gone away and left him. She had never been his. It had not been allowed to him even to write his name as belonging also to her on the gravestone. But she had loved him. There was nothing in it all but this to which his mind could revert with any feeling of satisfaction. She had certainly loved him. If such love might be continued between a disembodied spirit and one still upon the earth, if there were any spirit capable of love after that divorce between the soul and the body, her love certainly would still be true to him. Most assuredly his should be true to her. Whatever he might do towards obeying her, in striving to form some manly purpose for his life, he would never ask another woman to be his wife. He would never look for another love. The black coat should be laid aside as soon as might be, so that the world around him should not have cause for remark, but the mourning should never be taken from his heart. Then, when the darkness of night had quite come upon him, he arose from his seat, and flinging himself on his knees, stretched his arms wildly across the grave. "Marion," he said, "Marion, oh, Marion, will you hear me? Though gone from me, art thou not mine?" He looked up into the night, and there before his eyes was her figure, beautiful as ever, with all her loveliness of half-developed form, with her soft hair upon her shoulders, and her eyes beamed on him, and a heavenly smile came across her face, and her lips moved as though she would encourage him. My Marion, my wife! Very late that night the servants heard him as he opened the door and walked across the hall and made his way up to his own room. End of Section 62. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Section 63 of Marion Fay by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Volume 3, Chapter 20. Mr. Greenwood's Last Battle. During the whole of that long summer nothing was absolutely arranged as to Roden and Lady Frances, though it was known to all London, and to a great many persons outside of London, that they were certainly to become man and wife. The summer was very long to Lord and Lady Trafford, because of the necessity incumbent on them of remaining through the last dregs of the season on account of Lady Amaldina's marriage. Had Lady Amaldina thrown herself away on another Roden, the aunt would have, no doubt, gone to the country. But her niece had done her duty in life with so much propriety and success that it would have been indecent to desert her. Lady Kingsbury therefore remained in Park Lane, and was driven to endure frequently the sight of the Post Office clerk. For George Roden was admitted to the house, even though it was at last acknowledged that he must be George Roden and nothing more. And it was found also that he must be a Post Office clerk and nothing more. Lord Persiflage, on whom Lady Kingsbury chiefly depended for seeing that her own darlings should not be disgraced by being made brothers-in-law to anything so low as a clerk in the Post Office, was angry at last, and declared that it was impossible to help a man who would not help himself. It is no use trying to pick a man up who will lie in the gutter. It was thus he spoke of Roden in his anger, and then the Marchioness would wring her hands and abuse her stepdaughter. Lord Persiflage did think that something might be done for the young man, if the young man would only allow himself to be called a duke. But the young man would not allow it, and Lord Persiflage did not see what could be done. Nevertheless, there was a general idea abroad in the world that something would be done. Even the mysterious savour of high rank which attached itself to the young man would do something for him. It may be remembered that the Marquis himself, when first the fact had come to his ears that his daughter loved the young man, had been almost as ferociously angry as his wife. He had assented to the carrying of her away to the Saxon castle. He had frowned upon her. He had been a party to the expelling her from his own house. But gradually his heart had become softened towards her. In his illness he had repented of his harshness. He had not borne her continued absence easily, and had of late looked about for an excuse for accepting her lover. When the man was discovered to be a duke, though it was only an Italian duke, of course he accepted him. Now his wife told him daily that Roden was not a duke, because he would not accept his dukedom, and ought therefore again to be rejected. Lord Persiflage had declared that nothing could be done for him, and therefore he ought to be rejected. But the Marquis clung to his daughter. As the man was absolutely a duke, according to the laws of all the heralds, and all the courts, and all the tables of precedency and usages of peerage in Christendom, he could not degrade himself even by any motion of his own. He was the eldest and the legitimate son of the last Duca di Crinola, so the Marquis said, and as such was a fitting aspirant for the hand of the daughter of an English peer. "But he hasn't got a shilling," said Lady Kingsbury, weeping. The Marquis felt that it was within his own power to produce some remedy for this evil, but he did not care to say as much to his wife, who was tender on that point in regard to the interest of her 3 darlings. Roden continued his visits to Park Lane very frequently all through the summer, and had already arranged for an autumn visit to Castle Hautboy, in spite of that angry word spoken by Lord Persiflage. Everybody knew he was to marry Lady Frances. But when the season was over, and all the world had flitted from London, nothing was settled. Lady Kingsbury was of course very unhappy during all this time, but there was a source of misery deeper, more pressing, more crushing than even the Post Office clerk. Mr. Greenwood, the late chaplain, had, during his last interview with the Marquis, expressed some noble sentiments. He would betray nothing that had been said to him in confidence. He would do nothing that could annoy the Marchioness, because the Marchioness was a lady, and, as such, entitled to all courtesy from him as a gentleman. There were grounds, no doubt, on which he could found a claim, but he would not insist on them, as his doing so would be distasteful to her ladyship. He felt that he was being ill treated, almost robbed, but he would put up with that rather than say a word which would come against his own conscience as a gentleman. With these high assurances he took his leave of the Marquis, as though he intended to put up with the beggarly stipend of £200 a year which the Marquis had promised him. Perhaps that had been his intention, but before 2 days were over he had remembered that, though it might be base to tell her ladyship's secrets, the penny post was still open to him. It certainly was the case that Lady Kingsbury had spoken to him with strong hopes of the death of the heir to the title. Mr. Greenwood, in discussing the matter with himself, went beyond that, and declared to himself that she had done so with expectation as well as hope. Fearful words had been said, so he assured himself. He thanked his God that nothing had come of it. Only for him, something, he assured himself, would have come of it. The whisperings in that upstairs sitting room at Trafford had been dreadful. He had divulged nothing. He had held his tongue, like a gentleman. But ought he not to be paid for holding his tongue? There are so many who act honestly from noble motives, and then feel that their honesty should be rewarded by all those gains which dishonesty might have procured for them. About a fortnight after the visit which Mr. Greenwood made to the Marquis, he did write a letter to the Marchioness. "I am not anxious," he said,
to do more than remind your ladyship of those peculiarly confidential discussions which took place between yourself and me at Trafford during the last winter. But I think you will acknowledge that they were of a nature to make me feel that I should not be discarded like an old glove. If you would tell his lordship that something should be done for me, something would be done."
Her ladyship, when she received this, was very much frightened. She remembered the expressions she had allowed herself to use, and did say a hesitating, halting word to her husband, suggesting that Mr. Greenwood's pension should be increased. The Marquis turned upon her in anger. "Did you ever promise him anything?" he asked. No, she had promised him nothing. "I am giving him more than he deserves, and will do no more," said the Marquis. There was something in his voice which forbade her to speak another word. Mr. Greenwood's letter having remained for 10 days without an answer, there came another.
"I cannot but think that you will acknowledge my right to expect an answer," he said, "considering the many years through which I have enjoyed the privilege of your ladyship's friendship, and the very confidential terms on which we have been used to discuss matters of the highest interest to us both."
The "matters" had no doubt been the probability of the accession to the title of her own son through the demise of his elder brother. She understood now all her own folly, and something of her own wickedness. To this second appeal she wrote a short answer, having laid awake over it one entire night. "Dear Mr. Greenwood, I have spoken to the Marquis, and he will do nothing. Yours truly, C. Kingsbury." This she did without saying a word to her husband. Then, after the interval of a few days, there came a third letter.
"My dear Lady Kingsbury, I cannot allow myself to think that this should be the end of it all, after so many years of social intimacy and confidential intercourse. Can you yourself imagine the condition of a gentleman of my age, reduced, after a life of ease and comfort, to exist on a miserable pension of £200 a year? It simply means death, death. Have I not a right to expect something better after the devotion of a life? Who has known as well as I the stumbling blocks to your ladyship's ambition which have been found in the existences of Lord Hampstead and Lady Frances Trafford? I have sympathized with you, no doubt, partly because of their peculiarities, partly from sincere affection for your ladyship. It cannot surely be that your ladyship should now treat me as an enemy because I could do no more than sympathize. Dig I cannot. To beg I am ashamed. You will hardly wish that I should perish from want. I have not as yet been driven to open out my sad case to any one but yourself. Do not force me to it, for the sake of those darling children for whose welfare I have ever been so anxious. Believe me to be your ladyship's most devoted and faithful friend, Thomas Greenwood.
This epistle so frightened her that she began to consider how she might best collect together a sufficient sum of money to satisfy the man. She did succeed in sending him a note for £50, but this he was too wary to take. He returned it, saying that he could not, though steeped in poverty, accept chance eleemosynary aid. What he required, and had, he thought, a right to ask, was an increase to the fixed stipend allowed him. He must, he thought, again force himself upon the presence of the Marquis, and explain the nature of the demand more explicitly. Upon this Lady Kingsbury showed all the letters to her husband.
"What does he mean by stumbling blocks?" asked the Marquis in his wrath.
Then there was a scene which was sad enough. She had to confess that she had spoken very freely to the chaplain respecting her stepchildren.
"Freely? What does freely mean? Do you want them out of the way?"
What a question for a husband to have to ask his wife! But she had a door by which she could partly escape. It was not that she had wanted them out of the way, but that she had been so horrified by what she had thought to be their very improper ideas as to their own rank of life. Those marriages which they had intended had caused her to speak as she had done to the chaplain. When alone at Trafford she had no doubt opened her mind to the clergyman. She rested a great deal on the undoubted fact that Mr. Greenwood was a clergyman. Hampstead and Fanny had been stumbling blocks to her ambition, because she had desired to see them married properly into proper families. She probably thought she was telling the truth as she said all this. It was at any rate accepted as truth, and she was condoned. As to Hampstead, it was known by this time that that marriage could never take place. And as to Lady Frances, the Marchioness was driven, in her present misery, to confess that as the Duca was in truth a Duca, his family must be held to be proper. But the Marquis sent for Mr. Cumming, his London solicitor, and put all the letters into his hand, with such explanation as he thought necessary to give. Mr. Cumming at first recommended that the pension should be altogether stopped, but to this the Marquis did not consent. "It would not suit me that he should starve," said the Marquis; "but if he continues to write to her ladyship, something must be done." "Threatening letters to extort money," said the lawyer, confidently. "I can have him before a magistrate to morrow, my lord, if it be thought well." It was, however, felt to be expedient that Mr. Cumming should in the first case send for Mr. Greenwood, and explain to that gentleman the nature of the law. Mr. Cumming no doubt felt himself that it would be well that Mr. Greenwood should not starve, and well also that application should not be made to the magistrate, unless as a last resort. He too asked himself what was meant by stumbling blocks. Mr. Greenwood was a greedy rascal, descending to the lowest depth of villainy with the view of making money out of the fears of a silly woman. But the silly woman, the lawyer thought, must have been almost worse than silly. It seemed natural to Mr. Cumming that a stepmother should be anxious for the worldly welfare of her own children. Not unnatural, perhaps, that she should be so anxious as to have a feeling at her heart amounting almost to a wish that chance should remove the obstacle. Chance, as Mr. Cumming was aware, could in such a case mean only death. Mr. Cumming, when he put this in plain terms to himself, felt it to be very horrid. But there might be a doubt whether such a feeling would be criminal, if backed up by no deed and expressed by no word. But here it seemed that words had been spoken. Mr. Greenwood had probably invented that particular phrase, but would hardly have invented it unless something had been said to justify it. It was his business, however, to crush Mr. Greenwood, and not to expose her ladyship. He wrote a very civil note to Mr. Greenwood. Would Mr. Greenwood do him the kindness to call in Bedford Row at such or such an hour, or indeed at any other hour that might suit him? Mr. Greenwood, thinking much of it, and resolving in his mind that any increase to his pension might probably be made through Mr. Cumming, did as he was bid, and waited upon the lawyer. Mr. Cumming, when the clergyman was shown in, was seated with the letters before him, the various letters which Mr. Greenwood had written to Lady Kingsbury, folded out one over another, so that the visitor's eye might see them and feel their presence, but he did not intend to use them unless of necessity. "Mr. Greenwood," he said, "I learn that you are discontented with the amount of a retiring allowance which the Marquis of Kingsbury has made you on leaving his service."
"I am, Mr. Cumming; certainly I am. £200 a year is not—"
"Let us call it 300, Mr. Greenwood."
"Well, yes; Lord Hampstead did say something."
"And has paid something. Let us call it £300. Not that the amount matters. The Marquis and Lord Hampstead are determined not to increase it." "Determined?"
quite determined that under no circumstances will they increase it. They may find it necessary to stop it."
"Is this a threat?"
"Certainly it is a threat, as far as it goes. There is another threat which I may have to make for the sake of coercing you, but I do not wish to use it if I can do without it."
"Her ladyship knows that I am ill treated in this matter. She sent me £50, and I returned it. It was not in that way that I wished to be paid for my services."
"It was well for you that you did. But for that I could not certainly have asked you to come and see me here."
"You could not?"
"No, I could not. You will probably understand what I mean." Here Mr. Cumming laid his hands upon the letters, but made no other allusion to them. "A very few words more will, I think, settle all that there is to be arranged between us. The Marquis, from certain reasons of humanity, with which I, for one, hardly sympathize in this case, is most unwilling to stop or even to lessen the ample pension which is paid to you."
"Ample, after a whole lifetime?"
"But he will do so if you write any further letters to any member of his family."
"That is tyranny, Mr. Cumming."
"Very well. Then is the Marquis a tyrant? But he will go further than that in his tyranny. If it be necessary to defend either himself or any of his family from further annoyance, he will do so by criminal proceedings. You are probably aware that the doing this would be very disagreeable to the Marquis. Undoubtedly it would. To such a man as Lord Kingsbury it is a great trouble to have his own name, or worse, that of others of his family, brought into a police court. But if necessary it will be done. I do not ask you for any assurance, Mr. Greenwood, because it may be well that you should take a little time to think of it. But unless you are willing to lose your income, and to be taken before a police magistrate for endeavouring to extort money by threatening letters, you had better hold your hand."
"I have never threatened."
"Good morning, Mr. Greenwood."
"Mr. Cumming, I have threatened no one."
"Good morning, Mr. Greenwood." Then the discarded chaplain took his leave, failing to find the words with which he could satisfactorily express his sense of the injury which had been done him. Before that day was over he had made up his mind to take his £300 a year and be silent. The Marquis, he now found, was not so infirm as he had thought, nor the Marchioness quite so full of fears. He must give it up and take his pittance. But in doing so he continued to assure himself that he was greatly injured, and did not cease to accuse Lord Kingsbury of sordid parsimony in refusing to reward adequately one whose services to the family had been so faithful and long enduring. It may, however, be understood that in the midst of troubles such as these, Lady Kingsbury did not pass a pleasant summer. End of Section 63. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Section 64 of Marion Fay by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Volume 3, Chapter 21. The Registrar of State Records. Although Lord Persiflage had seemed to be very angry with the recusant Duke, and had made that uncivil speech about the gutter, still he was quite willing that George Roden should be asked down to Castle Hautboy. "Of course we must do something for him," he said to his wife, "but I hate unscrupulous men. I don't blame him at all for making such a girl as Fanny fall in love with him. If I were a Post Office clerk I'd do the same if I could." "Not you. You wouldn't have given yourself the trouble." "But when I had done it, I wouldn't have given her friends more trouble than was necessary. I should have known that they would have had to drag me up somewhere. I should have looked for that. But I shouldn't have made myself difficult when chance gave a helping hand.
Why shouldn't he have taken his title?"
"Of course we all wish he would."
"Fanny is as bad as he is. She has caught some of Hampstead's levelling ideas, and encourages the young man. It was all Kingsbury's fault from the first. He began the world wrong, and now he cannot get himself right again. A Radical aristocrat is a contradiction in terms. It is very well that there should be Radicals. It would be a stupid do-nothing world without them. But a man can't be oil and vinegar at the same time." This was the expression made by Lord Persiflage of his general ideas on politics in reference to George Roden and his connection with the Trafford family. But not the less was George Roden asked down to Castle Hautboy. Lady Frances was not to be thrown over because she had made a fool of herself, nor was George Roden to be left out in the cold, belonging as he did now to Lady Frances. Lord Persiflage never approved very much of anybody, but he never threw anybody over. It was soon after the funeral of Marion Fay that Roden went down to Cumberland. During the last 2 months of Marion's illness Hampstead and Roden had been very often together. Not that they had lived together, as Hampstead had declared himself unable to bear continued society. His hours had been passed alone, but there had not been many days in which the friends had not seen each other for a few minutes. It had become a habit with Hampstead to ride over to Paradise Row when Roden had returned from the office. At first Mrs. Roden also had been there, but latterly she had spent her time altogether at Pegwell Bay. Nevertheless Lord Hampstead would come, and would say a few words, and would then ride home again. When all was over at Pegwell Bay, when the funeral was at hand, and during the few days of absolutely prostrating grief which followed it, nothing was seen of him. But on the evening before his friend's journey down to Castle Hautboy he again appeared in the Row. On this occasion he walked over, and his friend returned with him a part of the way. "You must do something with yourself," Roden said to him. "I see no need of doing anything special. How many men do nothing with themselves?" "Men either work or play." "I do not think I shall play much." "Not for a time, certainly. You used to play, but I can imagine that the power of doing so will have deserted you." "I shan't hunt, if you mean that." "I do not mean that at all," said Roden, "but that you should do something. There must be some occupation, or life will be insupportable." "It is insupportable," said the young man, looking away, so that his countenance should not be seen. "But it must be supported. Let the load be ever so heavy, it must be carried. You would not destroy yourself?" "No," said the other slowly. "No, I would not do that, if any one would do it for me." "No one will do it for you. Not to have some plan of active life, some defined labour by which the weariness of the time may be conquered, would be a weakness and a cowardice next door to that of suicide." "Roden," said the lord, "your severity is brutal." "The question is whether it be true. You shall call it what you like, or call me what you like, but can you contradict what I say? Do you not feel that it is your duty as a man to apply what intellect you have, and what strength, to some purpose?" Then by degrees Lord Hampstead did explain the purpose he had before him. He intended to have a yacht built, and start alone, and cruise about the face of the world. He would take books with him, and study the peoples and the countries which he visited. "Alone?" asked Roden. "Yes, alone, as far as a man may be alone, with a crew and a captain around him. I shall make acquaintances as I go, and shall be able to bear them as such. They will know nothing of my secret wound. Had I you with me, you and my sister, let us suppose,
or Vivian, or any one from here who had known me, I could not even struggle to raise my head. It would wear off. I will go alone, and if occasion offers, I will make fresh acquaintances. I will begin another life which shall have no connection with the old one, except that which will be continued by the thread of my own memory. No one shall be near me who may even think of her name, when my own ways and manners are called in question. He went on to explain that he would set himself to work at once. The ship must be built, and the crew collected, and the stores prepared. He thought that in this way he might find employment for himself till the spring. In the spring, if all was ready, he would start. Till that time came he would live at Hendon Hall, still alone. He so far relented, however, as to say that if his sister was married before he began his wanderings, he would be present at her marriage. Early in the course of the evening he had explained to Roden that his father and he had conjointly arranged to give Lady Frances £40,000 on her wedding. "Can that be necessary?" asked Roden. "You must live, and as you have gone into a nest with the drones, you must live in some sort as the drones do." "I hope I shall never be a drone." "You cannot touch pitch and not be defiled. You'll be expected to wear gloves, and drink fine wine, or at any rate to give it to your friends. Your wife will have to ride in a coach. If she don't, people will point at her and think she's a pauper, because she has a handle to her name. They talk of the upper 10,000. It is as hard to get out from among them as it is to get in among them. Though you have been wonderfully stout about the Italian title, you'll find that it will stick to you." Then it was explained that the money which was to be given would in no wise interfere with the "darlings." Whatever was to be added to the fortune which would naturally have belonged to Lady Frances would not come from her father, but from her brother. When Roden arrived at Castle Hautboy, Lord Persiflage was there, though he remained but for a day. He was due to be with the Queen for a month, a duty which was evidently much to his taste, though he affected to frown over it as a hardship. "I am sorry, Roden," he said, "that I should be obliged to leave you and everybody else, but a Government hack, you know, has to be a Government hack." This was rather strong from a Secretary of State to a clerk in the Post Office, but Roden had to let it pass lest he should give an opening to some remark on his own repudiated rank. "I shall be back before you are gone, I hope, and then perhaps we may arrange something." The only thing that Roden wished to arrange was a day for his own wedding, as to which, as far as he knew, Lord Persiflage could have nothing to say. "I don't think you ought to be sorry," Lady Frances said to her lover, as they were wandering about on the mountains. He had endeavoured to explain to her that this large income which was now promised to him rather impeded than assisted the scheme of life which he had suggested to himself. "Not sorry, but disappointed, if you know the difference." "Not exactly." "I had wanted to feel that I should earn my wife's bread." "So you shall. If a man works honestly for his living, I don't think he need inquire too curiously what proportion of it may come from his own labour or from some other source. If I had had nothing, we should have done very well without the coach, as poor Hampstead calls it. But if the coach is there, I don't see why we shouldn't ride in it." "I should like to earn the coach too," said Roden. "This, sir, will be a lesson serviceable in teaching you that you are not to be allowed to have your own way in everything." An additional leave of absence for a month had been accorded to Roden. He had already been absent during a considerable time in the spring of the year, and in the ordinary course of events would not have been entitled to this prolonged indulgence. But there were reasons deemed to be sufficient. He was going to meet a Cabinet Minister. He was engaged to marry the daughter of a Marquis.
and it was known that he was not simply George Roden, but in truth the Duca di Crinola. He had suffered some qualms of conscience as to the favour to be thus shown him, but had quieted them by the idea that when a man is in love something special ought to be done for him. He remained, therefore, till the Foreign Secretary returned from his royal service, and had by that time fixed the period of his marriage. It was to take place in the cold, comfortless month of March. It would be a great thing, he had said, to have Hampstead present at it, and it was Hampstead's intention to start on his long travels early in April. "I don't see why people shouldn't be married in cold weather as well as in hot," said Vivian. "Brides need not go about always in muslin." When Lord Persiflage returned to Castle Hautboy, he had his plan ready arranged for relieving his future half-nephew-in-law, if there be such a relationship, from the ignominy of the Post Office. "I have Her Majesty's permission," he said to Roden, "to offer you the position of Registrar of State Records to the Foreign Office." "Registrar of State Records to the Foreign Office?" "1,500 a year," said his lordship, going off at once to this one point of true vital importance. "I am bound to say that I think I could have done better for you had you consented to bear the title, which is as completely your own as is that mine by which I am called. Don't let us go back to that, my lord." "Oh no, certainly not. Only this, if you could be brought to think better of it, if Fanny could be induced to make you think better of it, the office now offered to you would, I think, be more comfortable to you." "How so?" "I can hardly explain, but it would. There is no reason on earth why it should not be held by an Italian. We had an Italian for many years librarian at the Museum, and as an Italian you would of course be entitled to call yourself by your hereditary title." "I shall never be other than an Englishman." "Very well. One man may lead a horse to water, but 1,000 cannot make him drink. I only tell you what would be the case. The title would no doubt give a prestige to the new office. It is exactly that kind of work which would fall readily into the hands of a foreigner of high rank. One cannot explain these things, but it is so. The £1,500 a year would more probably become £2,000 if you submitted to be called by your own proper name." Everybody knew that Lord Persiflage understood the civil service of his country perfectly. He was a man who never worked very hard himself, or expected those under him to do so, but he liked common sense and hated scruples, and he considered it to be a man's duty to take care of himself first of all, and then perhaps afterwards of the service. Neither did Roden nor did Lady Frances give way a bit the more for this. They were persistent in clinging to their old, comparatively humble English name. Lady Frances would be Lady Frances to the end, but she would be no more than Lady Frances Roden. And George Roden would be George Roden, whether a clerk in the Post Office or Registrar of State Records to the Foreign Office. So much the next new bride declared with great energy to the last new bride, who had just returned from her short wedding tour, having been hurried home so that her husband might be able to lay the first stone of the new bridge to be built over the Menai Straits. Lady Llwddythlw, with all the composed manners of a steady matron, was at Castle Hautboy, and used all her powers of persuasion. "Never mind, my dear, what he says," Lady Llwddythlw urged. "What you should think of is what will be good for him. He would be somebody, almost as good as an Under Secretary of State with a title. He would get to be considered among the big official swells. There is so much in a name. Of course you've got your rank, but you ought to insist on it for his sake." Lady Frances did not give way in the least, nor did any one venture to call the Duca by his title, formally or openly. But, as Lord Hampstead had said, it stuck to him. The women, when they were alone with him, would call him Duca, joking with him, and it was out of the question that he should be angry with them for their jokes. He became aware that behind his back he was always spoken of as the Duke, and that this was not done with any idea of laughing at him. The people around him believed that he was a duke, and ought to be called a duke. Of course it was in joke that Lady Llwddythlw always called Lady Frances Duchessina when they were together, because Lady Frances had certainly not as yet acquired her right to the name. But it all tended to the same point. He became aware that the very servants around him understood it. They did not call him Your Grace or My Lord, or make spoken allusion to his rank, but they looked it. All that obsequiousness due to an hereditary nobleman, which is dear to the domestic heart, was paid to him. He found himself called upon by Lady Persiflage to go into the dining room out of his proper place. There was a fair excuse for this while the party was small, and confined to few beyond the family, as it was expected that the two declared lovers should sit together. But when this had been done with a larger party, he expostulated with his hostess. "My dear Mr. Roden," she said, "I suppose I must call you so?" "It's my name, at any rate." "There are certain points on which, as far as I can see, a man may be allowed to have his way, and certain points on which he may not." "As to his own name?" "Yes; on the matter of your name. I do not see my way how to get the better of you just at present, though on account of my near connection with Fanny I am very anxious to do so. But as to the fact of your rank, there it is. Whenever I see you, and I hope I shall see you very often, I shall always suppose that I see an Italian nobleman of the first class, and shall treat you so." He shrugged his shoulders, feeling that he had nothing else to do. "If I were to find myself in the society of some man calling himself by a title to which I knew that he had no right, I should probably call him by no name. But I should be very careful not to treat him as a nobleman, knowing that he had no right to be so treated. What can I do in your case but just reverse the position?" He never went back to the Post Office, of course. What should a registrar of State records to the Foreign Office do in so humble an establishment? He never went back for the purposes of work. He called to bid farewell to Sir Boreas, Mr. Jerningham, Crocker, and others with whom he had served. "I did not think we should see much more of you," said Sir Boreas, laughing. "I intended to live and die with you," said Roden. "We don't have dukes, or at any rate we don't keep them. Like to like is a motto which I always find true. When I heard that you were living with a young lord, and were going to marry the daughter of a marquis, and had a title of your own which you could use as soon as you pleased, I knew that I should lose you." Then he added in a little whisper, "You couldn't get Crocker made a duke, could you, or a registrar of records?" Mr. Jerningham was full of smiles and bows, pervaded thoroughly by a feeling that he was bidding farewell to an august nobleman, though for negative reasons he was not to be allowed to gratify his tongue by naming the august name. Crocker was a little shy, but he plucked up his courage at last.
"I shall always know what I know, you know," he said, as he shook hands with the friend to whom he had been so much attached. Bobbin and Geraghty made no allusions to the title, but they too, as they were severally greeted, were evidently under the influence of the nobility of their late brother clerk. The marriage was duly solemnized when March came in the parish church of Trafford. There was nothing grand, no even distant imitation of Lady Amaldina's glorious cavalcade. Hampstead did come down, and endeavoured for the occasion to fit himself for the joy of the day. His ship was ready for him,
and he intended to start now in a week or two. As it happened that the House was not sitting, Lord Llwddythlw, at the instigation of his wife, was present. "One good turn deserves another," Lady Llwddythlw had said to him. And the darlings were there in all their glory, loud, beautiful, and unruly. Lady Kingsbury was of course present, but was too much in abeyance to be able to arouse even a sign of displeasure. Since that reference to the stumbling blocks had reached her husband, and since those fears with which Mr. Greenwood had filled her, she had been awed into quiescence. The bridegroom was of course married under the simple name of George Roden, and we must part with him under that name. But it is the belief of the present chronicler that the aristocratic element will prevail, and that the time will come soon in which the Registrar of State Records to the Foreign Office will be known in the purlieus of Downing Street as the Duca di Crinola. End of Section 64. End of Marion Fay, by Anthony Trollope. Recording by Arnold Danner, Thurmond, North Carolina.